Well, yeah, until boob sweat happens. That shit ain't
See, now
funny.
hold
That's
on. I just went live,
irritating.
and the first thing that you
Oh,
heard was till boob sweat happens. I timed that pretty good, didn't I, Sabrina?
Very well
hey,
indeed.
it's a real topic. We'll get some other women in here who are chesty like me, and they'll be going, yeah, you know
You
what,
know
she's
what?
right.
Let me tell you something. It doesn't matter the size. Everybody gets boob sweat. All
Yeah,
it
but
does is change the amount of boob sweat.
okay, yes, and the chafing, the rash that can happen if you don't dry them off, and
Oh, see,
I'd
I don't
rather
know
wear.
anything about that shit.
Well, I got D's,
Don't
and
wanna.
before I lost weight, I was like, so much bigger. So
Yeah, you were like my son, like an F or a G.
I was I
What
think
he
I was
used to be.
probably E or an F. I was pretty big. Like I filled out my double D's and they were generously popping out the top. So I just was in denial, didn't want to get anything bigger.
Oh, me and my double A's. So
I'll tell you what,
that's all I've
Rena,
got right now.
I
day
would fucking
ever
trade
comes,
you for that
the
shit.
day ever comes, I'll give you some of mine. I will give you some of mine. You can have
Now,
some.
I will say,
She's like, please.
I will
please take
say,
some.
I did start at like the AAA. So the fact is,
So this is good.
it's
This
growth,
is
yes.
good. Fantastic. Fantastic. We're
It's
gonna
not a
have
lot,
you
but
reference.
yeah. No, I mean, I don't want anything especially big. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't think I will. Like, if I look at my family, like my sister's an A. Like, it
Yeah.
is what it is.
So,
Yeah.
So yeah, genetic wise, I mean that's probably where you're headed. But but I'm super stoked for you.
Honestly, I think I've always felt, and I do mean this, like even when I was had assumed, like assuming myself, I've always thought girls with small boobs are really cute, and I still feel that way, and I feel like, well, I'm gonna be cute. Perhaps. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to just be too obnoxious to be seen that way.
Okay. All right. So I have that set up if you guys want to play Cards Against Humanity.
Mm-hmm.
I found
a
free site. It's called Massive Decks. Kind of like Massive
I love it.
With the E. Yeah, I know, right? I saved it up there.
It's so appropriate.
I also have Scribble and Gardic Phone. Those are the only three I have saved up there.
fully appreciate Gardic Phone. Oh, hey, Farron.
How you doing, buddy? We are all trying to kill time on a Sunday, so here we are. If you want to come in, Farron, let me know. I can give you a link. Or if you want to hang out in the chat, that's cool too. But you're welcome to come in, buddy. Farron only lives like an hour away from me. I need to just go, like, say, that's it. We're going to go out for a drink or something. Just go down there.
Kira.
Oh, there's Miss Deb is back.
So dumb. Sorry. I did something.
You hit a button. Yeah,
I did. I hit a button.
I know you did.
You know how I am. But
and you know what I do have a suggestion though. If you want to play games since you're streaming from your phone, go steal somebody else's phone to play the game on.
That's a good idea. I might do that.
I'm pretty sure that one of them is not using it because they're watching a fucking game and yelling right now.
They are, because they're using my laptop, and I go, oh, you can only watch the game through streaming. I had little I did it. I played the princess card. I was like, oh, okay, that's all right, like that. And he goes, what, is something important? I go, no, I just want to chat with my friends. He goes, are you trying to tell me it's time to get you a new laptop and let me have the old one? I'm like, I fucking love this man so much. He's just so good to me.
That's what's going on.
Good to me.
But
I won't let them spend the money on a new computer or anything like that for me until like my birthday or Christmas, or they can say this is your present now and you don't get anything at that time, because it's just not.
I know you told them, just buy me a Christmas present. I don't want anything Christmas. I just want a fucking computer.
I just want a computer that I can sit and chat and do my channel from, and maybe expand my channel, because like I've been playing around, you guys, with like I set up my webcam and stuff, so I've been doing my art and recording it to see talking like I'm having to see if it works out okay. So as soon as I find something I'm completely happy with, I'll or sort of happy with, I will send it to you back, and you can give me constructive criticism. You guys can... Hello, OA. Hello.
Oh, sopapillas. You got some Colorado honey, Farron? Oh.
I had to look up what a sopapilla was, and
oh my God,
I looked at it and I'm like,
sopapillas.
It looks interesting. Like that
it's
with
really
some nice
just
honey.
a sweet bread, and when they cook it, it puffs up and it's hollow in the center. But they always serve it with butter and honey, and so I would just smear a little butter on the end and then just dip it in the. Oh, that shit is when it's fresh from the kitchen.
Hey, Mikey!
It is the shit. Mikey, are you gonna raid me, Mikey? Oh, you're so fucking sweet. How many of you do we have, Deb?
I fucking did it again.
I know you did. Let me kick this one from the studio so we don't have two.
Sorry. I was trying to see what the chat was going on in the chat so I could chat with people, and then I pushed another button and it just went wrong. And
hi, beautiful. How are you? Maria's the shit.
Oh, hello, Marie.
Marie, you should come visit me. I'm only like a day away from you.
Oh, only a day.
Oh,
no,
Mikey.
From Austin,
Mikey.
It's like 9 hours. Maya. Surprise, surprise. I just decided, fuck it, I'm going to stream on my channel. And
excellent.
Hi, Mikey.
Hey, Mikey.
How you doing? Good looking. How you doing? I miss you.
Yeah. It feels weird to hear that from you, Mikey, considering you're the cutest of us all. But what?
He is pretty cute for a dude.
He is pretty good looking, man. I got to agree.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like
yes,
I'm not even like being flattering. Like he's actually a very handsome guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he is a handsome guy, and he's funny and a smartass. So I appreciate at least.
Hey, yes, Mikey. If you're gonna do that, I'm gonna do this.
He said, "Hey."
I'm gonna come over here so I can be more comfortable.
Maya, we're just going to hang out and BS and maybe play some games or something. We don't know yet. So if you want to come in, Mikey, anybody wants in, just tell me. I'll shoot you a link. We're just hanging out and it's hot. I can't even do anything outside today. I put on clothes for you guys, the minimal. I did put on boxers though, so it's fine.
So that way you can stand up and get your drink if you need to.
Well, because sometimes I forget and I go to stand up. I'm like, oh, shit, I almost showed my ass literally. Ain't nobody want to see that. Except for Devin,
is my fan? Is my fan too loud? We're good?
Can't hear it.
Okay, excellent. Can't hear it. I moved into the garage.
Usually if you keep it off your mic, you're fine.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Holy Spackle wants a link, by the way.
Holy Spackle! I'll send you one, baby. Hold on.
Oh, I don't know Holy Spackle.
You don't know? You don't know Deidre? Oh my God, you'll love.
No, I don't.
Hold on. Let me,
I'm sorry. Pronouns he, she. So I call him right.
She.
Okay.
She.
Talks about all these religious crazies a lot. Loves the drama. Plays around with them.
Oh, fantastic! So she's like LF. LF does that one with Till Swan, and I'm like, I gotta say, I'm kind of falling in love with that little thing he's doing there, taking her apart piece by piece. I'm like, oh, LF, this is fun.
Okay, BRB. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I know BB wanted to come in too, but you posted it in the group chat, didn't you, Beck?
Yeah, I put it in the trivia crew chat.
Okay,
so
perfect.
Anybody in there?
BB just had
to
do something first.
Now I just got to find Holy Spackle because I haven't sent her a message in so fucking long. Maya said, "Who doesn't know Spackle? The nerve."
Me, I'm sorry. I'm new. That's my only excuse.
I found you. Here you are.
At least I'm pretty sure I don't know her. I might know her if I see her.
She sent me a message. Beep. So she was at the top. Thank you. Anybody that wants a Oh, hey Zebra. What's up, Steve? You can come in too, buddy, if you want. We're just BSing. Just let me know. And if you guys want to come in, please send me a message on Twitter so you're at the top. Because I have 200 people in my Twitter. I can't find you guys. Yeah, Maya said be prepared to be spackled.
Ooh.
Well, back when I was streaming all the time, every time a new person came on my stream, I'd add them on Twitter. So everybody that I've ever had on a stream is on my Twitter. So it's
that's
a lot of
fantastic, though.
fucking
So you've had a lot of people then.
My Twitter has a
I've
lot
only
of
done
people.
this for I've done it for 2.5
That's
years.
how
So
many?
you tell
No
me
way.
how many people.
I'm at 4,800 right now.
Holy macadamia nuts! And I was
Followers
going to
on
be
Twitter
proud of my 50.
or
Yeah.
Twitch?
Twitter.
Really? I don't even know.
Wow,
How many I have.
girl. Look at
Wow.
you.
Oh, wait, was that? Did you get a recent big boost? Was that related
Oh, yeah.
to that?
Steve.
No, like I posted that thing about Lauren Boebert and it went viral because I got 41,000 likes on that one post.
Wow.
It was my first viral post. And I was like, holy crap.
That's so awesome.
Steve, you rest. I understand. And SPM, if you want in, you know where to find me.
Mom and
So-
Dad, I believe we have met, but it was a long time ago. Like,
I think it was when she first found us. Yeah.
Yeah,
She didn't know
yeah.
anybody yet.
Really? Okay. Because I'm like, I don't know that name, but okay. In that case, it's nice to reacquaint myself with you.
yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, good shit. So what you
There's
been
a
up to?
lot of people
HS?
around here. Oh, well, I was in Maudy's hangout earlier, and we talked
I
a lot
slept
about
through the whole
psychology.
thing.
Yeah, we were talking about like psychology, you know. So,
Oh, were you?
a lot,
I'm kind
you
of
know.
glad I missed it. I would have went to sleep.
Oh, I love
Can't
that
learn
shit.
Things. Yeah, I know you do. No, actually, honestly, I do too. I find psychology really. Oh, okay, Maya. I find psychology very interesting, and what I do know about it is things I have learned just by observing people and stuff throughout my life. Like we were talking about finding people's doppelgangers yesterday. We were talking about it on Slim's stream. I went on Slim Cyborg stream.
We were
And
discussed.
the funny thing is about it is that these people that I see have the same mannerisms, same facial expressions, same hairdo. They walk this. I mean, everything.
And
it's really
walking around talking to himself.
Who the hell is that?
We just picked up the TV, Mom and Dad.
Oh,
Was
I'm
that
sorry.
Rusty?
That was me. I tried to turn it down before I got there, but
I would say mute yourself if you're walking around, but okay.
Just tell me
Sorry.
if you are afraid to mute and kick yourself. I'll get you.
yeah,
Oh.
I kind of was because if I touch
Okay,
another
fair.
button, fuck, it'd be something. So you guys got the Raiders game, aren't you lucky? Sorry.
Oh, is that what was going on?
Yeah, they're my husband and father-in-law are like diehard Raider fans. So like the second preseason comes on, it dominates my TV for weeks. That type of thing.
Well, if you guys don't know Farron, you're about to meet one of my buddies because he's coming in.
I've talked to Farron. I just have never. I don't think I've ever officially met him. We've met in the chat. That's right.
Yeah, well, Farron's in the chat all the time.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I think we've had Farron in our group up here
Oh, I
once
love you,
before.
Steve.
At least, like I think I've seen Farron once before.
No, you're
Yeah,
right.
I've
You're
seen
right.
him once.
Yeah, Farron
You're right,
came on
Sabrina.
one time with you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's kind of quiet, but he's funny when he talks.
Nice.
Yeah,
Very
he's a
nice.
good guy. Yeah, I keep meaning to, really the reason I haven't gone down there to hang out with him or anything or met him for a drink is because I keep fucking forgetting because I'm ADD. And I leave the store and I get home and I go, I forgot toilet paper. And then I use paper towels for a couple days. And I go back to the store and I get the toilet paper and I'm like, fuck, I forgot to buy paper towels because now I'm out because I used them for toilet paper. Like, that's me. That's my life. So I don't
That's
ever
funny.
intentionally forget about anybody. Kyle, hi, buddy. If you're not sweating your ass off and you want to come in, the link is in the trivia chat.
So
you're
it is
welcome to.
bloody hot everywhere, and I don't mean
It is bloody hot today.
like you're in the desert, so like that's one thing, and like I'm have friends that are like down south, and they're melting pretty much. I think.
yeah, right.
They have to put special powder in special areas, otherwise things happen.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
bet.
and
Yeah, I
like,
hate like Florida and all
Oh.
those southern fucking fuck that shit.
right.
They're
Swamp
huge,
I have
it's
multiple
hot,
reasons to
it's
hate
sticky.
Florida.
You feel like you can't breathe when you're outside when it's really hot. It's fucking horrible.
And right
It's-
now, San Diego's usually mild, but we're having tropical weather. So what's happening is
Farron,
the weather from
Yo.
Mexico is shooting up to us, which is
Farron.
really weird.
hey, do me a
Yeah,
favor,
we
buddy.
actually-
Take your mic and put it like right up here so you're not breathing on it. Thanks. Perfect.
OA and I are actually getting a break. We were like sweltering for probably what 2-3 weeks there, OA.
Yeah, you
It
guys
was like
now-
were.
over 100. It was crazy.
Yeah, and that's
every
so unusual
day.
for Oregon. Yeah, but now today it's what I think it's the highest supposed to be 82 today, which is beautiful.
Yeah, it's much better.
You have to think like this climate change thing is pretty serious. Like you look at like there was a
Shame.
forest fire in Newfoundland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Woof.
it's
In
I think
Newfoundland,
that climate
I know
change
we-
stuff.
I
Anybody
know
who
we get
didn't
forest
believe it
fires
was
in other
real,
parts of the country, but I haven't heard about them in Newfoundland before.
Hi, Sandy. How are
Neither
you?
have I.
No, I mean, I think that this wildness this year, actually, I mean, it's been happening for years, but this year really cemented it. People didn't believe in climate change. They're going to have to open up their damn eyes now because it's true. It's
Yeah.
happening. There's no
Look,
denying.
let's
There's
all
a
be honest.
wildfire in
Let's-
Scotland right now.
Let's
Yeah.
be honest. The Earth goes through cycles. And if you look at the past history of temperatures, they do this over the years. I remember being a child and being outside in the summer and it was 78, and then being a teenager and being outside in the summer and it was like 90. Same fucking area. I moved like 10 miles away. So it wasn't like it was a whole bit different area. So it just goes through it fluctuates. It goes through phases of hotter or colder or whatever. And on top of that, we have pollution.
Yes, and one thing to
So-
note, because some people use the idea of
exacerbated.
cycles. I know you're not doing this. I've heard some people use the idea of cycles to say, "Oh, there's nothing wrong going on. Like this is
Oh
Yes.
no, that's not true.
climate just changes." Well, yes, it's true. It goes up and down.
Mhm.
Problem is, our highs have been getting higher, and our
Yes.
lows have been not as low as they used to be.
Mhm.
Exactly.
So it's yes, you're getting a wave, but you're getting a wave where the average is not a straight line. That line is going up now. That averaging line is going up. But at this point, I'm still not in a bad position
Exactly,
because, like
Maya.
right now, it's just I had to convert it 77 here, 25 degrees C. So
No, the 77's not bad at all. That's fucking heaven right there. If I could
That-
stay
that's-
between 65 and 75 through all of the I got a Kyle. I have the Kyle.
Hey, what's going on?
Buddy.
Beck, if I have any mention of wanting to touch a button on my phone, would you just reach over and slap me? Because that's now the third time I've touched a button and it's booted.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll just keep bringing you back in. I don't care.
The phone is really
Jesus.
swirly in this. Yeah, they just
stop pushing your own buttons, Deb.
I know, right? Enough people push my buttons for me. I don't need to do it myself.
I guess Kyle pushed the button.
Oh, Kyle pushed the button.
It was
Damn it,
so
Kyle.
funny when Stool said today, somebody get Deb's the internet. And I'm like, it's not Deb's internet. It's Deb's knowledge that needs to be updated here, okay? He's
Yeah,
like,
that's
oh.
exactly my point, SPM. And there's a difference between Earth cycles and the temperature cycles. I mean, I've literally looked back to the 40s and seen it fluctuate. The problem is like I think Sabrina said it. It's not going cooler anymore like it used to.
Yeah.
It's fluctuating, but the downs of the heat of the summer, the downs aren't as low as they used to be, and the highs are higher, and that's fucking our climate change and our pollution and all that shit. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I know it's real. I've been alive for goddamn 51 years now. I think I've seen a little bit of temperatures fluctuate.
I mean, I've only been alive for 31, and I've seen it. I've seen the change.
Hi,
Well,
Commander. How you doing, buddy?
Commander, though I won't say that I would use my own lifespan as an objective observation, of course. When I make these statements, I make these statements having looked at the data from well before my own time.
Well, and I think that we can all like lean back on, go back to our grandparents' stories. I had one of those grandparents that were like, well, you remember the blizzard of 08 or 1922 or whatever the case may be. And, we just don't see those things anymore like we used to back then, you know. So you can lean on family's life experience, and anybody
Yeah.
who wants to can have my 52 years as well. You know, you can lean on that. Oh, wait, that makes
Yeah.
me. Never mind.
You know, because like when I was a teenager and stuff, I worked outside every year in the hayfield.
Oh yeah,
Every fucking year. And in order to protect yourself, the best thing to do is wear long sleeves and jeans. So you're hot as fuck. It was nothing compared to this. I go outside for 5 minutes. I'm hotter than I was in the hayfield for 3 or 4 hours. And
oh
that's
yeah,
the fucking
that's
truth.
true. That's
It's
true.
the truth. So I don't want to hear anybody say, "Oh, it hasn't changed." That's fucking bullshit.
It's changed. Oh, it's definitely changed.
And besides, science has proven that it has. So fuck them, anyways.
You know, it's funny that like I was never allowed to buck the bales back because my grandpa didn't think that girls needed to be doing that shit. I got to drive the tractor, and then I was expected to jump off and go help make lunch and all that stuff during hay season. But so I never knew the sweat of the you know, doing the work. But I'll tell you what, man, I sure appreciated all them men bucking them bales back in the day, because that was sweaty, nasty work. It really was. And you always walked in like feeling like you had 10 coats of hay all over you. I'm just like, oh God, gross.
See, I don't like wearing long sleeves unless it's in the wintertime. Like, it has to be cold as fuck for me to put on long sleeves. So I work in the hayfield without long sleeves on. And by the time the end of the summer, my arms were just covered in you know, nicks and cuts and pokes, and because we just didn't like to do that. Like, we didn't want to wear long. It was fucking hot out, you know. So me and my brothers all wore short sleeves and just dealt with it. And I was the stacker and they were the throwers.
Oh yes.
So every bale I touched because I had to stack the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually in 1988 I got the highest in the county.
Really?
That was a thing.
I know.
That's a bragging right. My sister Wendy had it like 6 years before me.
Oh, that's
she had
awesome.
the highest stack, and I beat her by one.
Oh, that's
Wow.
That's awesome.
One layer of 4 bales, and she was pissed.
You're like, woohoo!
But you know, when you're out in the country, you got to have some kind of competition.
Oh, come on now. You got bucking bales, you got horseshoes, you got spitting watermelon seeds. Let me think about some more. I'll come up with
We used to
something.
do
But,
that off the porch all the time, trying to beat each other. Funny thing is we never really knew how far they went because they went in the grass.
of course.
I think I beat you. No, I don't think you did.
Oh, yes, and during harvesting time of the garden, you had the pea shucking contest. See who could shuck the most peas or peel the most corn or all that. Those were considered our lady events, you know. But they were so much fun.
Shit. I did all
my
the
grandma.
outside shit.
My grandma was like, I don't give a shit who you are. If you have girly bits, you're coming in and you're doing these girly contests, and that's just the way they work.
Did it. We just all did it growing, but we didn't have food contests. My mom was a beast, man. We'd be like outside in November, you know, pulling the skin off a hog, and we got it hanging up, dripping. Oh, speaking of which,
yes,
I held the longest pig ride in the family during slaughter.
I love it.
So what we had the pig pen, right? And then where we had the part where we can let them out, we put in an L-shaped little fence. So when they come out, they're like right there. We put some corn in the corner. You put the gun through the fence, pop, right? So this one little guy, he just would not hold fucking still. He was really fucking hyper. And my mom was like, all right, guys, so we put him back in. My mom was like, okay, everybody come over here, get down low, make a body fence, because I can't stop him from running. We're like, yeah, we got you. Well, my brothers got down lower than I did, apparently. And I left a hole. And he went, oh, hole. And he went like this, boom. And I went right on his back and rode him backwards for about 15, 20 yards before I fell off. Because instinct, you know, you just grab a hold. And then finally I just said, what the fuck am I doing? I let go and I fell off. But I rode that fucker for like 50, 60 feet. Backwards. It was pretty funny.
You know, they call some people places call that a rodeo event, you know, like button busting when you little kids will get all the sheep and try to ride them. Yeah. You know, sometimes they do pigs. We used to do calves. We had to ride the calves. It was so much fun though.
Now you guys are way more country than we ever were. We didn't do that shit.
Oh, honey, I think we've
My
had
mom
this
wouldn't let us
conversation.
do that kind of stuff because she was afraid we'd hurt the animals.
Oh shit.
I mean, that is the real risk involved in that. Don't worry about the kids; it's the animals that matter.
You're saying that
Well, they-
Deb's... Yeah, Deb is a little echoey. Hold on, Deb. Let me...
Am I echoing?
Oh, that
Yes,
was
you
that
are
worse.
very, very badly. And I'm gonna
Okay,
turn you
what should
down
I
just
do?
a bit. I don't know. Why are you echoing? It sounds like you have another thing open on your phone.
What the
So
fuck
make
would I
sure
know
the
why?
last time you got kicked yourself that you got rid of that screen. So go check that. That's probably what.
By the way, I think
Okay. I just shut everything off. But it.
I don't know. Something's wrong. So I can still hear you echo.
Okay, should I leave and come back?
Back out. Come back in, please.
Okay, no problem. No
Yeah.
problem.
Thanks. Ryan, the reason we're talking about eating crayons is someone started it in the fucking chat this morning on Twitter. So
Yep.
they were talking about the yellow versus orange, which one's better,
Hold on,
how
hold
they're
on,
made
hold
of
on, hold on.
soy. Maybe we should add flavors to them and make atheist crayons so people can actually eat them while they're coloring.
So the echoing is still happening.
Oh, it's HS.
It was it me?
Yeah, kill your background stuff, honey. It's you.
It's me.
No, Deb. It's not you. It's HS.
And by the way, we were actually also discussing soy crayons and
No,
which crayons
can't be
together
her.
make best flavors.
Say something else.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Hi, Beck.
Okay, Farron, it might be you. Because I muted OA and HS, and Sabrina's muted.
Yep.
So
I
Yeah, it's
changed
you,
my
Farron.
output input. This is trippy. Like, I don't know what's happening, but yeah. I tried a virtual soundboard as you guys were having problems, but I was muted and it shouldn't have gone through.
yeah, I believe it's Farron. I'm not sure.
Maybe it's because I have my volume up so loud. Could that be affecting it?
I don't know. Turn your volume down, maybe.
I did, but I also can't use my earbuds when I'm chatting on my phone, so maybe that's the problem because I'm trying to do it without headphones or earbuds.
No, people do it all the time. That
Okay.
shouldn't be it.
I'm
Because
just
there's
trying to help.
an echo and noise cancellation, and yours is on for your mic. So
Okay.
I don't know. Farron, OA, I don't know. It's not me. That's all I know. I think. Is it me?
And
No, I don't
yes,
have
we
I don't
were
have anything else
discussing eating crayons because who was it? Paul said that he likes yellow best, and then I argued that orange was best. There it is again.
Well, it's not Farron. Farron's muted.
Well, I saw
HS, it's got to be you, baby.
I
Your
just
line
muted
now.
it, so it's not me.
Hey, HS, try going out and coming back in. Let's see if that fixes it. Maybe there's something grabbed it twice, your mic twice. Thank you. Yeah, so that's why we're talking about eating crayons. They were talking about different flavors and stuff. Benghazi, hello. How are you?
HR.
No, HR, it is not you this time, honey. It's not.
Not even
Want to come in? The link's in the trivia chat. You're not hearing it, Phil? Oh, well, we are. So,
Not right
but it
now,
was
though.
definitely
Well,
HR.
it's
It
gone now,
stopped.
so
Yeah, let me unmute Farron here.
Yeah.
Farron, unmute yourself. See if it stopped.
Testing.
Testing.
Yeah, I think it was HR. I mean, not HR. Jesus, HS. There's too many H's.
Okay, that time it wasn't my fault. I just got booted. I didn't touch anything.
It is you doing it.
It's me.
It's you and Yeah, it's you and it was HS, but yeah, it's definitely you, Deb.
Okay, well
Check.
then I'll
Why
be
can't you
out.
put in headphones?
I don't know. I mean, I have my earphones. I just don't know. It just automatically doesn't connect to them when. How do you?
Oh,
you
okay.
set-
So turn them on, and then go into your settings and go into your audio and choose that option. That's what it is.
Okay.
Once
It's
they
like
connect
there's
to
a
your
lot of
phone, you should
reverb.
just be able to choose it.
check 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're perfect, HS.
Okay.
We narrowed it down to Deb without her headphones.
Well,
I think
was
it's
playing with a
echoing in her
virtual key.
garage
Okay.
and picking it back up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was fiddling with a virtual soundboard, but at the same time I was like muted, so I was like, don't think it's me, but.
Phil, send me a message on Twitter so I could find you. Oh, never mind. You're at the top. You don't have to. I got you, buddy. Because he just sent me a message a couple days ago. So. Do 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 do. So what does everybody want to do today? Anybody have a topic they want to talk about? Anybody pissed off about anything you want to bitch? I'm open for bitching too. It's fine.
My rent is going up another $250, which is just enough to
SPM?
make me struggle. Fuck it.
SPM, can you please make that he at the beginning? I know you knew me before, but yeah. That would be a he, him, sweetheart. Anyway, so, Am I still hearing an echo? What the fuck is going on with you guys?
Yeah, there's an
I'm so
echo.
confused right now. Who the fuck's got something playing in the back? I don't understand what's going on.
I don't know. You can just throw us one by one into the back room and see what happens.
I once met a lady who, nope, still there, who had luscious lips and delicious hips. And anybody hear anything? Fair
I don't hear
you,
an
buddy.
echo. Oh, it's you. Oh no.
See, if we just, I could have finished that song if I hadn't have found it. Ox.
Double check to make sure, Farron, that it's not coming through your onboard speakers.
Okay, guys,
We
if this
think it-
doesn't work, I'm gonna bail. So just so you guys
No,
can.
you sound great. We think Farron was having an issue too. There was two of you.
Okay. I just didn't want to ruin the chat for everybody.
Oops, sorry.
Ooh, you got an LF?
Woo,
What's up, buddy?
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Is LF the teal swan buster?
He is. It's fantastic.
He is the teal swan buster.
So I
Yes.
fired a therapist when the therapist said to me, you like YouTube? You do have a YouTube channel. We talked about it. Okay. And then she says, you should check out Teal Swan. I think you'd really enjoy her. And I went, no.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, no. Don't go down the
And
rabbit
you're
hole.
fired. You're fired.
Yeah, she is serious bad news.
I
Really
agree.
is.
The therapist is fired. See ya.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that would be a.
Bye,
that would be a.
Commander. See
You
you
are.
later.
Thank you so much for letting me know. Here's your payment for today. You're done.
And-
We're done.
Yeah.
It's okay. I found a
Ox
better
is
one.
such a good guy.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, friends don't let friends follow Teal Swan.
Friends don't. Friends don't.
She's not a bad looking woman, but she's got this like kind of like spacey look that scares me. Like her eyes and stuff like
Yeah,
that. Like
it's a neurolinguistic tactic to convey information. She looks
You're
at
fine,
you
sweetheart.
as if the information she's conveying to you is dead serious, and she modulates her voice in a way that makes it sound extremely hypnotic.
I'm so hypnotized. Everything
Everything
you say
about
must be
her
truthful.
is a complete total sham.
Just talk like
Just
this
the
all the
art.
time.
I
And
totally
then
believe in the law
people
of attraction.
Will be able to feel
Oh, yeah, that too.
comfortable around you.
But I mean,
wow.
like, how the fuck does anyone take anyone serious that says with a straight face that some women were so bored that they wanted to be essayed?
Yeah.
You're
I mean, that
so
was the
bored.
Yeah, seriously, man.
that was
I
the
have
worst
never-
thing I've ever heard.
I
Yeah.
have had so
Bye.
The
many
law of
female friends in
attraction,
my
people.
life, and I have known a lot of them who have been poor and broke and can't do anything, and I've never heard any of them go, I wish someone would just assault me right now. Like, I've
Listen.
never
Listen,
Yeah.
Beck,
In my life.
you attract what you exude out into the universe.
Yeah, that
That's
shit
why I have
pisses
all
me
these
off.
amazing
It just
people around me.
advocates all sorts of toxic positivity, and people that say that kind of stuff really need to manifest more punches in their faces. If you get my drift.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we got to control ourselves, obviously. But yes, I
Well said,
understand.
LF. Well said.
Some people need a throat punch virtually. I
Yes.
get it.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a virtual throat punch.
Yep.
Speaking
Craziness,
of,
man.
Molly, go lightly.
So what?
Oh,
HR
you know, like
says-
I've been picking
Go
on
ahead.
Molly, go lightly.
Oh, okay.
I stuffed my Twitch up. There it is.
A soul contract, huh? That's-
Yeah,
Sorry,
soul
you guys.
soul contracts. That's another new age thing. The whole idea that you agree to literally everything that happens to you before you're born. So
What?
that kind of contradicts the whole concept of attracting shit with the law of attraction, does it not?
Yeah.
It's both.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ox, get a hobby.
Sorry, you guys, about the race car noise in the background. I live off a
Didn't hear
strip
it.
where like straight racers love to fucking race. It's ridiculous.
Where are the
about
gay racers?
So,
Oh!
Jinx, Jinx.
Yes! Owe me a Coke.
We have them all. We have day racers, night racers, 3 a.m. racers. They all use it. It drives me freaking nuts.
What is it, like a long road outside of town where the cops aren't?
It is a long. It's a mile, a straight mile between
Whoa.
stoplights, so they can literally get revved up and go. So
whoa, they're
Yeah.
dragging.
I love
Oh, yeah.
hate watching and debunking. So LF, if you could link your channel, I'm all about hate watching.
Definitely.
Till Swan.
Are you watching on YouTube or on Twitch?
YouTube. I'm a YouTuber more.
YouTube.
Than
I'm on Twitch, unfortunately, but I'll put my Twitch in here.
Okay. Yeah.
dude,
Yeah,
you're
I'll
gonna
have
love
to
this.
have it. There you go.
If I'm not having a heart attack from something she says, I'm dying of laughter because LF is just taking her apart at every turn. It's so much. I am totally
delicious.
enjoying it. Totally enjoying it.
I mean, like, I'm not. I try to set my stuff up to be in the way that Telltale does his stream. I mean, I don't think I'm anywhere near the debunker that Telltale is, but that's the way I set things up.
No.
It's actually become one of my favorite things when he says no, Teal Swan, and I know something's coming. He'll stop me. He's like, no, and the way he delivers his no is just like so well done. I just love it. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I embarrassing you, LF, by praising
No,
you?
not at all.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about all the horrible things that she said over the years.
You do such a
I
good
think
job.
my
You
favorite.
really do.
I think one of my other favorites is how she said that you should separate your body part out and have your body part possessed by, or have someone else be possessed by that body part, so you can talk to it, like your
What
left
the
ovary.
What?
Sure didn't really. Gee, I don't. Gee, I bet that. I guess. I mean, that totally should have helped Teal, considering she just she's had issues with her cervix, and she totally didn't have a hysterectomy. Oh, wait a minute. She did totally just have a hysterectomy.
Wow. Wow.
She had encephalitis. So much for that tactic, eh, Teal?
Oh, God. Oh, boy.
Oh my gosh.
Or maybe she just couldn't find somebody willing to be possessed by her uterus.
I think that's actually something we should tell Ben about, and Ben can put it on medical myths, whether someone can possess.
I believe
a
Ben and
body
I,
part
Ben has
talk the
proposed
cancer
we
out of
do
it.
an episode on Teal together, and I'm down for it.
That would be so great. Oh my God. Here,
Right.
my uterus
Definitely.
has cancer. Talk the cancer away.
I
Smear
am
it
the
out my
uterus. Yes,
please.
I am the uterus of Teal Swan. Watch that get taken out of context.
So one thing I have to say is I've vaguely heard the name before, but I've never dug into Teal Swan before. In this being
I
brought
do
up,
not recommend it, Sabrina.
no. Let me finish the thought, because all I was going to do was just Google search, check Wikipedia, and check a couple other things just to get an idea of who you're talking about.
Oh, it's worth looking at. Like
Yeah.
her
go to the-
influence is pretty strong. Actually, it's just fascinating.
So when I went to the Wikipedia page for Teal Swan, there's an interesting little note at the top. So I'm not sure if anybody here is as regular a Wikipedia viewer as I am. Probably quite a few people.
Oh
I've been
yeah, we've
noticing
all
lately
gone down
that-
that rabbit hole.
But on Wikipedia, in more recent years, there's always there's often notices at the top of given pages, maybe indicating if there's a concern or like some sort of like credibility issue with some of the details in the particular thing. There's a lot like they can be as banal or as serious as they can be. Notably, the notice I see here is this article may have been created or edited in return for undisclosed payments, which is a violation of Wikipedia's terms of use.
Oh,
Her followers have definitely tweaked that article. I don't trust it.
wow.
I think HR on Twitch just said her Rational Wiki page is the best to go. I recommend it personally. Mm-hmm. The only thing I don't like about the Rational Wiki article on her is that I wasn't the one who created it.
Yeah. Now, what I would probably expect now, unfortunately, this particular notice I think was it's dated as being the notice was created in June 2021, so it looks like it either hasn't been cleaned up or hasn't been cleaned up enough to justify it. But I would say if it seems like that this is becoming an issue, because I know Wikipedia maintains a list of pages that have more restrictive editing policies. Basically ones that get vandalized a lot or get screwed around a lot, and hers probably should qualify to go into that. But regardless,
I think it is actually, because like you have to have been a registered Wikipedia editor for a while before you can access it, according to some of the people on Teal Tribe.
Oh, okay, so it's already restricted, but it sounds
Yeah.
like even with that restriction, it's still not quite enough. So I hope if they do discover which fucker is fucking around with it, that they ban the particular user.
I hope so too.
I mean, it's not especially like the page here doesn't look especially positive, but it's like take this article with a grain of salt. There might be things here which are not nearly as accurate as they should be.
Yeah. So last year she actually got this award from some medical organization that's for her contributions to the medical community. And so I started digging into it, and it turns out this organization is a company that solicits random people, and if they pay a heavy enough fee, they essentially give them the award.
Oh, well, go look at that.
No.
Jesus.
LF, check the private chat because I know you know how to do it.
Like how to make somebody that, it would be this.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she. You know what?
Span of
The whole
time.
thing. I'm like I've said multiple times. I'm totally about whatever makes you feel better, and that's great. Whatever makes you go through life and have an easier way of it, or
Brackets?
makes you feel happy. That's fine. But the problem I have.
No brackets.
is when-
That's just for insert name here.
The problem I have is when
Yeah.
people charge other people money and take their
That's-
hard-earned money for this bullshit. That's the
Yeah.
problem I have. You know, if she could spread her positivity, if it truly worked and she was truly the person she's trying to portray herself to be, she would give this away free because she just wants to help people, you know?
Well, as her tribe will readily say, she has so much free content on YouTube.
Yeah, but
Of course,
if you
they're not
want
real. Of course,
anything
they're
that's
still paying
supposed
for
to
it. They
work,
just,
yeah.
yeah.
Free content on YouTube is nothing but a bait. Here, come here, watch this for 30 minutes. And you're like so sucked in by all of her tricks of the trade that you're like, oh, I'm going to go spend $50 to learn how to channel my energy so that I can up my chakras can be at full, you know, whatever it is. And I get that because I mean, like I readily admit to anybody who asks that I totally used to be into energy work and everything like that. I know that I can't do a whole lot for other people. I know I can regulate what's going on in my own body, thinking positive, staying calm, that kind of stuff. But fuck, I don't charge people. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Well, I think there is something to be said
Well,
about
it's
regulation.
worse. It's even the thing is, it's worse
But-
than that with her.
Yeah.
But so regulation and mindfulness, like
Yeah.
Sam Harris does mindfulness and being able to do like meditation where it's not like woo, but like that it's like, you know, let me focus
Restful.
on, you know, this part of my body and grounding yourself and stuff like that. it seems like they've had measured positive effects with people, especially with anxiety disorder, PTSD,
Oh, yes.
CPTSD.
It does.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. I practice mindfulness every single day because of my PTSD. You have to. And so, like I said, I don't care what it takes to make you better and happy. That's cool, but you don't extort another human being. That's where I have my problem.
Right. But it's, meditation helps the body to relax because that has been shown medically to work, and your breathing. So it's like, let's say you were in a cave and you can get help. It's best to sit down and meditate. It helps slow down your breathing, your heart rate, so that you don't consume as much oxygen, etc. But the woo-woo part of it, and then when people are charging, charging these, they say for chakras, and, but if you're going to meditation class, learn how to meditate. Of course, somebody's offering the service to train you. Yeah, you pay for that, but not this other woo-woo stuff that.
Listen, if you have a bunged up clacka, you have a chakra for that, okay? And you can get your bunged up clacka unbunged up.
With my treatment, with my special class for only $399.99.
Yes, exactly. I mean, truly, if something works, truly, like, I'm sure most of you guys know, I'm a massage therapist. I don't charge for my services anymore. I don't. And I used to make a living at it. I don't charge anymore because I do bartering. I need something, you need something, so let's barter for it, because I think that is a better way for me to put my services out there, if that makes sense. Like, I'll help you with it and I'll give you a massage, no big deal. And before anybody says anything, it's not a happy ending. Just because I used to live in Vegas doesn't mean that I go that route. It's an actual massage. And I'll barter for things, like if you do some art for me, I'll give you a massage. And that is people trying to help people, in my opinion. You don't charge money for it. You
trade of goods. Them. That's how we used to do it back in the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I think people need to live. That's a good question. So, like, I think therapists a lot of times mean well, but they also need to live, right? So,
agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah.
And social work is an underpaid job, and they do a lot of help.
Absolutely. Social work is one of the most underpaid professions that there is, in my opinion, right there with teachers, because the majority of teachers want to help and do things for their kids and advance their lives, but they don't get paid enough. My daughter's a teacher, and she doesn't want presents for Christmas and her birthday. She wants school supplies so she can supply for her kids. That says something about, the type of teacher.
And that's what teachers end up doing all the fucking time. Yeah. Look, my mom was a teacher in the 80s. That shit didn't happen.
No.
They had what they needed all the fucking time. And what has changed? Nothing. Those of us who do not have children in school still pay taxes for the schools. So where the fuck is the money?
Oh, the money's going to all the upper echelon school board bullshit. It's not going to our teachers.
That's right. That's right.
Because every year.
The Christian private schools.
Yeah.
They're trying to send it to Christian private schools. Really. They don't pay taxes. The Christian churches don't pay taxes, so the taxpayer got to pay for them. Come on. That is so wrong in so many ways.
So can I ask, where are you a teacher at?
A second, what we call the British system secondary school, is middle and high school combined.
So do you
so I teach science?
Oh, you're a science teacher. Okay. In what country? Are you here in the US, or because you said
in
secondary
Barbados.
school?
In Barbados.
Okay, so I know this sounds really silly, but no, it doesn't actually. It's a good thing. Can you drop me your email or something like that? Because we actually do charitable contributions for teachers every single year. And I would love to be able to send you paper and pen, that kind of stuff. We don't give money, we give supplies. Right. So if you drop your email or something so I can get a hold of you, I would love to do that for you.
I'm going to put it there in the private chat.
Okay. And if I don't get it,
this is why you're Mama Deb.
Well, it's what I do. It's what I do.
You try to take care of everybody, and I love it. That's why we love your heart.
Yeah.
Well, do you see how many children he's helping? How many children he is going to give the boost up to say, you know what, you can get yourself.
Because I usually purchase. I purchase paper. The
government is
supposed to supply paper. I don't wait on that. I have my own large printer. I have my own laptop that I purchase myself.
Yes.
I purchase a whole things for school. Even though the government is
So
supposed to supply, I
yeah.
do that myself. I print exercises, worksheets, everything basically for the children. Plus, what I try to do too is create PowerPoints to send for them to learn stuff and so on. Right? But
So with your
it's a large sacrifice.
Oh yeah, no, and it's coming out of your pocket. It's not like
Correct.
anybody else is helping you out. So with
No.
your email, can you send me a list of like your top, like I'd say like 10 things that you need for your classroom?
Okay.
I will be
Yeah.
happy to send things to you because I do it for my
Okay.
daughter already and a couple other teachers in Las Vegas because I firmly 100% believe in investing in our future, and investing in the future
Yes.
of humanity is going through our children. So
Yes. And initially the government there is quote unquote free education here. Of course, that's spurs, right?
Let me say,
And you have free education up to tertiary level, up to university level.
okay.
That's because it's expensive, but the government, initially when we went independent, the first prime minister, he he said the way Barbados will survive is by creating a middle class society, by educating people. So majority of his budget, or a third of the budget, was focused at providing free education where there's a loan book scheme, textbook scheme, where students do not buy textbooks. This is in the secondary, at the secondary level. As
Oh
primary
wow.
school, they have to purchase textbooks. At the secondary level, they don't, which would be middle school, high school, they don't purchase the textbooks. There's a loan book scheme. They pay a small fee for that, and they borrow the books, is a borrowing scheme. And then they're at the end of the year return the textbooks. Then they're recycled for the others.
Okay. Okay.
let me
Right?
just say something about
And
this real quick. Benghazi,
yeah.
you are incorrect, sir. They are not linked to property taxes.
What?
No,
I think there are some places that might take it out of property taxes, but
No.
everywhere I've ever lived, I have specifically paid taxes to the school district.
right.
So
Okay.
I'm not sure
Okay,
where
so
you live, buddy, but I've never seen that.
It's
happen.
not linked with
I'm
property
saying.
tax.
I'm not saying it doesn't
It's-
happen. I've never seen it.
Right. But the taxes the government collect from
Okay.
persons, income tax and so on, goes towards. We also have universal health care for our citizens, similar to Britain. So, because they also realize, again, the government at that time realized you need to have universal health care to, if you have a healthy population and you're taking care of your population, you will get better work out of them. They won't be as sick. And you have persons working that will help support the economy. And that's worked for Barbados for years. I don't know why there are some Americans who feel that universal health care it should not be given. It should be, especially for it helps even persons who can't afford to
yeah.
purchase
Phil, it's
insurance
just the
and
rich
stuff.
people that can afford it. Everybody else
Yes,
can't.
that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Right. So a lot of children, myself, I even got help because when I went to university, I wouldn't have had that large amount of money to pay to the university. So I benefited from that. I gained my
Really?
bachelor's degree from that. If you're going down to do your master's, you have to get a loan. But up to the bachelor's degree, you as a citizen, yeah, you can. And the previous government wanted to remove it, even though it was their government at the very beginning that started it. And the present government, when they got back in, they said, no, they're not doing that because then it's going to create a problem for Barbados. You're going to end up with the very filthy rich and the very poor and no middle class, then the economy is going to tank. And so that way they have kept things going so that persons who cannot afford can still gain their degree and still be able to work for decent wage.
You know,
Yeah.
I think it's an issue that like no matter the country you're in, I think we have this issue at least. And I don't know anything about any other country except for the United States because like that's where my daughter's a teacher. And I will tell you this, the money that, we send all the money, we pay money for the schools, all that stuff. But do you know that in Las Vegas, Nevada, okay, a first year teacher is paid so little that they qualify for welfare? I have a
Whoa.
huge
Wow.
fucking problem with that.
Whoa.
I have a huge problem with that.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know.
actually in a lot of
Whoa.
random states.
And they have
and
a
I-
student
States
loan,
like
right?
West Virginia
They
and
did.
stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm
And
afraid
that's
to ask
not-
what it's like in the South.
And I think it was Speckle that said, I'm sorry if I'm getting the wrong name, but she just brought it up. And their student loans. I mean, come on, they have to pay their student loans back. My daughter is very blessed. She's a very intelligent woman. She just completed her second master's degree. And the reason she didn't go for a PhD because it's too effing expensive per credit to get your
Wow.
PhD. So she now has
Wow.
2 master's degree in education. What the heck? That they
Yeah.
can't help her out. They don't give her any breaks. She's worked for a Title I school for the last
Yeah.
6 years. She has to work for them 4 more years before she gets any type
Whoa.
of break in her student loan.
Whoa.
Yeah.
It's
A
unreal
lot
to
of
me.
folks
Well-
that are PhD
well, Benga-
holders are not very wealthy folks either. Like they
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, they're not because I have a friend who is a lecturer at Calgary University. He's an atheist.
Exactly.
And
Maya,
and
exactly.
he right, and he does not. He tell you that they're not really paid that much. His specialty is in energy consultancy and so on. So he consults with the government here. So at least he gets a little side money from here, the government for consulting for the energy sector. But he said they're not really paid that much. And I've heard of scientists saying that a lot of scientists are not really paid that much money, unless probably they're working for pharmaceutical. But normally in the area of research, no, it's not that
Yeah.
great.
And I think that you
Yeah,
just hit a
so-
key point. It depends on who you work for. Because
Yes.
like I said, my daughter, she's been a teacher for 6 or 7 years now. And to say that like everybody's all on board with, at first it was No Child Left Behind, and then it was this. And
Mhm.
the whole basis of, I don't care where you come from, I don't care what your beliefs are. Children are the future of what we are. They absolutely are. And
Yes.
to gyp them on an education because they can't pay their teachers enough, and their teachers are leaving the industry because
The
they
industry,
can't
because-
make a living,
Mhm.
is wrong. Because we
It's wrong,
can't have
yeah.
a good future if we don't educate our children.
Honestly,
is so
though,
true.
like I'm in a blue state, California, and teachers are underpaid here too. So like,
Oh, yeah.
maybe the dollar per hour is raised, but our cost of living so fucking sky high that they're in the same position. They're
Yes.
Yeah.
still struggling.
It's everywhere. It's
Uh,
every
yeah,
state.
the cost of living here is way higher than y'all. Multiply it by 5.
Hey, LF, clarify that. What do you mean,
What now?
considering the kind of place West Virginia is?
Well, West Virginia, let me put it this way. You heard what happened with Telltale, right?
Oh, you mean when
No.
attacked him or?
Yeah, so he
yeah.
used to live in West Virginia, and
Oh,
then
yes.
he
Yeah.
had his kid was going to a health class, and his health teacher was just essentially preaching about
Preaching.
Jesus and God and saying
Oh,
how
no.
LGBTQ
Yep.
people are bad, and his kid reported it and then reported it her, and she got away scot-free, and half the town pretty much lost their shit at Telltale and his daughter, and
Yep.
they ended up driving him
Where
out
did
of
they-
the
where
out of
did he
the
live?
out of
He
the
had
town.
he had to move.
I
Yeah,
believe
You
it
have
was
to
a
move from
town.
Virginia?
Yeah. I believe it was a town called Milton, West Virginia.
That's
Wow.
fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
'cause
ended up
it
having
was,
to.
it was a tiny town. Yeah, they're all like
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Kentucky's the
doesn't make
same,
it right,
Tennessee's
whether
the
they're like that or
same.
not.
Keep going across that strip all the way across. It's all like that. It's all
But-
Yeah.
Bible Belt shit.
But
But
listen,
again,
the-
it
the-
doesn't.
now-
just because
apparently,
they're
now-
all
I
like
asked a
that-
couple of people,
But
and apparently
now-
it made statewide news as well. What happened?
Let
Wow.
me tell you though,
yeah.
if you're in the bigger cities in West Virginia, I'm not going to say they're diverse, but they are more diverse and they are
They're
more
more-
accepting. West Virginia
Yeah.
is just like Kentucky and Tennessee and all that shit. They
Wow.
are like old
And
school, redneck, hillbilly,
Mm.
hilljack. They have no fucking education.
Oh my
And
gosh.
part of it is because the schools suck and the teachers
Mhm.
don't get paid, so they don't have enough
Yeah.
fucking teachers.
Wow.
That's
That,
really
you know
what
what?
it is.
I have a huge problem with Telltale's situation and the fact that, and I know
I'll be
this
right
is
back.
going to make me sound like I'm like out of touch, but I like truly believe in our Constitution. So, and I totally believe in the laws that we've set forth. So that teacher should have been fired because there's a separation between church and state, and schools,
Yeah,
public schools are
Of
federally
course.
funded or state funded.
yeah,
Therefore,
Oh, she
she
definitely could
cannot
have,
talk
but
like that. I
but Deb, you're
that.
forgetting
but
something. It's
yeah,
fucking West Virginia.
You're right. I
Yeah,
am, but
it's the
yeah,
state.
and
You know.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know I'm being idealistic, but that is actually a hill that I'm willing to stand and die on, because
Yeah.
I don't believe that if you honestly look at the way this country was founded and you take it in all true contents, a lot of the fucking problems we have would go the fuck away, because people would have to tolerate each other and give people space to
yes.
be who they are and love each other. That is truly what I think. But again,
Yeah, but I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
as
I'm
long,
preaching.
but the
Sorry.
problem
I'm
That's
preaching.
is,
okay.
as
That's
long as
okay.
we have
No,
people like Lauren Boebert and massively tepid
Yes.
garbage in charge,
Yes.
that's never going to happen.
Agreed.
yeah,
Agreed.
and if SCOTUS is allowing the degrading and removing the that separation, that line between church and state, which they did with the football guy coach, that issue, you know, they will do the same thing here. They will find something around it, and that is what is happening, because there's a lot of Christian privilege. There's a lot of
Oh yeah.
Christian
Oh,
privilege allowed
definitely.
Yes.
by
Yes. Yes.
politicians,
Yes. Yes.
even though, and I know the rhetoric. I follow what goes on in the United States. I have a brother that lives in the United States, and I follow what goes on there. And I am really concerned because here there is Christian privilege here in Barbados. In the schools,
Mm.
there is the government panders to Christianity. In the schools, they have Christian prayers
Yeah.
for assemblies in public school. They have proselytization, bringing gospel prayers, gospel bands to proselytize. They have reading from the Bible devotions,
So good.
and it's prayers. And a lot of the teachers here are Christian. So they take it as privilege. Even though the government is supposed to be secular, they pander to Christianity. Evangelicals kept noise because we still have on our law books laws against LGBTQ.
Oh wow.
And I mean, the government don't enforce it, but when Trinidad started to remove them, and when Trinidad did that, evangelicals over here kept noise. Evangelicals here kept noise, telling government, no, don't remove that off the law books. Then they don't want, we just turned republic in November last year on our Independence Day. They're talking about constitution. Then they had it was something before the constitution. They don't want God remove off the books, even though the Humanist Barbados, which I'm a member of, we said you need to remove God off the law books because this is a pluralistic society. It don't matter that the country claims to be 70% Christian. You have people here who are not Christian, who belong to other religious groups and non-religious. So you need to remove God from off the constitution. The thing kept noise. They decided, one of the Anglican priests on the committee, he said, they said, okay, they can change it to their creator. But that's creator, anyway, people still kept noise. The evangelicals still kept noise. So we are going through constitutional change, but the Humanist Barbados is trying to push for the government not to have these laws, these things in the constitution, but the constitution to be written for everyone, because we're supposed to be a secular state. But as I said, government always panders to the Christians here. And it's, I guess, political too, because they want to be voted in. And some of the Christians I know in the past, I grew up in a household that's fundamentalist. Their thing is, oh, if this person is against, let's say I have been prayer in schools, oh, they're a good candidate, so we are voting for them. Even though the person have very good ideas that will move the country forward. So a lot of the politicians pander to the Christians. And I see that's what's happening there now in the United States is going on. But I know some of the Christians don't agree because some of the Christians there believe in separation of church and state.
You know, it's funny because like Christians will push for we want prayer back in school, right? And you know, being who I am, I always take the side of this. Okay, if you want prayer back in school, then fine. But then you have to make it prayer for the Muslims, the
Yes,
Hindus,
Hindus.
everyone. And you need to give the atheists you want 10 minutes
Yeah.
to pray, then the atheist kids can go do whatever the fuck they want. Okay? You have to be fair all the way around.
Oh no,
Yeah.
we
And
have to
that's
pray
what
to Satan during those 10 minutes. But anyway,
Yeah,
What
yeah.
was
Or
it you said,
even that.
Sabrina?
I said we have to
Pray
pray
to
to Satan
Satan.
during those 10 minutes.
Yeah, correct, Sabrina.
But
Correct.
that's the whole thing is that when you have a Christian like set forth like a set of things you want to have accomplished, they don't want that accomplished if it accommodates anyone other than Christians. And that's the
Christian,
problem
yeah.
that I have. Because
That is it.
yeah, because if you want to say Merry Christmas, then you can say Merry Christmas, but you better be able to say Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and
Correct.
Happy everything else. And that's the thing that I think that drives me the absolute baddie about most Christians is that they think that they're the only ones.
Only,
They think
yeah.
that their thoughts are the only thoughts that could be valid.
And that
you know,
goes
there's
right back to white fucking privilege bullshit.
it
Yeah.
does. It does. And this is a big, bad fucking world. And we have a lot of people in here and we have to respect each other.
Yes,
and
we
I
respect each
absolutely
other.
believe the Christian faith does not
No.
advocate for us respecting other people.
I can tell you what, because, and I see that, because as I told you before, I was a fundamentalist, and I know how it goes. And I know
Yeah.
because of the way that the Bible teaches, oh, this is right, and righteousness exalts a nation. And if my people will humble themselves and pray, and blah, 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 that's why you always heard it in church. Right? And I know that they have a problem accommodating because they see everybody else basically as the devil, being run by the devil and his minions. That's their brain thinking. So they are not about accommodating. Maybe
No,
you
not
have
at
the
all.
progressive Christians, yes, but the fundamental evangelicals, there's even some evangelical Anglicans that think similar to the
Evangelical
evangelicals.
what?
Evangelical Anglicans, Episcopalians.
Anglicans.
Yeah.
LF.
Well, Anglicans aren't evangelical; they're high church,
No,
so
they
they would be closer to
I understand
Catholicism.
There
Yes,
are
but
some
there are some
evangelicals
that
who
are
sorry, they're
like evangelicals.
sorry. Yeah,
That's why I'm
there are some
saying.
Anglicans which actually would be as individuals or as like
Yes.
subgroups, they are evangelical. But like
Evangelical in their
yes,
thinking.
generally Anglicans are not evangelical. That is
They're right. They're not generally
Anglicans
not, but
are
there are
sometimes
some that
conservative and sometimes not conservative, right? So in the U.S., there's a lot of Anglicans that are not conservative,
right.
And in Europe there are, but then you'll see that oftentimes they will demand they will say I am high church, and almost always that's code for I'm conservative.
Yeah, but I as I told you, I work with evangelicals, I work with Anglicans, and I know how the poor thing they're still. When I suffered basically a heart attack, 2 heart attacks in February.
Oh, wow.
I think I got the usual thoughts and prayers, and I mean a lot of things have worked out really well for me, and I am going to do a show on that. Good things that still happen to people who have deconverted. As you know, Christians love to use the anecdotes, these things as anecdotes to say their God is real. And they know that I am atheist. I told some of them, you know what you just did there was very condescending. There was one who told me, "Oh, I know you don't believe, but I will be praying for you." Blah 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 blah. I said, "Jeez."
You know what I tell them? Hey, look, if you want to pray for me, if you want to pray, if you want to,
I sent atheist experience link to them. I said, no, the way you're feeling right now, that's the way you feel when you told me what you did. I said, you do not do that to people who do not believe, who do not hold your.
But hold on, Phil. Hold on. I think you're kind of seeing it negative, although I see you as a positive guy. But some people actually think they're helping, and that's their way of helping.
Yeah.
So if they want to pray for me, all I say to them is, I'm not a believer, but if you want to do that and you think it'll do some good, go right ahead.
Because
that's all I say. Because just like us not saying it to them, they could take that as, well, you're being an asshole because you're not saying God bless you or whatever. So really, it's about perspective. So the people that are assholes about it, fuck them. The people that just say it out of kindness of their heart,
kindness, right?
I'm okay with it. If that makes them feel better, if that's what they think they can do to help, you know,
so
then that's great. But I don't go to a Christian.
If you have explained to them and told them, this is not a good thing to do before, and they come back and do it, you know they're being an asshole.
Oh,
right?
well, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's
And
definitely
that
plenty
person
of people
did
that'll do
that.
that.
And that person did that.
I'm not
Because
insulted if someone does something on behalf that isn't my religion. I think, like, for instance, if a pagan does something or a Muslim does something, I'm not going to be insulted by it. It's not my belief system, but
the thing is what she said.
What they
She
believe,
said, I know you do not believe, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And that's where, when she started with that, I knew it was coming condescending.
It is a bit different when they specifically lampshade or specifically address is like, I know you don't believe this, but I'm going to pray for you.
Yes.
Even like, I wouldn't be surprised if there are some people who even in saying that are not trying to be nasty, but it definitely comes off as kind of a passive aggressive.
I said,
I in fact had that happen today. I had that happen today, where one of my colleagues has cancer, and so she's been away from the store for a while. I remember one of my patients came in and was asking about her, and notably, one of the things she said is like, "Oh, and just let her know that, like, I know I'll be like thoughts and prayers. Like, I know she's not very religious or whatever." And I realized like this person was being nice. I'm just like, you could just say you're thinking about her then in that case.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, like if a religious person doesn't pray for you, isn't that also kind of hypocritical? If that's what they believe, the hotline. And I've met a lot of atheists that do pray. I've met so many atheists that actually pray as a last ditch effort if there's a God out there. And I'm not saying like it's a gotcha or aha or anything like that. I'm saying that if there was a creator in the universe and if you could petition him, would it be bad? I
agree, and I'll let you finish though. But, okay, if you're sorry, I must have interrupted him. I agree, but they're taking one additional action that is not necessary. That action is vocalizing it.
That's true.
Absolutely. It's there's not an issue whatsoever with the religious person choosing to pray for someone or whatever.
I don't have a problem with that.
That's great. As you say, if somebody wasn't doing that, that'd be a bit hypocritical. But there's no need to tell them. There's no need to tell a person I'm praying for you.
For you.
In fact, I would even argue that that's poor taste between Christians.
Well, it might be unbiblical in the sense that they're
Yeah.
supposed to go to their prayer closet, right? Like it's not supposed to be a big scene. Like
big
it speaks
scene, yeah.
against making a big scene and look how holy I am.
But you know the reason why I know why a lot of them do it, because as I told you before, I was a fundamentalist Christian, and if you don't believe and if you're not a Christian, they tell you they believe that if they tell you I'm praying for you and something happens, something good happens, That is the prayers, and that will bring you to Christ. It is a form of proselytizing. And especially if you told them you are atheist and you don't accept that, kindly told them that, and they come back and tell you that they are doing that as a proselytization. So I take it
That's why I
case
was
by
laughing.
case, right? Another person came and said something about bless. I don't think they know that I'm an atheist, but I said kindly to them. I said I do not believe in that blessing thing because it is a form of favoritism. What about those who are going through the same thing I'm going through and did not make it or are really suffering? And the person said, "Oh, they understand, and they won't do it again." To me, right? So it depends on the kind of rapport I have with the person, and if I have already spoken with you and you're supposed to be my friend, and I told you these things before, when you come with that, it is in that context. To me, it's condescending.
Maybe I can challenge you a little bit, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm a I guess I would say I'm a deist now, but
Mhm.
I used to work in church for quite a bit, and I've been a progressive Christian.
Yeah.
But I'd say that there are folks that sometimes want to have they're taking some sort of action and understand that they're taking this. I guess what I'm trying to say is, for instance, somebody I know whose parents were murdered just recently, and he posts that his parents are murdered, but I know that he's an atheist. And I can't say anything like thoughts and prayers. I can't do anything. I can't make him back. I can go, man, I'm really sorry if you need to talk. That's all I can really do. That's
Mhm.
there. But like, what, like for a theist, they might want to pray. And so is it that they shouldn't vocalize it? Because a lot of times what we do is we see somebody that goes through trauma and we're like, there literally isn't much to do except for maybe like, can I bring your family food or some flowers or something? But there's not much we can do with our hands, right? I can give you an ear, but like, like, I
And sometimes giving an ear helps a lot because I have a number of friends in the atheist community and some very, very close ones that are brothers and sisters. And talking with them and so on has helped a lot. I have had Christian friends who have not given me thoughts and prayers. They have always checking, making sure that I'm okay, etc.
yeah. So
Yeah.
like take action, not necessarily be like, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, right. So as I said, case by case, I look. I said, but if I have to think, I will talk with them in a pleasant way. But that person had me very, because they did it before, and I explained to them it's not a good thing to practice doing that because it comes over as being condescending. Even though I understand where you're coming from, it can appear as being condescending. So just think about what you're doing,
Yeah.
right?
Another thing I might add, I was the one who actually said the idea of like maybe it shouldn't be vocalized. I'll backtrack on that a little bit and say
Mhm.
uh, maybe there's nothing necessarily wrong with vocalizing, but like one thing I've encountered in some cases, I mean, I've encountered this even between Christians. So like I'm an ex-Christian myself.
Right.
Uh, that it's not a I'm going to pray for you, but it's can I pray for you?
Mhm.
Asking for permission. And in the case of
Right.
Christian to Christian, usually the answer is going to be yes anyway.
Yes. Right.
Usually, but
Mhm.
that asking for permission,
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it has to be done, but in the context of praying for someone that either you're not sure or
You're right.
you know is not a Christian, that sort of trying to respect almost their consent to
Yep.
have
And
a
there are
spiritual thing
boundaries.
done upon them would
Mm-hmm.
demonstrate you're not doing it as necessarily a
Exactly.
proselytization thing.
Correct.
It's just more, this is a thing you know is good to do, at least from your belief system, and you'd like to do
Mm-hmm.
this for them, but you understand they don't believe it. So you ask, is it okay if I do this thing?
Right.
And at least I mean, of course, it depends on the attitude you approach it in, but like in the context that I've heard that question, it's always been very respectful, and I've never been bothered by that.
Part of the purpose of asking that question is to figure out like what the person's needs are. So that's kind of a built-in question. So Christians don't require permission to pray. They're going to pray about whatever. But they might be like, can I pray for you? And that person might come back and go, yeah, I'm feeling X, Y, and Z right now. Or I'm going through this. Or I'm really worried about this. Or, you know, I just lost my job, you know, or something. And then you have a detail of like, and then you can follow up with them. You can pray and follow up and be like, yeah, so, you know, how are you doing? So it kind of goes back to the how are you doing thing necessarily.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying on both ends. Like I understand the condescension of can I pray for you, or not can I pray for you? The condescension of I'm praying for you. I understand that because, you know why I understand it? I'm in California, right, where we're just smug. But but when like if you have any Southern friends, you'll see that they can use it in very condescending ways, like, oh, I'll pray for you. And you're like, whoa, you're using it as an insult. Whoa.
But that's more of a
That's
Southern
the
thing.
context.
The Southern women love to do shit. Oh, bless your heart.
Yes.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
love to do that shit.
Bless her heart.
But it's
And
true
that just
that
means you're a
Actually, I
fucking
think,
dumbass
hold on,
and you're not going
once-
to make it. And I'm hoping Christ
You know what,
helps you
Overton?
because you fucked.
but it's
Yeah, that's
obvious
the thing.
then that some people do know it's condescending sometimes.
That's what I'm saying, that even the Southern, you'll find here, as I said, is very religious. So you'll find some people like the Southerners similar in that way of thinking, right? Similar in that way of thinking. And their thing is generally the evangelicals. And in the evangelical church, atheists are fools. No, because person says there is no God is a fool.
G-Man's favorite verse in the Bible.
Yeah, G-Man. Some behave like G-Man, right? But they that is their way of thinking about atheist agnostics, right? That is their way of thinking. So usually, if that's why I said depend on the context, depending on whether or not you know the person and how they generally behave. You know better, sometimes for the most part, you know that they're being condescending or if they're just being concerned.
Johnson
Because
has a
that's the
point.
thing.
How
What's that?
often is the offer of prayer performative? How many people actually follow through? There's a lot of that. There's a lot of I will pray for you, and then they forget. As soon as they leave, they forget.
I would prefer
Well, it
them
doesn't
to
matter to
listen
me
in
one
and
way or
then-
the other. So
I mean,
They
that
could do
even
it or
happened with
not.
Jesus' own disciples in the Gethsemane. He's like, stay up and pray for me. And they're like, sure, Jesus. and then he
Yeah,
goes
and
and
then they-
weeps and he's bleeding
and
blood
they're
and comes
sleeping.
back and they're all sleeping.
SPM pagans are always welcome here. So you will never be discounted in our group.
Jesus is the
I find that a
Yeah.
lot of folks actually favor pagans in the atheist communities.
There is some in certain segments of it. There can be some friction. I know at least the groups that I hang with are pretty like positive towards pagans. Like I know I spend I haven't been doing it lately because I've been hanging with everyone here mostly. But I used to spend a lot of time in the atheist community of Discord. And I know we have like a lot of regular suspects, kind of pagans who hang around and are pretty well. From what I
My
understand,
problem
pretty
with
welcome.
pagans isn't anything to do with like their beliefs or anything like that. It's sort of there's this tension because I was from the great debate community, going back and forth, religion, God or no God, back and forth, and pagans sort of danced around in the middle going, my God's not like your God, so I don't have to prove him. I don't have to make arguments. Woo! And I'm just like, no. If I have to make an argument about the Abrahamic gods, so do you. If it's Thor or Odin or whatever,
Yeah.
So there was that, but other than that, a lot of pagans are awesome. So
I mean, I will say this about the non-Abrahamic gods is that for the most part, most people they're not perfect, and most of the fault of their worshippers back in the time were willingly open to admit that they were just really, really fucking powerful, but they were definitely not perfect. They were assholes.
Yeah.
So
I would argue
so
they
that
were
gives
worse than
me-
people. Like,
Oh yeah,
Ooh, I
definitely.
like this.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. I like this. Farron said, and God already knows you want the person to recover ASAP. So what does praying do other than letting your God know you don't trust its best judgment? Ouch.
I got,
Well, it's
I got,
well,
I got a
sir.
quote for
That's a
you
good
for that.
point.
I
mean, it's simple,
This is what I
really.
used to say. I used to quote Kierkegaard and say that praying actually doesn't change the mind of God. Praying changes you.
Yeah, I mean, all prayer is basically kissing God's ass. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's because if you beg God for stuff, it's up to Him to give it to you or not. And if He doesn't want to give it to you, then there's no way in hell you're getting it.
I would say there's a lot of theists that do pray to get something, a transactional God, and I mean that includes paganism, transactional God, right? You know, give me something, bless me.
I mean,
you know.
I mean that would make sense if you're
there-
praying to an omniscient, to a God that isn't omniscient. But yeah,
but there are people who pray because they want to align themselves with will or purpose, and that's a different motivation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
But
true.
some of the persons that do pray for stuff still believe that their God is omniscient. And but then if God, let's say, is all knowing, He already knows what He's going to give. The argument is, why then will the person pray, even though Jesus said, if you pray, blah blah blah, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, once you ask, faith believing, you will receive, blah blah blah. So a lot of people do pray, believing in faith, but don't receive. But yet they believe that, well, God is saying no. But yet they hold that God is all knowing. Then He knows ahead already what is going to happen. And it's going to happen. And if you claim that it's going to happen according to His will, He already knows that.
The problem with omniscience.
The
The problem with omniscience is culpability. So if you believe in a God that's interacting with the world, a theistic God, a monotheistic God, and it's omniscient and knows everything that's going to happen beforehand, it's created everything, it's the sustainer of all things, then it's also culpable for evil. It's also culpable. And so I got a Calvinist, and it's going to sound pretty evil of me. I got a Calvinist who believes that God, you know, ordains everything and sets everything in motion. I got a Calvinist to say audibly, so does God ordain abortion? Yes, God ordains abortion. Okay, here we go. God ordains abortion.
Yes, mind you, you got a Calvinist to say that. That's not very unusual.
Yeah.
Calvinists are a very unique breed of Christians.
Why are we against
and I love that they exist.
Why are we
They're
against
very
it?
different from others.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Calvinism is kind of the whole foundation of what the current moral majority Christian bullshit we have now.
Well,
they just don't want to talk about the whole predetermination shit.
There's a lot of Arminians. There's a lot of Arminians. In fact, it's more popular to be Arminian. But I think
Arminian.
Arminian is those who believe that you can lose your salvation.
Oh, okay.
You're getting him Arminian.
You choose God. God doesn't choose you.
It's like that.
Okay. Are we like? Because that's yeah. Oh, okay. I keep hearing Armenian, and I think like people from Armenia.
Right, well, a Calvinist will look at you and go, "Well, you're an atheist, and if you die an atheist, that means God created you as an object of wrath, and you were doomed from the womb to begin with." Have a nice day.
But mind you, some of them will say, if you were a Christian and you are now an atheist, some will say, "Oh,
you never were."
Some will say you never were. Some will say, "Oh, you have not lost your salvation. You're going to
once saved, always saved."
Because once saved, always saved. Some it varies among them. It varies among them.
I've gotten both flavors of this in my context. So, my mom. My mom does not deny that I was a true Christian. Thankfully, I say thankfully because, like, obviously we've got the other side of things, and I think that's far more disrespectful. But she does hold the belief that, like, I can't remember the idiom she used. Basically, like like members of the flock are temporarily lost will always find their way back before the end. So basically, the idea that I will come back to
Yeah.
God before I die.
Mhm.
Because I was obviously genuine before, so must come back. Obviously, if I don't, then that's like if I were to die
Yeah.
tomorrow and like basically my mom were to outlive me and I didn't come back, then that would be of significant. That would I would not be surprised. Mind you, it wouldn't be wrong to be surprised about it, but like objective observer, I wouldn't be surprised if that shook my mom's faith because that would be very much go against. She knows, correctly so, that I was a true believer before, and she believes, based on what what she believes of her Bible tells her, that I should find my way back to God, at least before I end up having to meet my Maker, so to speak, and that's. To my knowledge, not going to happen.
Funny thing, my brother, and the way he reads the Bible, he says that everybody can go to heaven. Doesn't matter if you're
he's the
this whole time or
universalist.
not, and all you have to do is on the day is say, "I want to go." That's it. There's no
repent for your
asking God
sins.
for forgiveness. There's no repenting for your. There are no sins because the way he reads it, this is a big lesson for us to become better people, more empathetic, more considerate, more blah blah blah. So now that makes more sense to me than throw all these people down here, let them fuck up, and then punish them for it. That doesn't make a fucking bit of sense. Now what my brother says makes sense because why wouldn't if God is all loving?
Yeah.
Hold on. That's what they say. I have an all loving God. If God is all loving, if he exists and he's all loving, then he loves all of us despite any of it. Any parent here knows, despite what your child does, at the end of the day, you love them.
Absolutely.
So why would it be any different?
That's what I always said. It doesn't make any sense.
So what the Christians say, don't exactly. That's why my brother's telling them, he tries to tell them, you're reading it wrong. And they're not listening because they're reading it the same way every minister and pastor and priest and blah, blah, blah before them has said the same shit. And they just fucking repeat it. That's all they're doing is repeating the same. Oh,
why would you have a child?
I'm so glad you're coming in. I'm not trying to speak for you. I suck at it.
If you had a child, right? Like, and I don't have a kid, so I have to put my imagination hat on. If you had a child and you know that you're going to love and bond with this little person, and you know, let's say you have omniscience or something, and you know that this child's going to suffer for their entire life of some horrible, painful, agonizing disease. Like, would you decide to go through and have a child? Like, if you knew that would be the result?
If that's what's meant to happen to teach the people around that person who's going to die or that person themselves lessons. That's the point. That's the point.
Well, I think the point I was working at was eternal conscious torment. That's the point I was working towards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Richard,
I mean, that's a really good question. That's a really good question.
Peace and respect, everyone.
Hi, brother.
Peace and respect.
I'm sitting here thinking, as a parent, do I continue on with that? But I couldn't. I could not, because I love my children unconditionally, and if there was anything I could do as a parent to alleviate any slight amount of suffering, I would do it without question, without thought. I would just I would step in front of a.
But how many times when you were raising your children, you punished them and it hurt you to do it?
Yeah, but I think we're talking about two different things.
Us, she would cry after she spanked us when we were little.
I'm thinking in the eternal lens, not necessarily in the consequential.
We're talking about different things right now, so let's.
Okay. Anyways, let's let my brother talk because he just got here and we haven't let him talk yet.
What am I supposed to say again?
I don't know. Whatever the hell you want about the subject.
Once saved, always saved.
So
I'm not a universalist, actually. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mom and Dad.
Can I build on what she just said there? I'm sorry. I just had a really recent thing. Once saved, always saved, right? Is what you just said. Because I just had a recent family tragedy that totally resonates with unfortunately. My 18-year-old nephew took his life 3 days ago, and people are telling his parents, it's too bad that your son's going to hell, because that's what
Oh,
Yeah.
they
that's
believe. They
horrific.
believe by taking,
Yeah.
that's horrific, right? And I told my adopted sister, I said, you know what? There's no place, if what you believe, and I believe in comfort. So like I was telling my adoptive sister, I said, you know what? If you believe that God has your child, then God has your child. Because I don't care what it takes from me to bring her comfort in the fact that her 18-year-old son just took his life. Because
Yeah.
for somebody to say he's going to hell because he took his life is fucking asinine. The child
Can I
was,
Yeah.
address this
yeah,
real quick? Can
yeah,
I address
please,
this real
please,
quick? Just in case you're talking to a Christian, right?
yeah,
There's a lot of Christians that believe that mental capacity and mental health come to play when decisions like that are made,
yeah,
and that accountability changes
yeah.
based on that, right? So for
Agreed.
instance, if you have a child that is cognitively 7, God would
Yeah,
take that into
yeah,
consideration.
yeah,
If you are horribly depressed
yeah,
and going through a mental breakdown or something like that, God will take that in consideration. So there's a
yeah.
lot of theology, including the Catholic Church now, that is taking that into consideration. It used to be the
Really?
Catholic Church used to
Yeah,
say that was a one-way ticket to hell. They're
absolutely.
starting to go backwards on that, and it's going to be
Interesting.
interesting to see if they'll go all the way backwards on that, because a
And
lot of times the Pope has kind of backpedaled on that, going, well,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
that's actually a point I wanted to bring up, is because my nephew did suffer from mental health issues, and was
Mm-hmm.
horribly depressed and didn't know what was going to happen
Wow.
to him in life. And this was the better option for him. And as much
Mm-hmm.
as it pains me, that he's gone, I honestly, in my heart of hearts, feel like at least there's that pain is gone. That pain he felt his entire 18 years is gone. And why couldn't you
Mm-hmm.
be sympathetic to his parents? You know what I'm saying? Like, why can't we
Yeah.
reach out? As I'm an atheist, but I reached out to my sister and said, God, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, honey. What can I do to help you? Is there anything I can do? I'll be a blocker for you. I'll take all these people who are being awful on the internet and I'll tell them all to go to
Mm-hmm.
fucking hell, you know? And that is my role.
Mm-hmm.
But it's something that she said, where once saved always saved. Well, he was baptized, so why aren't these people who are being evil and nasty to my sister taking that into consideration? He
right.
was baptized, he went to church every Sunday. He just could not conquer the demons that
Just
were there for him.
just through the evangelical lens, without like my lens, like let's just say for the evangelical lens, once saved always saved. Like how about this? Have them ask themselves this, if someone comes to you and has that or something, rebut with them and go, when you're sleeping, do you hold absolute faith in Jesus Christ? If you have a head
Mm,
injury and you're in a coma, do you have absolute faith in Christ? And
oh,
you could just
sis,
go down the checklist,
thank you, thank
and
you.
the answer is no.
Yeah,
Nobody can at all times.
you
Right.
absolutely just armed
But
me against a
yeah.
lot of people that are coming at my sister, because I won't let them matter. So that, because that's kind of my job. But thank you so much, because that actually helped me a lot there.
Okay,
But
Phil,
do
you
you
add
know that?
on. Phil, you
Yeah.
add on, and then we're gonna let my brother talk
Right.
because he's been very
Um.
patient. So
Right. So under the Armenian system, once you commit suicide, you're gonna have.
Not
That's the
necessarily.
Armenian thinking.
No.
Yeah, I
Armenian,
grew up.
I grew up
I
Armenian
grew up in an
too. Not
Armenian,
always.
and the church will tell you once you the very fundamentalist Armenians will tell you that once you have taken your life, you have committed sin against God, you are going to hell because you can lose your salvation.
But
And I used to
Armenian is
ask,
just a blanket about soritology. It's not necessarily like it's not like, okay, so like within the Armenian blank umbrella, there are several different sections of it, and within the Calvinist umbrella, there's different sections of it, and
sections, yeah.
within the Catholic, there's less sections because the Vatican dictates everything. You'll just see some more charismatic behavior versus not, and
Mhm.
I acknowledge what the Pope says, but I do what I want. You'll see that, but within the Armenian category, you'll see that there's some differences on the suicide stance. I don't think it's actually
Mm.
blanket like you're saying, because
I,
Methodists,
I,
for
I am
instance, are
just saying
largely
that.
Arminian and not Calvinist, and
Right.
they're very kind to people that are suicidal.
Yeah, but I am giving my experience from my church, right?
Gotcha.
So this is what they will say using the Armenian thinking. because you can lose your salvation if you commit any sin. You will go directly to hell, even if it is suicide. And they will they will tell you, because I used to ask the question. I said, if you commit a sin now, you are a Christian, you commit a sin now, because they used to say, oh, you always have to be ready. You always have to be ready. Make sure that every time you pray, you ask God to forgive you of some sin that you don't know of, etc. Otherwise, when Jesus come back, you get left behind. That's the thinking in the Wesleyan Holiness Church, right? Even though they are Wesleyan Methodists, but they are the more extreme. And they said, and so I used to ask that question because that was part of my deconstruction. I asked, but wait, you're saying that if a Christian sins now at this point in time, Jesus came back the same time, that person is lost forever. I said, but that's not a surety of salvation then, right? I understood the Calvinist once saved, always saved, but I never hold the predestination aspect, because then based on Romans, I could see how the Calvinist thing about once saved, always saved will work. But then in Revelations, it says your name could be blotted out the book of life. So there's a contradiction there between the two, and both of them have Bible verses to support their position.
I always thought that Arminian made more sense, but Calvinism tends to bring security for those that are worried about control, and they want sovereignty, and that's attractive to have a sovereign God, and they're attracted to the idea that they can't lose their salvation. That's attractive to a Calvinist, where an Arminian could say, "Oh, I fell away," or "Oh, but I think that within Arminian and Calvinism, there's room for people that go, "Oh, suicide's a sign that you were never saved if you're Calvinist," or Arminians could go, "Oh, suicide's, But within that realm too, there are people that go, God factors in, an all-knowing God that knows your heart factors in these things.
Right.
He would know you. So,
yeah.
So I don't know. Whoever's attacking your sister, they can go fuck off.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yeah. Because they're very being mean in it.
So we are now back to where we were when Richard came in. So let's pause there for a second. Deb, you are muted, honey. We cannot hear you one bit.
I said thank you for giving me the opportunity to put that out there and ask some questions, because you know how much it's been bothering me the last few days.
I know.
And I want to thank you guys so much, because that actually gives me some ammunition to not be as harsh as I have been, because basically I've been telling everybody to go fuck themselves, because they have no business interacting with my family at this point in time, because it's too painful and it's not appropriate as far as I'm concerned.
It is.
But
I mean, they're not entirely undeserving of that, Deb.
You're right. You're
right.
They're
not undeserving of it. If they deserve it,
I think it should be my it should be my second line, not my first line out of my mouth. So
yeah, exactly. Because the bottom line is anybody that's in a group, whether you're Christian or you're black or you're whatever, you're atheist, I don't care what group you're talking. You can come out any group in the entire world. If you act like an asshole, to somebody who you want to understand you better, you're pushing them away, and you're just being like one of those, like Jill. Like, if you want to be Jill, do that. I don't. I will talk to anybody. Now, if they become an asshole, then I'll tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'll talk to anybody, because it's ridiculous not to. How are you going to understand each other? That's what's separating us in this world. So, anyways, Richard, what we were talking about was suffering. We were talking about suffering and why people suffer, and we were talking about how you say everybody's going to heaven anyways. It doesn't matter whether you're saved or not. So that's where we were talking about.
Well, I'd like to shift gears a little bit, and address what was going on with Mama Deb and the community that is attacking her sister. I think you said sister. And I'd like to give you some biblical ammunition, because that's what I do. Because people are thinking poorly. So these people are judging this young person who ended their own life, the only thing they ever owned, really.
Yeah.
And they are doing that based on their conception and contextual reading frame for the Bible. Yes, that's what I'm
Yes.
understanding. That's
Yes.
correct. Okay. So if someone seems reasonable enough to actually have a conversation with you, which I doubt, but if that should happen, if they're that reasonable, I would ask them if the line, "It is for a man to live once, then cometh the judgment," if judgment is the right word there. Because I went and looked it up, and although it came out in the English as judgment, the correct word would be judgment. That is, it came out clean in the interpretation. Strangely enough, it actually came out as it should.
Seriously?
Yes, it did.
Wow.
So oddly enough, the word judgment there is totally appropriate. Now, what would it mean, Mama Deb, to judge a thing? What does that mean?
It means to actually to judge is to like bear down or to hand down a thought on or a punishment on. That's what I would think of
That's a
judgment.
sentencing. That's
Oh,
not
okay.
a judgment. What's a judgment?
Then you got me. What would a judgment be?
Well, loosely, it's some kind of discernment between things. That's what judgment means, right? So Christians look at the text as if it's only sentencing. But if everyone is to be judged, and judged is the right word, there's something to decide there. There's things to be deliberated between. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you just put a light on. My light just went
Yes,
on.
that's what I do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I just feel like with you said the way, there's something to be discerned. So it's not actually something that's already pre-decided.
Right.
It is something that someone of his faith will
That's
determine
right.
after his death.
Good job.
Sorry.
Good thinking.
Sorry.
Good job, girl. No. This hits me too. It hits a lot of people, actually. If you actually stop and think about it, there's something to be discerned. That is, it's not set in stone. There is no sentencing. There isn't any. The Christians who claim that are just being proudful, and they're just being dogmatic, and they're absolutely wrong in the text. Thank you.
I just don't want to say except.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Very good.
And thank you. Your name's Richard, right? I hope I get that right. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that to my sister and my parents, and they're very much in the faith and everything
I
like
would
that.
expound on it a little bit for you, Deb, if you'd allow me.
Please
I'd
do.
actually expound on that a little bit. My people perish for lack of understanding. That's a pretty good James. It's a King James translation, but it's the right idea. Okay. Now, if him who calls himself Lord and Master knows that we are ignorant, how can he also hold us liable and be benevolent? You couldn't, right? You couldn't. Even at our crappy judicial systems across the world, a person's mental capacity, as you guys were pointing out, is taken into consideration in sentencing.
Absolutely.
But if we're that flawed and we can figure that out, what would a benevolent decision be?
That's absolutely. You've given me so much to take to them that will bring them comfort. And I know, like, I'm an atheist, and this is a recent transition for me, but I still find, as like the person I am, it's necessary to bring comfort to my family. Even though I don't believe the way that they are, I am really anxious to take what you've just said and bring it to them and say, even in your faith, let's look at this, and you're going to find that he's not being judged. He wasn't predestined for hell because of this. And it's going to help a lot. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And by the way, there is nothing in the definition of an atheist that says you can't be loving and compassionate and sympathetic.
You're right, because that's who I am. I am a loving, sympathetic, and even empathetic person. That's just who I am. So you're right.
True.
Thank you.
She is.
And I think it's something that you're trying to meet people where they are. You're trying to talk to them within that belief system. And that's good.
Richard, this is this Mama Deb is my friend Deb I was telling you about.
I already figured that out.
Nah, you smart, ain't you? Ain't you?
Because I'm so cute and dynamic, he's just been telling you what a wonderful human being I am and how adorable I am.
Oh
Or
God.
Well, let's
walk-
not push the bar.
you
I mean,
walk right into that, buddy.
It's something similar to that, actually. Yeah.
yeah.
I could tell by the relationship between the two of you.
No,
Yeah.
no, I haven't figured it out yet, but we just have always clicked from day one, always.
Yeah. We just got along immediately. Yeah. It's pretty funny. Pretty weird.
And this is not biased whatsoever. Beck is good people.
He is good people. He is absolutely good people.
Can confirm. Is fact.
What's up, Oz?
I think we all feel that
I
way.
love you guys.
He's pretty good. He's good people.
I love all you guys. I'm very, very lucky to be surrounded by such kind, intelligent, thinking, skeptic, not afraid to fucking say fuck off people. I love it.
Wait, intelligent and skeptical because they said nice things about you? Is that why?
No, they were like that when I found them.
Correct, Uncle Beck.
They were just like that when I found them. No, the compliments is why I said intelligent. I didn't say skeptical because of the compliments.
Oh, okay, got it.
Cute.
Just so you know, Richard, anytime that Miss Deb down there, Mama Deb, anytime she's upset and she ain't feeling too good, I just start talking country because she thinks that shit is funny. So if you want to join me in that for a second, so she can say here that we sound alike.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to explain that joke. I don't really get the funny part.
I don't know why it's funny, but she likes it every time.
What?
I don't know.
You're talking that fancy city talk, ain't you?
Well, you know. It's how
You
I
guys
do
sound
it.
so much alike. It's almost eerie how much you sound alike when you do that.
Well, brothers.
Well,
You're
yeah,
the one that got me
exactly.
started doing it. It's just being like
God,
randomly
okay.
silly and talking country. Because whenever we were working together, we did a couple renovation projects together, and then I left him and went off and got a job that paid more. But anyways, when we were working together, every time we started getting silly, he'd start talking country, and then I'd start doing it with him. And now here we are. Every time I start getting goofy, just country just comes right out like butter out of a drop ass.
That's
Well, kiss my grits and bless my heart.
Oh my gosh.
Ain't that a cute little bone?
Oh.
I've been thinking about that when I go take my clothes down to the washing machine to wash my stuff.
Oh my gosh,
my
you're freaking
God.
me out. You sound like Christian
That's
Hillbilly. And if you don't know
Oh,
who Christian
God.
Hillbilly is, he's horrific.
Oh my God.
So funny
I do try.
because Richard,
I do try to.
I
I am trying to get the whole Greg Locke thing down. Get the Greg Locke thing down so I can imitate him down perfect.
Oh my gosh. He's still around, that Christian Hillbilly guy.
I actually say the word warsh, and it's been this way my whole life, and I have no idea where it came from, except for maybe my grandma. But everybody's like, "No, it's not warsh, Deb." I'm like, "I said warsh."
That's
They're
New
like,
England.
"No, you're putting an R in there," and it just happens. So
Yeah.
no idea, no idea.
I'll have you know, Ox, just to be honest with you, man. Let me tell you something here, though. Like, real talk. We didn't get this from the South. This is West Virginia shit.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yep.
say that's West
Yep.
Virginia.
This is when my mom put us in West Virginia, and we started hanging out with them rednecks. We started coming home with ain'ts and all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah.
And then
oh,
mom
yeah.
said to us, I have intelligent children. Ain't a word. And just because we live in West Virginia doesn't mean you have to sound like it. So we were like, yes, ma'am.
That is
no
correct.
more
Yes,
ain't.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's why we all talk like this now. Despite all the rednecks, she just would not let us talk like that.
You know, linguistics is really funny because, like, you can actually they put West Virginia and Virginia kind of in its own category,
Oh yeah.
and then they put Kentucky in its own category. It's really interesting, and then I don't know, they're just all kind of divided up. You'll see like there's sections of Alabama that sound like "you and me go fishing in the dark," and it's really high and twangy.
Yeah.
And then there's this part of Alabama is just really genteel and rolling. Well, I sure don't know what you mean, and it's very like rolling and Georgian.
And very
almost.
laid back.
That's
and, yeah.
that's mixed because of Georgia.
Yeah.
Because that's Georgia shit right there.
But you're running
Like,
into
they
more and
do
more
that.
people that are young, particularly, that don't have an accent because they spend so much time online.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. You know who I think has the
I
worst,
want to.
the accent? Oh, I'm sorry, Sabrina. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, one, I thank you for the note. I will check. But the one correction I want to make is it's not that young people don't have an accent, because we all have an accent, because an accent is simply how we say things.
True.
It's, we
Okay.
have a more watered down, oh gosh, or a more
Mid-America,
mid-America, like kind of universalized
Illinois.
accent. But it is still an accent for sure. I apologize for the pedantry,
No,
but I
you're
mean, I'm a
right.
pedantic girl, so.
You're right. But like that's the thing. Like it's so it's interesting because we're judged on our accent as like
Yes.
one is
Oh,
more
yes.
intelligent than the other or whatever, and it's really a
Yeah.
form of classism. But the ideal business accent in America is Illinois. It's not California's Bill and Ted, and it's
No.
not New Yorker, and it's definitely not Massachusetts, and it's sure as heck not
Yeah, you're right.
twangy.
You know
Yeah,
what? I
you're right.
think the
It's
accent
definitely
that
a
I have the
northern.
hardest time with, you guys, is the one from Louisiana when they have that Creole in them. My God, sometimes I'm like, are you actually speaking English? And I'm pretty good at
Wow.
understanding what people say, but like, okay, I'm showing my redneck side. Y'all ever watch Swamp People?
Yeah, I've seen
They're
it.
Yeah,
alligator catchers,
yeah,
right? There's a
yeah.
family on there that I seriously have to read the translation on the
The
bottom because I can't understand what the
wow,
hell the guy's saying.
Creole's
It's
really hard
wow.
for me to
it's
understand.
so
Yeah.
hard. I honestly think that they throw a little French in there, just
Yeah,
from the way they're
they
taught, and
do.
that's what makes it so difficult.
Let me address
They
this.
do.
Please.
So Creole is, in a
Welcome.
way,
I don't know how to say
it's
your
not
name.
an
but welcome.
accent. It's not an accent.
It's
It
a way
is
of speaking.
it's not even that.
Language.
It is a language.
Oh,
Yeah.
Creole is a type of
It's a
language. There's actually different
combination of.
kinds of Creole. Creole is a
Mhm.
language, in a sense. It's like, this is minimizing what makes Creole Creole, but very roughly, Creole is a language mixture. And so,
Yeah,
in
okay,
fact,
okay.
there
yes,
is
that's
French in
correct.
there. There is
Yeah, there
absolutely
is.
French in that particular Creole. There's also other things in that particular Creole as well.
Mhm.
So it's not surprising that you think that there's some French there, because that is in fact part of what makes it a Creole. It is
Yeah.
again, it's more complicated than this. I'm super
Mhm.
oversimplifying it, but Creole, in a
Mhm.
very rough sense, is a language mixture.
Do you ever listen
So,
to
yeah,
somebody
yeah.
from
Okay, that makes much more sense to me now. Thank you, Sabrina.
Do you ever listen to a Newfie and you're just like
A what?
a
Somebody from
Newfie?
Newfoundland.
I don't.
In Canada, Newfoundland, and they have
Okay.
their weird
Oh.
Irish hippity hop talk mixed with like something else, and it's all like kind of like real jammed together. And so
Yeah.
like you can't, like, to the ear, you're staring at it going like, what did they just say? And your brain's behind because you're trying to separate the words because the words are all in one long strand, like to us.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, the Newfie accent is a unique one. A bit to add a little bit as to context and history as to why the Newfoundlander accent is so unique. That even though Canada, as we know it, is like a contiguous country, not all the provinces or territories, for that matter, joined Canada at the same time. And Newfoundland was by far the last one. It was the latest one by decades compared to pretty much everything else to actually join Canada. And so they kind of, being the air quotes youngest province, like they obviously had their own history being an independent colony or whatever. I can't remember if they colony or they're an independent country. Actually, I should know this. I really should know this, and now I don't. But yeah, so they kind of developed independently from Canada for a much longer period of time than most other parts of Canada. And so this, of course, meant linguistically they developed independently as well, which is why their accent is, while there's a little bit of like general Canadian, there's not really a true general Canadian accent, but nonetheless, there's a bit of Canadian influence in there. They really are their kind of own thing. And that's why, because of that history of theirs.
Ox,
Okay,
don't
I
you
just
do
wanna
that to
say-
Canada. Don't you add Canada in with us
Canadian.
and ruin their health care.
I
Don't you
just
dare.
want to say,
I'm just
if
ignoring
you
it.
can
I'm just
get
ignoring what I said.
if you can,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
if you can get Shannon Q in a conversation with you sometime. This happened once in a live, and I was like, what? She can start talking like a newfie, and if she has another newfie that she's talking with, good luck understanding them. And like,
Wow.
just whoa, like you wouldn't know, you would not
Yeah.
know. It's amazing.
Well, yeah,
See,
she's Nova Scotian, so there's like, I'm not going to say that they're close. They're physically closer together than some of the other provinces, but like our Atlantic provinces do kind of have their own accent group there. And yeah, I think I've heard her pull the Newfie, and like obviously it's significantly more authentic than anything I could ever attempt.
Oh, it's
I'm not even gonna
hilarious.
try.
I love it.
Wow.
You know what I have a hard time with, you guys, is Aussie slang. Because Australians and their slang, everything fucking rhymes. I swear.
Yeah.
Like,
You're
I'm
like Big
what
Mac,
the
and they're like
heck?
Happy Jack.
Mama Debbie, you
This particular thing
understand
on
me,
Breezy,
right?
White Claw, they call it lolly water. I'm like, why the fuck is this lolly water? But then I figured it out because it's got a high sugar content and it's alcohol. Lolly water. Oh,
Everything
Yeah, it's
gets
like
a
candy.
nickname. Everything.
Yeah.
But you understand what I am saying, right? When I speak.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're good.
yeah. Oh
Okay,
no, you're
right.
easy to follow. Are you bailing?
Yeah.
Because I
Okay.
sometimes
Hold on a second.
I don't really use a lot of Cajun slang.
Like you have an accent, but I can't even peg it. But like it's
You're
not.
right.
It's very easy to understand. Very.
Oh, absolutely.
But if you,
Very
since you're talking about Creoles, if you go to St. Lucia, which is 100 miles from here, across the sea, they speak English. They mix French and English, and they call that their Creole.
Yeah.
And it's hard to understand what they are talking about unless you have more so. It sounds more French than English.
Hey, Ox. I must be in the 2% then, buddy.
Your and
Funny
your.
fucker.
Wait, what?
Well, it said swap, and the only reason I corrected him is so everybody understood what he was saying. I was not picking on him, but swap and swamp are two different things in Louisiana. So I wanted to confirm that he meant swamp talk,
Okay.
and not swap talk.
Oh. Wow.
Someone in
Ox.
in text chat just said, "Now I wish to have jambalaya." I wish to have some jambalaya right now. Thank you very much. Actually, now that I see that comment there, I'm kind of craving it. It's
Hi,
good stuff.
Sadie.
Hey,
Hi, Sadie.
don't mind my messy
Hey,
house.
Sadie.
Children are pigsty.
Hi, Sadie.
Boy, we
What's that?
segued off, didn't we? We got all the way into some language talk. What happened?
Yeah, well, that was a fun topic, though. I will admit.
Yeah,
No, that was interesting. Yeah.
it does. Interesting.
Don't buy crab if crab
What?
foot in the street.
Food?
Well,
When
is
in
it going to give you food poisoning? Not handled
Jambalaya
properly?
gives
Is that
you
what you're
food
saying?
poisoning?
Oh,
Well, I'll be goddamn. How you
Ye-
doing, buddy? Been seeing you
So
in
just
forever.
so everybody knows, I'm also known. This is another thing that I do for starving students, such as student Dr. Ben. I will ship you food. I will find a way to can it, and I will ship you food if I can feed you and help you out. So anybody you want. But my jambalaya is not Louisiana jambalaya. It's like northern jambalaya. It ain't that good. But I would offer.
What if
Jambalaya
someone
doesn't
just
taste
as
okra?
retarded when it?
What's jambalaya?
Whoa, wait. What, Richard?
What if someone's just retarded at cooking? Would you take care of them then?
I would, especially since you're Beck's brother. I would. I've offered to send Beck food. I have, but he tells me no.
Say that word.
So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Not
not a good
retarded.
word.
Yeah,
It's
but
okay.
if you feed my brother, the non-cooking guy, you would have to make it all vegan because he cannot have
I was
any
speaking of
meat
myself.
or mushrooms. They make him sick.
I would
wait,
never
no
call
meat,
someone else
no
retarded,
mushrooms?
but I
Oh, you
definitely
might
am.
be out of luck, Richard. I'm not that good of a cook that I can cook without meat and mushrooms, but I could try.
Yeah,
I love mushrooms. Oh my
So
God.
early
maybe better luck next
today,
time.
in Mowdy's hangout, we were talking about deadly potatoes, and
By HR.
potatoes can kill. Just so you know.
They can. They're green.
absolutely.
or been exposed, oxidized, right?
Yep. But also, there's a story, and you can look it up on YouTube, of a root cellar where they just let the potatoes rot, and then it turned into a gaseous chamber, and it killed people when they went down.
Yeah.
I was like, oh,
Yes, I've actually read that. I did, and I was like, how the fuck long do those potatoes have to sit down there?
right.
But it's not as long as you would think, because potatoes actually rot fairly quickly if they're in a moist environment. So
Yep. There's actually a tribe, I think, in South America. They live up in the mountains, and they are immune to the toxic effects of some of potatoes.
Really?
Because the way they grow them, they grow up north. They have to like freeze dry them up in the mountains to keep them to have harvest or enough potatoes for the year. Yeah, I saw a documentary. I'm a biology student.
I'm gonna log out because my dogs are going nuts now.
Okay.
hmm
Yeah, they are kind of going nuts. So here's your recipe, you guys.
3 small bell peppers.
wait, is this a jambalaya recipe?
That was too fast.
Because if
No,
it is,
Khalil, we
please
don't
post it.
we don't
Yeah.
attack people here.
Oh,
As
they
long
can
as you're
play.
nice, everybody is nice here, and if they are not, I will kick them
Right.
myself.
For sure. So wait, can you go back? Beck, was that a jambalaya recipe somebody posted?
Yeah, it's a jambalaya recipe.
Oh
yes.
my God, I hope I can pull that up later, because I want that. I want that.
Oh, hold
I
on.
will try. I will perfect it so that I can bring it to Colorado and everyone can experience jambalaya, because that's some good stuff.
Okay, Deb, that's the first part of it. And if he adds anything else, I'll take another screenshot for you.
Thank you.
Here's the link in case you want it. Oh wait, where did she
Oh,
go?
yeah, there we go.
Andouille is important. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Small bell peppers.
Give me
rice,
some
basil.
oven.com.
Damn. Oh yes. Ox, I might love you.
Baked jalapeno seed.
Are you? Oh, you're on YouTube.
Sending it to you.
Teaspoon
Oh,
Cajun
really?
What
seasoning
would
with
you do
real
without
seasoning.
me, Deb? Sending it to you. I'm kidding.
Honestly, Beck, I would be completely lost without you.
What would you do without me, Deb?
Honestly, Beck, I would be completely lost without you.
Who's got an echo?
We're getting echoing again.
Honestly, Beck, I would be completely
Somebody's
lost
got it running in the background. Who's got an echo?
Echoing again.
Honestly, Beck, I would be
Somebody's got it running in the back.
Okay, I shut everything else, so it can't be me, I don't think.
I don't think it was you in the first place, though, because it was
No.
initially your audio that was echoing on somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, it
wouldn't have
wasn't
echoed
you
if it was
anyways,
you.
yeah.
Right.
And
Because
Beck,
It
that's-
I
was
meant what I
Sadie,
said.
but she must have fixed it. It
Mhm.
was you,
I
Sadie.
meant what I said. I would be completely lost without you as far as everything in my life is concerned.
Oh, Aaron, you can definitely have the fuchsia. You can have the fuchsia crayon. I think those taste like strawberries. I don't like strawberry flavored stuff. So
That's
those crayons
red,
are yours.
Beck. Fuchsia
Huh?
is a boysenberry strawberry mix. It's a berry blend. It's not just strawberry.
Okay, do these
Goodness
crayons
sake.
have real fruit or are they fake flavoring?
And they're fake flavoring because we have to get it from essential oil
I'm
and
not gonna eat
spices
'em
and
then.
sugar. So
I
that's
can't
fine.
stand red food coloring. I taste it and everything.
So
anything
we
fake
don't
strawberry
use
tastes like
real
red food coloring to me.
We don't use red food. We don't use real fruit in crayons, but I think we should start.
We could do that. We could make real fruit part of the atheist blend of crayons.
Oh my God.
Looking for a healthier you, mind and body.
Yes.
And
125 colors
Very
found in your
good.
freezer section.
Yeah, so
Yes.
basically we would make it completely edible crayons. So like we're
Yeah.
using the soy-based
Yeah.
crayons, which apparently have been a thing for a while. For those of you in the channel right now, again referring to the chat that led to this name in the first place for today's show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Soy-based crayons apparently are a real thing. So, why
Yeah.
can't we make an atheist crayon that uses real fruit or fruit juice to get the color that we need, along with some essential oils to heighten the smell? How's that?
Secular crayons, part of this complete breakfast.
Well, you know what? Like, as fascinating as that would be, I think it would be appropriate if it's going to be secular community-based crayons that we do not use essential oils.
Okay, but then how are we going to accentuate the smell?
Something else. The reason I'm saying avoid essential oils is because of the whole essential oil.
What about
MLM
incense?
scam shit that's going on? Like, this is stuff that Genetically Modified has talked about a lot. I don't know if there are other things that we can use.
You mean homeopathic?
Yeah, well, it's not the same as homeopathic, but it's in the same strand as like pseudoscience bullshit.
Okay.
Homeopathy is a very specific version of pseudoscience, and essential oils is another specific pseudoscience.
Okay, so we're gonna have to think this one out. How do we make the smell? Because nobody wants to eat a crayon that smells like wax. You want to be able to smell it.
Well, no, it's not going to smell like wax because we're not going to be making wax-based crayons. We're going to have a different taste for it somehow.
No, Sadie, you got to go back to the chat that happened before this stream. For some reason, we started talking about edible crayons, and it's just, kind of
secular body odor. You know what?
It's true. It's true, Richard.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Like, why are we talking about eating crayons?
Why not?
Because that started in a trivia crew.
It started in a trivia stream. That's all.
So that's why I named it Eating Crayons and Playing Games. Because boy, you haven't played any games yet.
Because Paul decided to answer me instead of hello. He said yellow. And I said, no, I prefer orange. And it just spiraled downhill from there. And Lavender got in on saying that there were soy crayons and we could be able to eat them. And it just became this thing.
Ask any Cajun chef. Okay.
You mean other people don't normally eat crayons anyway? Is that what you guys are? Crayons are not a food source?
Well, we were discussing how back in the day they used to be some kind of paraffin or whatever, some kind of candle wax that will rub off on something. And then they changed it to a soy base. And I'm like, well, if it's soy,
then we can eat
Paul
it.
said, Paul said, well, now that's making me hungry because I think it was Paul. Somebody said, I like tofu. And I'm like, well, we could eat the crayon. So we're all like, we could eat the crayons. And somebody said, well, we should flavor them.
I did notice they stopped working as a laxative. I did notice that.
Ah, well, there you go. That's why.
And I think somebody made a comment. I think it might have been LF. LF's like, why are we talking about eating crayons? And Paul posted, oh, great. Now we have a paste-eating elitist in our group.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, yeah. So I was trying to make a joke about paste eating. I was all like, yeah, why the hell are we eating crayons in here? Are we all like stupid or something? Besides, eating paste is way better.
We're all here around here.
I know.
That's like
this
eating
is why I love this group of people because we are just crazy and everything, whatever it is. I mean, you make my day. You make me smile every single day. So it's awesome.
Have a kid with food allergies though, and find out how fast most of the non-toxic Crayola stuff are made out of food that your kid is allergic to.
Whoa.
I didn't know that, Aaron.
That wasn't fun in preschool.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I think crayons are made out of soy.
Farron said the hostel has x-rays of crayons inside me. I'm hoping that happened when you were young and not recently, my friend.
When I worked in x-ray, there was a kid that had one of those big Crayola markers in their mouth and pushed it through the roof of their mouth because they fell. Yeah. It was like the worst.
I have
How do you say your name?
But I don't want to gross people out, so maybe I shouldn't share it. Or maybe I should. Share? Okay. There was a young man when I was working in Palm Springs. He was effing around with his friends or whatever, and he was running with the transistor radio with the big antenna. He tripped and fell, and the antenna went through his eyeball. It was stuck there when we got there. As paramedics were like, what the F are we supposed to do? So we just bandaged everything and supported it and took him to the hospital with the way it was.
That's what you're supposed to. Yeah, you can't pull it out.
Yeah, can't pull it out.
You could cause
Cannot
more damage.
pull it out.
Yeah,
and excessive bleeding.
Excessive bleeding, yep.
Yeah, I
911.
was like, wow, this is a new one. I've
We
never
had a-
seen this before.
I don't know how close
We
it got to
picked
the
up-
brain either, so you got to be careful.
Very, very close
We-
actually, because they did a CAT scan and stuff.
Yeah.
Not a CAT scan, but yeah, they did a.
MRI.
Anyway, yeah.
MRI.
Try not
Yeah, we picked up a guy who wrote a Dear John letter in jail, and he asked to write it, so they put him in a room by himself, and he was writing the letter, and when he was done, he took the pen and he put it in his nose and went bam, trying to kill himself. It didn't work. Now, the funny thing was about it is he could only be in certain positions and still breathe. He had to be on his right side at basically a 3-degree angle, not straight up and down, just a little forward. So every time we went around a turn and the ambulance swayed, he'd stop breathing.
Oh my God.
My job was to hold him in place for the
That's
40-minute
amazing.
drive running hot to get him to the trauma center.
Yeah,
Because he was in some backwoods ass jail when he did it.
I think there'd be some difficulty in getting him intubated because of where the position of the pencil was. So yeah, that
no,
would be
he was
interesting.
breathing, so they were like, "Okay, we're gonna leave it." They taped it to his fucking head the best
Yep.
they could. The
Yeah.
pen.
Oh,
Brought him to the
Yeah.
hospital. The hospital called us and said, "Come get this motherfucker. We can't do it. We're a little county hospital. We can't.
oh
We don't know what to
gosh.
do with this guy." So we went and picked him up, and the paramedic was, had him pads on him, was checking him and doing all this shit and writing a report and checking his pupils and all this stuff while I'm holding him while a third guy's driving. So
I know where this conversation is going, and I don't want to talk about people exposing their huevos and ovaries and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and head out.
I wasn't going to say anything about that.
I
but
don't.
you-
See,
Wait,
this
why are
this
we-
kind of
where
thing
are we
becomes
going
a
into now?
contest. This sort of thing becomes a
does
contest
not.
of who knows the worst thing. I know where it's going, and I'm going to be sick. I just know it.
No, go ahead. Go
I
hang
mean,
out
I
with
mean, you're not
Khalil.
entirely wrong, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I was
That's
gonna.
where our brains go.
I was just gonna start screaming if people started going really too
But-
far. I mean, I
but
did have to take my
guys,
headphones off briefly.
Don't talk over each other. It drives me fucking nuts. I can't stand
Sorry.
that.
You guys were lovely. Thank you so much for an enjoyable
love you too, brother.
conversation and a few laughs. Love you back.
It was
Bye-bye.
a great pleasure
Bye,
to
buddy.
meet you. Thank you.
YouTube Supreme.
Anyways,
Wow.
Richard said we were going to make it into a gross EMT contest, so he left.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
sorry.
No, he was going to leave anyways. He just wants to talk about religion. Once you guys change the subject, he was done.
Oh, okay.
I think
Yeah,
that's
it's fine.
in here twice.
I mean, his contribution was
am.
very interesting. I did appreciate what he had to add. I like that perspective.
So
Yeah,
Beth,
no,
somehow I'm in here.
he's super fucking smart, and reads the Bible like nothing I've ever fucking heard in my life. And I've stared at him like he had two heads. And he said, so basically what it is with him is, if you're going to have a conversation with him about how he reads the Bible, you have to put aside and not connect it to all the shit the Christians say, because you will never understand what he's saying if you don't do that. And it's difficult to do. Like, it took me like a year to not automatically think like the Christians spew every fucking day talking to him. So it takes a while to you literally have to retrain your brain. It's like a habit.
Okay.
To think that same way over and over again, just like the Christians preach over and over again. We have it so stuck in our minds, and that's why his channel is Demolished Doctrine, because he does not believe in indoctrinated religions and shit. He's like, they're stupid, they're wrong, they're reading it totally wrong. We shouldn't be judging anybody. Nobody cares if God doesn't care if anybody's trans or gay or a murderer or a rapist. Everybody will have a chance to go, because then we will be better people, and then we won't be those horrible people when we're not in heaven, but in heaven in a spaceship, is what my brother says. Which of course sounds far-fetched, but makes more sense than some guy floating in a cloud with a big white beard that doesn't even really look like us.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of, but not really.
I liked how
Anyways,
I saw a meme
he's
where
fun to talk to.
they're talking about how they've been able to reproduce cartilage for the body, and if why do we have to recreate something that supposedly a God created as perfect?
Yep. I heard it's like
That's an interesting thought process.
too.
See, that's the point, though. That's exactly what my brother says. We're not going to be perfect. And in our perfect form, like our bodies will not have any medical problems anymore. We won't have mental health disorders anymore. That will all be gone. So we can't, nobody should judge anybody here if this is all a lesson, is what he was saying.
Yeah, and that's a very good point.
Like, why are we judging? Yeah. This is where we learn. This is school.
Yeah.
Our life is school to make us better so we can help other people in the future.
That's actually not as crazy as people are as I initially thought he would sound, but it makes so much sense because all this anger and strife and everything we're going through in this life, it's lessons. That kind of makes sense to me. You know, like maybe I'm searching for a positive note on the fact that, you know, maybe my nephew learned a lesson this go round and he won't have to learn it next to go round if that's what's going to happen. You know what I mean? But it just makes sense to me.
Yeah. I know. I'm sorry, Benghazi.
What happened?
I'm sorry. He said, but with his stuff, because Benghazi's known my brother for couple of years now, like 3 years, I think. He said, but with his stuff, it doesn't have the punishment the sadistic Christians love so much. And I said, yeah, sorry, it's because that's not real.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
I don't think it's real either way, but with my brother, he's like, no, you're fucking wrong. Like, you're way wrong. You know, he is literally rewriting the Bible. He's translating it back to ancient languages. He's taking a word, taking it back to the ancient language, and then retranslating it back into English where it says something entirely different. Because, you know, people have to remember, how long ago was this originally translated?
And it's man's interpretation of what was written. It's not straight.
Well, not just that, but whoever was the interpreter, who knows if he knew what the fuck he was saying? We're putting a lot of strength into people who were mostly illiterate and barely knew another language. They'd be lucky if they knew 5 fucking words from a different kind of like me. Yeah. I don't know any fucking other languages, but you know, you're talking about back then, people were majority, unless you were a monk or you were in the higher end of the court, like the king's court, you were illiterate. Yeah. Those people that couldn't read or write, that was an elitist thing. Like only the up high rich people knew how to read and write. And that, because that's what they did. They didn't teach those other people. They were laborers to keep the fucking city producing and everybody alive. That's all that was. So kind of like now. But anyways, so you guys have to think about that. You know, it's how they interpreted that word. You know, if now these days we have, like, let's say we have one Hebrew word and it's got 4 different definitions.
Yeah.
What if you just picked the wrong fucking one? Yeah. So when you read it the way my brother rewrites it, it says something entirely different. And all the begats are son and daughter. Had a son and a daughter. That's all those names mean. For instance, Saul, son, Jesus, all the same.
I'm going to jump in real quick and say goodbye to you guys because I need to go handle a couple things for tomorrow. But it was so nice chatting with everyone. And thank you, everyone who helped me out with my issue going on. And I will talk to you guys later. Bye. Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
But anyways, it's just.
Have a good one, Deb.
He's just says interesting stuff as far as I'm concerned. So I just find it interesting. Do I believe it? No, he knows I don't believe it. But, you know, let's look at the 3 options we have, right? Float in a cloud for eternity, bored out of our minds, because that's what the Christians think they're going to do. Dead, like powers off, you know, robot don't work no more. We are driven by electricity. Shut the switch off. Or we get to go be our best selves and help people throughout the galaxy on different planets so they can survive and become better.
That sounds like a mix of New Age and Mormon.
I'd pick that one because, you know, that one is going to be, you know, I don't want to work for a year. And they're going to be like, all right, take a year off. You know, like it's heaven. They're not going to make you do anything you don't want to do to begin with. So everybody will find their niche and do something that they enjoy every day. And you don't have to worry about a paycheck or anything. Everything's taken care of and you're your best self. No health problems.
But would that even be you?
Yeah, it is you, because you retain everything that you learned on the earth. So you are still you, minus like, oh, I have a heart problem, or minus, oh, on earth I had a mental health issue and now I don't anymore. But that it's not like you're going to forget that you had one, and it's not like you're going to forget what it was like. You're still going to be sympathetic and empathetic to other people that have that issue, or in other places. You know what I'm saying? That's what my brother's saying. The best way I can describe it and keep it simple. So, Sadie's got a cat. Cat
Yes,
alert! Sadie got a cat.
Yep.
So,
I got 3 of them, and they're
How's,
happy at home.
How's he doing?
He's still
Aw,
not
NA.
seeing, but look at him. He's making dough.
Aww.
Is he muffining?
Yeah, he was making dough.
Aww.
Oh my
He just
gosh,
loves
she's
you.
so
He
cute.
rubs on you like my cat rubs on me. That's
I
adorable.
know. I was like, yeah,
He's
but
an
he's
orange
like,
cat.
yeah, he's a good boy. We've had him since he was little, 6 months old.
I was just looking at Richard's channel. He's got quite a log of videos.
Oh my god, dude, he's been everywhere. He's talked to everybody from Darth Dawkins to Oz to him and Dr. Josh are friends. They have random conversations.
I see Math Pig names comes up a couple times as well.
Oh no, he did a series with Math Pig
Okay.
on David
That's
and
why
Goliath. On David and
That's why
Goliath.
I
And it's
see a bunch
actually
of-
really interesting. They go through the David and Goliath story word by beat by beat, and my brother tells you what it really says according to his reading frame. So it's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's very deep in depth, though. It took them like a year to do it, or 8 months or something. I don't know, a long time.
He's a tiny boy.
Oh, you have a void as well.
I
I
have
see.
2 voids. This is Bean. He's little.
That's what
He's like 10 pounds.
Sabrina. I just called him that last night. He's a void.
Yes.
Well, no.
That is what the new kids. That is what the kids are calling black cats now. They're calling them voids.
I'm not sure who.
Really?
So we have to get with the times.
Yeah.
I'm not.
See, I don't know these things. I don't hang out with people younger than you guys.
It's on I mean, like I see it all the goddamn time on that tickety talk.
Kids on TikTok.
Oh, is it actually a thing? Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah, it's like they talk about it all. They refer to them as voids on TikTok.
You have to
I kind of like
understand
it.
If
I like it too. Actually, I like calling them voids because they kind of are voids.
If I followed kids on TikTok, I'm 51, trans guy. I would be considered like some pedophile. I can't do that.
Well, I'm not. I'm following like
I'm a
20 to
white
30
dude
year
that's
olds.
old. I can't. Oh.
Yeah.
Like
No,
this is
I think
like
I'm
I'm not like watching like little like teenagers. That would be fucked up. But
I
no,
don't
like
think,
it's all over
I
the
don't think
fucking
I'm allowed
place.
to watch the 20-year-olds either, honestly.
Yeah.
Now I didn't know this
I'm
was
27,
a thing.
man. Come on.
I can't remember who in our group was saying it, but like every time I had my cat on screen, someone would say like, "Oh, Sabrina's got her void with her," or something like that, or something along those lines. I can't remember who's saying it. Shit. Now it's gonna bother me. But I didn't know this was a thing on TikTok. That explains.
I mean, it's probably not just TikTok. It's probably just all over the place with Gen Z.
This guy is huge. He's gained. He's like
There's
17 pounds.
And then a couple of cats also have their own TikTok accounts. There's one in particular that's a black cat called Jeremy the Manager. That's pretty funny.
Did you ever watch Talking Kitty?
Which one?
That's the name of the YouTube show. It was called Talking Kitty. It was about a black cat named Sylvester, and they had a dog named Shelby, and then they kept getting more cats. But it's kind of sad, like what happened at the end. But they're cute. It's a cute show, but it's just sad at the end. I'm just gonna say that.
I think that's my exact username on Twitch too, isn't it? Uncle Beck 71. Yeah, it is. Except for U and B are capitalized.
Oh.
This is a big boy.
TikTok wouldn't let me capitalize it or something. It's weird.
Wow.
He's heavy.
Yeah, he looks heavy. Definitely.
Like,
we should both weigh our pussies and see who wins.
He's 17 pounds. I weighed him.
I think you got him by a pound. I don't know. I don't have a scale.
He's a big boy. He's solid though.
I just know my ex had an 18-pound cat.
Whoa.
And he feels about as heavy as that 18-pound
Yeah.
cat. So to be fair, I say he's 14 to 16 pounds. But
Yeah.
yeah, he's pretty fucking heavy.
Look at that.
Wow.
He's a tubby boy. Hey, Tubby.
Eating all the food in the house.
Yes. That's why his name's Scooby, because he eats like a.
Ooh.
His name is because he's always looking for snacks.
Whoa.
We named him.
Nothing.
Yeah, SPM. I'm not a big shrimp eater. Sometimes I'll eat shrimp. It's okay. I like lobster and crab legs. That is the shiznit. I will eat the fuck out of some fucking bottom feeders. I love lobster and crab legs. Shrimp are just, I don't know. They're okay. I mean, I like them in dishes. Once in a while, I'll eat them cocktail style, but I'm just not a big shrimp person.
I don't.
I have to say, I went away for a couple of minutes because I was going to see if I could get my cat. She didn't want to move, so that's fine. I let her be. I come back, and
Night dog.
First thing I hear was, I eat the shit out of some bottom feeders from you. I had no context, and that's all I heard.
SPM said, well, shrimp are bottom feeders and they're icky. And I said, I'm not big on shrimp, but I love lobster and crabs. Those are also bottom feeders.
Yeah, I like
I'll fucking
those.
eat the shit out of them. They're delicious. Squid and oyster and shit. I mean, not oyster, squid and octopus. Rubbery.
It has to be
fishy.
Yeah, squid tastes like. If you could eat rubber chickens, that's the best thing that squid probably tastes like. They taste like rubber chickens.
Like.
That's because they didn't cook it correctly. If it's not cooked right, it tastes rubbery, but it has to be cooked.
I've even tried it in big fancy restaurants on the coast, and I didn't like it.
Did you? I like takoyaki.
I have texture issues though.
I was gonna say, Sadie,
like okra,
takoyaki. I love
the taste of okra. I can't stand the texture.
Oh, I love
the little balls of like
hate okra,
deep fried.
Love okra.
It's deep fried. It's not deep fried. It's not deep fried, by the way.
They are deep fried.
Takoyaki? I don't see takoyaki.
You never had a bad lobster.
When I see takoyaki, they're usually like cooked in these like special like cup like things, and there's oil on it, so it would be fried, not deep fried. There's no deep fryer involved.
Yeah. I think it just depends on where you get it.
Bad quality. Yeah,
fryers.
That's my understanding of like what takoyaki is supposed to be.
Benghazi.
I literally have a takoyaki maker actually, which is I thankfully the electrical outlets, electrical power from Japanese stuff. It's the same basically the same prongs that we have in North American outlets, and the voltage is not exactly the same, but it's close. It's like ours is like 120 to 130 on average, and theirs is like 110 to 120, which is good because compared to like European stuff, which is 240, is like okay, yeah, the voltage is fine.
That's funny you say that, Ox, because what I use squid and octopus for is bait. It is really good bait on the Virginia coast, and you probably know this since you're on the North Carolina coast, to catch croakers and oh shit. What's the other one? Start with an S. Come
Salmon?
on, Ox, help me out. No.
Mon's not sure.
It's a weird name. Kind of like croakers. It's weird. But croakers are good eating.
Snapper.
Croakers are good eating. No, it's not snapper. I can't remember what they're called. It's something that you probably only know if you ever lived in that area. Like it's one of those things.
I am not one of those people who makes fun of pineapple on pizza. I in fact enjoy it, but even if I didn't enjoy it, it's valid for people to have it. The idea that it is, oh God, I shouldn't get on the soapbox right now. The idea that having food in a particular way is wrong. It is a crime against the food.
That is true.
Screw that. Screw that idea.
Another reason I'm not going to take a chance on it. I'm good.
Yeah,
I
makes
find
me
it
wonder what
disgusting.
imitation crab is made of.
It's made out of whitefish. Pollock.
Ah.
Yeah.
Cod.
Oh,
Pollock.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
that's fine then.
I don't like imitation crab.
Well, I'd rather just
It's
eat
okay.
pollock.
I'll
I
put it
eat it
in
because I have
something.
expensive tastes and a
Man,
very
yeah.
poor wallet.
Same, Kyle.
I will not be
Same.
able to handle that.
I don't know what you did to your
No.
audio, Farron. Farron said, "Okay, I'm a boomer." You can't figure out what's going on with his audio. Oh, you're not a you ain't that damn old. You're younger than I am by like 9 fucking years or 8
Wow.
years, Farron. I don't want to hear
Hell
it.
yeah, Ox.
Wow.
You got that right. People who bitch about pineapple on pizza are bigots. Tomatoes are fruit too, because they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, tomatoes are a fruit.
Tomatoes are fruit. Yeah,
But you know what's
cucumber is a
interesting?
fruit.
You go into the grocery store and you find it on the register in the self checkout, and it's under vegetables, but
Yeah.
avocados are under fruit. And I'm like, well, so should be tomatoes.
Are
Yeah.
peppers a
They are a
fruit?
fruit.
And yeah,
Peppers?
yeah.
I
One
think they were
it,
fruit.
it came from once they have seed like that, and
Yeah, if it comes
and
from
they grow
a
from the
like
flower portion. Yeah.
Oh,
They come
okay.
from the fruit, the seed. But of course in agriculture they will call it a condiment because it is for flavoring more so. But yeah, it will still be a fruit. Same cucumbers too. Cucumbers are fruits too.
Oh,
They're somewhat like related to the watermelon. Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard that before.
yeah. Because
huh.
they grow from the flower into they form then into the fruit. Because when you look
right
at
ox,
growing
which is
cucumber,
usually
yeah.
pollock. It's a whitefish. It's pollock that they usually use.
Oh, that pollock. Oh, like, does
Dr.
taste like crab.
Cross, how the fuck have you been? I haven't seen you in forever. I hope you're doing
Squash,
good.
oh yeah, squashes too. Correct. Yeah, pumpkin.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Like squashes and
Those are growing the vine.
pumpkin
Fine
are all
flower.
fruit, are they not? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yeah.
I love
Because they grow
pumpkins.
from the flower.
From the flower.
From
Yeah, a
the
lot
ovary,
of
ovaries.
food we have is really considered.
Yeah,
fruits.
really fruit.
They really what they do is they're separating them by sweetness, I think.
I guess.
Yeah,
Which I
the
get
colloquial.
kind of for health reasons. You don't want to assume that because like cucumber isn't loaded with fucking sugar, but
No.
pineapple
But-
is.
But
Yeah.
in that
Apples, yeah.
But if that's the
And,
case, then
oranges.
pumpkin and squashes are kind of. I would say
In
they're close. They're
between.
closer to fruit in that categorization because I wouldn't say they're not sweet. Maybe they're not
Right.
as sweet.
They're
But I would
starches.
say
Sweet.
They're more
They're
complex.
gourds.
They're not-
Pumpkins are considered gourds.
Yeah, and they
Yes.
and I think they contain more complex sugars than
Yeah, they're
the
starches.
other actual fruits.
Tobin, how you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, I love pumpkins so much I have one tattooed on me.
Whoa!
Oh,
Nice.
Nice.
Wow, nice.
I wouldn't mind the shark for fake crab. That would probably taste more realistic.
Beef shark. You say? You say shark? You want to put that?
someone was
It's
commenting.
interesting,
Ox was commenting that like in some places, I can't remember which place he said because I can't see all the comments.
Some restaurants here, he's in North Carolina, use
Okay.
stingray or shark for fake crab.
Oh, okay.
Probably because those things are common enough in that area, so it's like
Oh, my message on you sent me a message on Twitter? No, I missed that. Let me look. Totally missed it.
Wow. This.
Oh, shit.
I am having.
Jur, why don't you just put the link in the chat, and then people could just watch it. Oh, who did we lose now? People are just coming in and out like crazy here today.
Yeah, who left?
Wow.
people are
You
coming
left?
like crazy. What? Oh, sorry.
Don't we all
Not yet.
wish? That would make for a better
you
Sunday.
fuckers. You
Did
fuckers
Kyle
are
leave?
making me like pervier than I normally would be. Honestly.
Head into the pool. I agree with NA. Pictures or it didn't happen, Doc.
It hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. So technically, it didn't happen. It will happen.
And when it does happen, take pictures, or it didn't happen.
Thank you, Anjur.
Oh my gosh.
So, Anjur has a. She said since you guys were talking about ovaries and such, that link in there is a video of hers, so you guys can check that out. It's not that I don't trust you, Anjur. It's just that I don't trust YouTube and Twitch at the same time. They are really just ridiculous with what they pick on, and I don't know what you have in there and blah blah blah. SPM requested a link. I don't know how long ago.
Wow. Hey, y'all like swordfish?
I haven't.
Oh shit. Wrong one.
I never did.
I've never tried swordfish.
Oh, it's really nice. Really nice. Menu grilled is really nice. I get you have.
You said swordfish?
Yeah, swordfish.
I've had shark fin before. It tastes really rubbery.
Yeah, I've had that.
I bet it does.
I don't like to eat
Yeah.
it.
Sharks and dolphins and such feel rubbery, so I'm sure it does taste rubbery.
Well, we have remember there's a dolphin mammal and there's dolphin fish. The dolphin fish y'all will probably know it as mahi mahi or El Dorado.
Okay, there you go, SPM. You can come in now. So you're talking about Phil. You said you put the swordfish on a grill. You do it like salmon.
Yeah. It comes in slabs, and you put it on the grill. You season it. You can put your dry rub seasoning. Bajans tend to use a lot of wet seasoning, fresh seasonings, and rub them. And then you just do it onto the thing. But yeah, what you have to do though first is what we call lime and salt. Some people don't use salt. Some will use like complete seasoning. But you use the lime to take this and the rawness of the raw taste of the fish.
Oh, okay.
And soak it in the lime and salt a bit.
Wait a minute. So you're saying you put it in salt and water before you cook it?
They put it in lime and salt.
Okay.
But some people instead of using salt because of the high sodium content of salt, they use complete seasoning, right?
Okay.
What seasoning?
Then complete seasoning, like Badia's complete seasoning.
Okay. We don't have that here, but I believe you.
Badia will be sold in the States. Walmart will sell. Badia.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
okay.
I've seen it.
You can see it. Yeah, complete seasoning, and it's very low. It's low in sodium. It has a really nice flavor. So they put some of that in water with the complete seasoning, the lime.
Right.
Squeeze, leave it in there for about half hour or so. Take it out. You don't necessarily have to rinse it off. Some people instead of using lime will use white vinegar.
Yeah.
Right. And then you can rub some the other seasonings on it.
Nice.
And put it on the grill.
Nice.
You can use cooking
that
spray.
Sounds good.
Man, it tastes, oh man. My wife is doing wicked swordfish, grilled swordfish.
Really?
And it's soft. It is not too soft, but it's not rubbery. The one that's rubbery that sometimes we use here is marlin. Marlin tends to be tougher than swordfish.
Really?
Okay. Yeah. Or you can have what I call dorado, but y'all will call dorado or mahi mahi, which is the dolphin fish, not the mammal dolphin.
Yeah.
Right? And they will that too. You do it prepare it similar, in similar fashion.
We're dropping like flies, guys.
I told you.
Yeah,
That's
what
what happened.
happened there?
All of a
Well,
sudden
we
there's
have been
all-
here for almost 3 hours, so
Yeah.
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 you know. Oh,
You
hey, I had
did
to go
it.
feed
No.
kids.
Oh,
LF
Damn
has
her
got
being
a
a mother
step
and
off
leaving us.
for TT's
Oh.
pre-show.
Oh, yeah.
TT,
For whose pre-show?
what's that?
and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know who that is. I can't think of anything but TikTok that starts with TT.
I mean,
Yeah.
the first thing I thought of is I looked at the main comments and I see Tobin Templeman, so I'm like, "Are you doing a show?" Maybe.
Well,
be
tomorrow I have I'm doing a deconvergence story for someone for
Neil.
on my channel. No,
Ah.
Neil. I am going to be on Thursday with Neil.
You're going to be on Thursday with Neil. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. But on my
Nice.
channel, I'm doing the convergence story, and I'm calling my convergence stories "Discarding the Holy Pill."
Hey, Sadie,
So,
isn't Deb on with Neil this Tuesday?
I think so.
Probably, I think so.
I think the 16th, she said, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's this
I'm
Tuesday.
not working. Yes, I'll be
I don't
able to
work
hang out.
either. So I haven't been able to hang out on Neil's show for a while, being on East
Yeah.
Coast.
Oh, yeah. The
On
time
Central
difference.
Standard now. But still.
The time difference.
'cause
Yeah,
they're-
Neil is 3 hours behind.
Isn't Neil on
behind,
Pacific?
Yeah, he's on Pacific.
Neil's on
time.
Pacific. Yeah.
I'm on Eastern time. Barbados
So
is on
it's like about just shy of 8 o'clock for you as well.
Is around that is 7 minutes.
It's about 7 o'clock here.
7 minutes to thing.
Yeah.
Mountain time, I
I'm
think
Eastern
hour
time as
behind,
well.
but November it goes extra hour behind. We don't do daylight saving time here. Our
Oh, you
time
don't
is
do daylight
way
though.
up,
Okay.
So our time remains the same throughout the year.
Yeah, I wish we did it the same way. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
wish
I
they
thought
wanted
the
to do
United
daylight
States was
saving.
a number of states said they were going to discard the daylight saving time.
Daylight savings was made for farmers.
Oh,
and the
That was
farmers
Yes.
don't even care about
Yes,
it.
it was, and they didn't have lights, and we have it now. There's no need for
yeah,
it.
There's no
It's
need.
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
modern farmers do not care about daylight savings time. In fact, from what I
Yeah.
understand, you want to know something interesting about daylight savings time and
They're
farmers?
out there with
So-
lights on their tractors working at midnight.
Well, hold on. In Canada, there's one province in particular. I mean, I think there might be more places now, but like one province in particular has never had daylight savings time. It's
Oh.
Saskatchewan. This
Wow.
is fucking prairie province. This is like farmer
Yeah.
province. Like we have a few provinces which have a lot of farming, but Saskatchewan is
Arizona
like the
doesn't
most
use it
farmer
either.
of farmer provinces,
For one,
and it never had
Farm
daylight
animals.
savings time.
Farm
Yeah,
animals-
Arizona's never had one either, Sabrina. They won't use it.
Sabrina, you're in which province?
Oh, pardon me. Sorry.
Which province you are in?
Oh, I'm in Ontario.
Ontario. Oh, okay.
I make coffee.
I do
Yeah.
know related that semi-recently Ontario had passed like a kind of a tentative, like, oh, we're thinking about changing and getting rid of daylight savings time. And what this means is it's contingent on the province of Quebec and the state of New York also doing it. That is, so it's basically we're totally willing to do it as long as we can do it together. And because in this particular context, Manitoba, even though Manitoba's beside us, is like it's different because they're further away. But like Quebec and Ontario are same time zone anyway, and New York is again is a state that's in the same time zone and is like right just immediate south of Ontario. So that's why they're relevant to us. So we have this where we will stop using it contingent upon New York and Quebec also agreeing to stop using it. Which means we're going to keep using it. Getting different governing bodies of areas to agree to do stuff at the same time. I mean, hilariously, that's the same problem we had with metrication. United States and Canada, our two countries were supposed to metricate at the same time, and Canada went ahead with it, And then United States, my understanding is when they passed it, it basically made it completely optional or something like that. And so the United States never metricated, and we never fully metricated. We are a bit like we are a metric country as far as like a loose definition of the term is concerned, but we are not fully metric like some of the other countries that would ascribe to the label are concerned. We're incomplete metrication. So one thing is, I would say the thing that we're best metricated in was actually our road signs, like our distances. So it's kilometers. And that was because it was one of the few things that they really pushed and really forced. They made people get used to it. They're like, we're changing all the signs. Suck it up. Basically, I'm super simplifying the history of that. And the other thing
tough shit kind of thing.
Yeah, tough shit. The other thing that's pretty good, it's not as perfect, is how we measure ambient temperature. We use Celsius now. And predominantly the main reason that's changed is because like most of the weather stations just did that predominantly. So like we had to get used to it, but it wasn't forced quite the same way. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Andrew. You're absolutely right. Reagan shot down the metric.
It's fucking expensive. Road signs are expensive.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we put a lot of money into that. In fact, I think that was part of why Reagan decided not to, because he saw how much money we were spending on it.
Yeah, I know it costs a lot of money to do that. And back when that was being talked about with Reagan, we didn't have that fucking money. Like, real talk. We did not have that fucking money.
Yeah.
And the era
so
after
all of your things, all
prevalence of allergies
are in kilometers then?
All of our road signs are in kilometers, so it's all like
Sadie.
Actual distance measure is kilometers, and then speed is kilometers per hour.
Oh, here too, the signs are kilometers using metric completely, but still people talk about miles per hour. So some of our vehicles have both in the speedometer,
most of our vehicles do
both km and miles. Yeah.
Now, what say you?
I was gonna say, allergies are not because of a lack of parasites. They're because we're a clean society and we use antimicrobial everything. It has nothing to do with parasites.
It's a damn true.
I've
had so many doctors tell me that, like all this fucking hand sanitizer. Now everybody's addicted to using it. Everybody's gonna get sick. You know, I grew up out on the farm, like with dirt on my hands, sticking my hands in my mouth. We didn't get sick.
Right.
I got the flu one time as a child. I got it when I was 10 years old. I was sick as fuck for like 10 or 12 days. I couldn't keep anything down and stop shitting. And now I have the immune system of a fucking beast. I never get sick now. Never. I get a sinus infection once in a while if I'm exposed to some kind of dust that I'm highly allergic to. Otherwise, I don't get sick.
Like if you look at Israel, they have like the lowest rate of food allergies because they introduce foods to infants. So it has nothing to do with parasites having allergies.
I've never heard about this.
It has more to do with when food is introduced. What?
I've never heard of this parasite idea before.
No.
Like I know it was mentioned in chat. Like I've never heard about that
hypothesis, which is based on like using too much antimicrobial stuff on everything, like
I've heard about that. I've heard about that.
Your best to just use soap and water.
Oh man, there was some stuff I got.
I know a lot of families that did. My family just was not one of them. We weren't.
I never get
sick
the flu
very often. We usually got when we did get the flu, it was like once every couple of years, and there was 8 of us in the household with mom. So
when I was a kid, when I was a kid, I got viral conjunctivitis, pink eye, like multiple times a year. I was always getting pink eye, and I still don't quite know why, but it definitely was. I think it was a hygiene thing because my understanding is pink eye has some connections to. I mean, it's also infectious.
It has to do with washing your hands after you use the restroom. And it's contagious between people.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Highly contagious.
It's fecal matter in your eyeballs.
Is that what it's from?
Yes.
I've never had it.
That's what I've heard.
It can also be viral, too.
I thought I had pink eye one time, but it turned out I just had something in my eye.
You can have allergies.
and the doctor flushed it out, and I was fine.
Yeah,
But
yeah, because if your eyes
I've
are
never
red
had
and-
pink eye.
Yeah,
I'm actually an immunology student,
I know you are.
so I don't agree with what you're saying. No.
Who? Oh, Benghazi.
Yes.
What is he saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
No.
buddy, but she's learning new
What is that?
information. I'm
No.
going to tend to lean towards what Sadie's saying.
Yeah, I just work in
she's
a
brilliant, and she
a
knows
big
what she's learned. So,
eosinophilic clinic.
sorry.
No, I don't.
Oh, I
He
thought
was
we were
saying-
talking about the pink eye bit still. I was just gonna say with pink eye. Oh, right. Distinguishing it from other things. Pink eye is kind of a bad name for it, in my opinion, partially because we think about like if the eye gets like red or pinkish, then it's like, oh, is that pink eye? No, because your eyes being irritated can make it turn red or maybe a pink kind of color, which is just from irritation or you
No,
scratch
you'll
your eye or
know if you
whatever.
have pink eye.
Yeah, because there's gonna be
I thought I
pus.
had it, and then I had a friend that did get it from somebody else, gave
Oh,
it
it's-
to them,
You-
and it was someone they worked with or something, and they got it from them.
In
Anyway,
PR
so
today-
and your whole eyeball will be pink, and not like a
Oh.
bright red, like the whole thing will be pink. You'll have
Oh.
redness all around your eye. Your
But you'll
eye
also
will
have
weep.
pus.
Yes, it'll weep
Oh.
pus. Yes,
Yes,
like you'll know if you have
okay.
pink eye. Yeah, it's nasty.
It's pink eye is
So
also
that's-
viral.
So is that different to red eye, or does he seem that people
It's
call
different
red
to red
No,
eye.
that's what she said, Maya. She
Oh.
said it's mainly started from fecal matter in your eye, but you
Oh.
can give it to
There's-
someone and you
it's-
could spread it crazy easy. Yeah, that's what she
Wow.
Yeah,
said.
it's also viral. Coming from fecal
Okay.
matter would be bacterial. Coming from
Viral.
Oh,
so
there's two different forms of
there's
it.
viral.
Yeah.
There's
Viral.
And
bacterial
bacterial.
conjunctivitis
Oh.
and viral conjunctivitis. I forgot.
Okay.
So actually, I don't know if
That
I
makes sense.
ever. I can't remember. It probably
Which
was
one you had?
bacterial. It was probably bacterial because I think I remember getting.
Well, let me
antibiotics.
ask you this. Did they get I was gonna say, did they give you antibiotics? If they gave you antibiotics, it's bacteria.
I can't remember for certainty. Mind
Okay.
you, I could have been given antibiotics with them assuming
Yes,
I had
that's what I was saying.
bacterial, but I actually
Yeah.
had viral. But I'm
Just
pretty
agreeing
sure it
with
was
you.
bacterial. I'm pretty sure
No,
it was
I hear.
bacterial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Ox,
had
hold
red
on.
eye
Ox, why did
once.
you say stop peeing in the damn road?
Yeah,
Please.
come on. If I'm going to pee in the damn
I
road,
really need to
I'm
know.
going to do it on my own. Okay, you don't have to.
Don't
stop.
leave me hanging. I need to know why you said that, bro. It doesn't. I don't know what. You know what I have noticed, Sabrina? You'll appreciate this, but the opposite. When I do this, you can really see the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can, yeah.
I want to walk around like this all the time, but it's very awkward and hurts my jaw.
You don't do that. I'm not looking forward to having to pay for laser and or
God, I love this shit. I love this. Look how dark it is.
fuck, what's the word I'm looking for?
You're going through puberty, Mac. You're almost done.
It's so dark. I love it. I wish this would turn dark. If this turns dark, I'll be fucking. I just want it. I don't want dark. I just want the color of my hair. That's all I want. That's all I want in life.
I don't recommend peeing on the L train tracks because you'll get electrocuted.
I was told growing up
Yeah,
that you
of
got pink
course.
eye. It was because you peed in the road. Oh,
Really? Oh gosh.
That's fucking
like saying-
great,
Like,
man.
that's like
actually
saying
heard
you're
that.
Maybe they meant because you went to the bathroom and didn't wash your hands.
Probably.
That's the implication.
That's like saying that you'll go blind if you masturbate.
Ooh.
Which does not.
I know
really
that's not true because I
correlate.
see pretty
That's
fucking
not
well.
true.
It's not true. I think about my
I would-
girlfriend every night. Like,
I will
trust
say
me.
for a few
And I'm on
brief moments, I
testosterone.
can't.
Trust me, I'd be blind.
I would say for a few brief moments, I
am
can't
legally
quite
blind.
see, or at least I'm not perceiving anything else because I'm just anyway. Anyway, regardless.
Actually, Maya, would never want that. I like honestly, if I hadn't been trimming this, because this is about 3/4 of an inch long right now. If I hadn't been trimming this, it would be down to like here already.
Wow.
Like
Just be,
I
loose
trim
hair.
it.
That's
I
cool.
trim it every few days.
Wow.
So I know it would be like way, because I've had this since last October. So it would be pretty fucking long right now. It'd be down to here.
I don't know
if
how
I hadn't
long
trimmed
puberty
it.
lasts.
But I am not interested in having really long hair. I like the more clean cut look. Richard does that because of Bibble. but I'm not into
Oh.
that. The only reason I have that long is just so it's obvious that I have facial hair. Because when I trim it down, it's not obvious anymore because it's right on the edge of the bottom of my chin.
Wow.
so I leave it a little longer on purpose. But
Aunt Jerry's got an interesting question if someone wants to highlight it.
okay, hold on a second. Hold on, let me finish the laugh. You've got good beard genes. Don't fight it. Thank you, Maya. You're right. I do. Maya, give me a minute. I'll find a picture of my son. A current picture of him. He has to trim his. It's like thick, like you can grab it, like like Jonathan's, the ape, dishonest ape, or what is his name? Fuck,
Jonathan.
I don't know. I always confuse him with this other guy that has a similar name.
No,
anyways,
it's Jonathan.
But thick like Jonathan's. Okay, so what did Jur said? Jur said, what is the marker that indicates when puberty is over? Sadie mentioned that Beck's puberty is almost over.
I was teasing him.
Well,
Okay.
actually, it is almost over. The pimples have lessened. The greasiness on my face is a little less. I'm still just as fucking horny, but that's just the testosterone. And my face is on my throat. My voice isn't cracking anymore. My voice is cracking. So it only cracks if I try to go really fucking high like I used to be able to. And then it cracks. But yeah, I had I think I'm kind of out of puberty now. Because my voice only cracked for like 2 months. It was very fast for me.
Okay.
I feel like Ben's did that for like 4. But it was
I
I had a deeper voice already.
Before.
Okay.
I watched some.
Oh, my episode. I saw myself. Oh no! Let me tell you. Let me tell you what happened to me. Someone was looking at and said blah 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 and commented on it. So I went back and and I heard my voice and I went, "Oh, that was irritating. No wonder you guys didn't want to hang out with me. I had the most irritating voice." I don't know what the fuck. Like the only one that could beat that is Gilbert Godfrey. Like it was horrible. I
like how
I remember Gilbert
voice sounds right now.
I miss him.
Well, that's kind of goes with the native thing, doesn't it, buddy? Don't most natives have trouble growing facial hair? I know a guy that
has some very good beards.
Pacific Islander and Mexican, and his hair grew like right here and just a little bit right here, and then it just stopped. He doesn't even have to shave. It just looks like he trimmed it down to that every day. He's a lucky fucker.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Beck is more of a taint tickler style than a keep your neck warm style like Richard. Yes. Thank you. Richard will actually take his beard is so fucking thick. He has a pick because nothing else will go through his beard. So he uses like picks and like even a beard comb is not wide enough. So he uses picks. So he'll stick a pick in his beard, like right here, right? And he'll set like his cigarettes on top of it, his mouse, a lighter, and then it'll finally fall. It's so thick. He can easily hold up a typical size mouse and a pack of cigarettes. Wireless mouse with the battery in it. Yeah. Like that's... It's like, I don't know, like a pound or something. It's got to be. He can hold in his beard.
I was about to say, I don't think when I had a beard, I don't think it was ever that thick. But I never let it get particularly long. I think at most, like, I would usually trim it down to a 3. So I probably let it get up to, like, by razor length, like 4 or 5, maybe.
Damn it, Mom. If I wasn't in love. Fuck. She is so sweet. Okay. Go ahead, Sabrina.
Oh, no. I was pretty much finished my thought. Just talking about.
I think that sometimes, like, I'll bump into like this sweet, kind, beautiful woman, and I'll be like, man, if I wasn't in love, I would totally go after her. But Heather always comes up to my brain first, so
yeah, I'm in a bit of a different boat. Like I see.
What is Richard's channel? Is that what you're asking, Farron? I'm sorry, Sabrina. I totally interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
I was just thinking about like similar but different, where like I meet all these lovely ladies who are quite nice people, and then like, wouldn't it be nice for me to want to go after them? But it's just
right.
I'm so arrow. It's so hard to want to I might be Demi sometimes. I feel like I might be Demi because occasionally I really feel strongly, but for the most part, just for people who I use the short form. So for people who don't know what I'm saying, I say arrow. It's short for aromantic, kind of like the asexual, but rather than not being non-sexual, it's non-romantic. And so
Yeah.
I only discovered it basically I came out as arrow about like a year before I realized I was trans. And so it was in my sort of exploration as a queer person that allowed me to realize I was trans. But it was kind of a relief, like when I found out because honestly, it wasn't until I learned about the concept of aromanticism that I realized, like, oh, now everything makes sense. Because like,
Damn,
I
Maya
always
is
was
quick.
I was so weird when it came to like romantic relationships. I think I'd like dated once or twice, and I was just like,
I'm in love with her.
I was not a good boyfriend. I feel like, ironically, I feel like as a trans woman, I'd probably make a better boyfriend now than I did when I was a boy. But I only think about that because I recently have gotten oh gosh, what's the artist's name? Dove Cameron, I think. Hold on. I don't know. Oh yeah, Dove Cameron. I did get it right. The song by Dove Cameron called "Boyfriend," which the air quotes the plot of the song. It's basically it's a very lesbian song where the singer, and obviously she's singing it as a female, is appealing to this girl who's been left alone by her boyfriend, and she's saying to her like, I could be a better boyfriend than him. Like I could treat you like he never did, kind of thing. And one of the zing lines I really like about it is she's listening to these things and is like, plus all my clothes would fit. It's like they're both women.
Right.
And I watched it like after finding this song and listening to it nonstop for a while, because I identified it with a little bit differently, but being not a cis woman but a trans woman, I kind of identified it with a little bit differently, but still identified with it. But listening to Dove actually talk about this, so I didn't know much about her. Apparently, she's been it used to be a star on like Family Channel or something like that, and doing a bunch of other things, kids programs when she was younger, and then as an adult, I think she was in Enchanted or something. I don't know. Anyway, she's a major celebrity, regardless. And she only came out as a lesbian recently, in recent years, and the song was actually based very strongly on a very particular experience that she had, where she's got strong top energy, by the way. I don't know if she's always a top or a switch, but like honestly, I listen to that song, I'm like, oh, I'm very charmed. But one thing she mentioned was, so she only recently came out as queer, but she kind of acknowledges that she knew that she was always different, and she would relate an experience where she was talking about, she's with other girlfriends, and they're all talking about how like their boyfriends are not treating them like they're doing all this wrong and that wrong,
Right.
and then she's just standing there and like what the hell? Like that's obvious. Obviously, they should be doing it this in this way and everything.
Yeah, of course.
And the thought is like, I could do that better than them. And this is what it was in this that I kind of related to her experience in a different way, because growing up assigned male at birth, I was in the same situation where I was like talking with other guys, like maybe in the locker room or whatever, or talking with guys, not other guys. So I wasn't one of them, and they would be talking about how they're treating their girlfriends, things like that. And I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, like, no, why are you? They don't appreciate that. What the hell are you doing? Like, clearly you're doing it all wrong. And so I basically, from a different perspective, I was feeling the same way as her. She was listening to the girlfriends complain about it, and I was listening to the guys be assholes. And I'm just
right.
Like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? It's not how you treat women. Don't
That's
do
why
that.
I tell people that's why how I know I'm such an awesome boyfriend. Because I know both sides of the stick.
Yeah.
I've been on both sides of the relationship. And one of the best relationship I ever had was with a guy who, for the first, I'm not even kidding you, the first 2 years we were together, every time the dozen roses on top of the entertainment center started wilting, they were replaced.
Wow.
Before they were dead.
Wow.
Seriously.
Impressive.
For 2 fucking years he did that. He was madly in love with. I broke his heart when I left him and came out of the closet. Like I broke his. He tried to kill himself.
What?
And this is a guy. And this is a guy that is not like that at all. Not whiny. Not cryy. Not needy. Just stand up, hardworking, good-hearted. Loved everybody. Did everything for his friends he could. Would give him a shirt, couch. Didn't matter. Really, really good guy. He was,
Wow.
and the fucked up thing about the whole thing is he was one of the best relationships I ever fucking had.
Oh. I'm
Besides what Heather and I have, he was the best relationship I ever had.
I'm sorry he had taken that so hard. He
Yeah.
is okay now, to your knowledge.
Well,
right?
I mean, he died in 2009 from brain cancer, but
okay.
He had multiple melanoma all over his body. He found a lump on the inside of his thigh. They diagnosed it as cancer on his birthday in 2008, November 20th, 2008. And they said, you have 4 months. They did a body scan on him, and he had 2 inoperables in his, the most important part of his brain.
Wow.
So they couldn't touch it. Because if they did, he would have been a vegetable anyways. So he lived like that for 4 months.
Wow.
And at 3 months, he finally caved in and said, I want hospice to come give me morphine. I can't take this anymore. He refused all pain meds. He would not take, he just would only smoke pot. He wouldn't do anything else. He was like, no, fuck this. It is what it is. I'm just going to live it out the best I can. I don't want drugs. I don't want anything that put me to sleep or making me loopy. I want to remember everything I can, even if it is pain. So finally at like 3.5 months, he said, bring in hospice, and he was dead a few weeks later. And he died in his bed with his sister holding him and his best friend holding his hand. So good shit. Yeah. Really, really good guy, man. And the reason he got it was because he worked outside all summer long as a framer, and the only thing he wore were boots and a pair of shorts.
Oh no!
Oh gosh.
He never wore anything else. And his skin was his skin was in perfect condition. You'd think it'd be leathery, right? No. This motherfucker had like the softest tan skin. It was weird. But the cancer got him.
Yeah. Just because just because the skin isn't actually getting visually or like touch-wise damaged, it doesn't mean it's not getting damaged.
Right. And that's my point. That's what I'm telling people. Like, don't think just because, I go tan, I have a tan, and I have the best skin, don't think that something can't be underlying. By the time that he found that lump on the inside of his leg, 1 month later, in 1 month's time, his whole back had bumps on it. Lumps underneath his skin. Like within every inch to 2 inches, there was one.
A melanoma.
So, melanoma. Yep.
And those usually pop up where you don't see them, so it's often missed.
Start inside of his leg.
Yeah, it can be on the bottom of your foot, or like in an area
weird
where you wouldn't even look.
I'm hyper conscious of my skin. Like anytime there's any sort of weird deformities, I'll document it. And next time I talk to my doctor, because I see my doctor semi-regularly.
I would scream.
Reasons.
I would be like, if I found something right now, I would call Heather right now. I'd be like, what the fuck? You need to check this out. I need to check this out now. I'm freaking out. Like literally, I would. Yeah, I'm very conscious of my body and what's going on with it. And,
I'm conscious of my body in general, but I'm saying very specifically skin, just because I did burn pretty badly before, and so there's certain areas of my skin that, in particular, I'm very mindful of. Back of my neck is an area I check a lot, because I know not only have I burned there a lot, but there have also been what I thought may have been unusual lesions, which I've then gotten checked out and were fine. But like I'm being hyper conscious of that because like I know that if it's going to happen somewhere, that is one of the more likely areas for it to become an issue. I was not when I was a excuse my term when I was a buggy bitch for Walmart shopping cart collector. I wasn't consistent in wearing sunscreen. Now, thankfully, I was always wearing a full shirt, and we had the reflective vest on and everything. But I mean, it's still my arms exposed, still my neck exposed. Not my head though. I always wore hats, especially because by that point I was already going quite bald. And like, yeah, I'm not getting a sunburn on my scalp. Fuck that shit. So I always
Yeah.
wear hats.
No, I wear hats for my face, for my eyes, for the protection from the sun, because my eyes they can't handle the sun. And even when I have transition lenses on, those should be in Monday. I'm so excited. I found an old pair of glasses because I hate these. I just got these because it was literally the only pair that would fit me that's not going to fall apart in 2 days. Like they had really, really cheesy ones. Damn it, Kyle. They had really, really cheesy ones that were thin, and they just felt like they were just going to break, you know? And they were like the handles were, the arms were already wobbly and shit. So I got these, which are, I don't know, they make me look like I'm a gay man or something. They're women's glasses. But it was the only pair in the whole fucking place that was comfortable on me and wasn't, you know, too wide or too big for my face because I have a tiny ass face. I usually shop in the kids section for glasses. Those are the ones that fit me best, but they only had like plasticky, cartoony ones at this place. So anyway, so the other day I was fucking around on top of my fridge. I was trying to find something, and I found an old glasses case, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I put that back there. And I opened it up, and it's a pair of Ray-Bans. They're really nice fucking glasses still. So I took them in, and I paid $160 and had them put new fucking frames with transition lenses in, or new lenses with transition and everything. So I forgot to have them do it on these. Totally forgot to ask for the transition. So I put them on. I walk outside. I'm like, fuck, I can't see shit. I'm blind.
Yeah, I didn't ever.
But
really
that's
need
why
to,
I wear a hat. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not outside nearly enough to justify that, so I never bothered with transition. But I always get anti-glare because guess what? I'm always at a computer.
Yes.
Yeah. So anti-glare is a necessity. But
I didn't even think about that. But whatever. I just want the transition.
Well, I mean, you can probably tell that I have anti-glare because one thing you'll notice is I'm not sure if you can see on my glasses here. You'll see like a green reflection.
Yeah.
Anti-glare glasses with anti-glare, when light is being reflected on them, it might look green in like an image like this.
Oh.
So that's one thing I've noticed about anti-glare. How much?
That's cool.
No, that's probably just your image. But yeah, that's one thing. Whenever I think the one time I didn't have anti-glare is why I noticed, because all my other glasses have anti-glare, so they've always had this green reflection. What was I gonna say? All right, talking about bald, I just like wanted to, even though having male pattern or androgenic alopecia is a bit of a sore spot for me, I've decided that I will probably just focus on shaving my head entirely, because that way it doesn't.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah. So.
Oh my god, that's amazing! That looks so good on you.
Thank you.
You know, I'm going to be honest with you. Only certain people could shave their fucking heads and get away with it, and it look good with their face. Like, I don't think I could do that because the bottom of my face is so much wider than the top of my fucking head. I think I would look ridiculous. But yours is so. It's so.
I still feel like an egg, but whatever.
No, it looks good with your features and everything. I think you look good like that.
I'm not used to seeing you like that.
Yeah, I know. I'm putting the hat back on because
It's
I'm still
okay.
a little uncomfortable.
I like it though. You can get these. Have you seen those little palm shavers they have now? They have the
yes, I have seen those.
Rotary. Yeah, they have the rotary blades on them, and there's like 3 to 6 of them, and they're cupped, and you just run it on your scalp.
There you are.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize you there for a second.
I know. I'm so
like,
accustomed to the hat, but myself, like I look in the mirror, I'm like, this isn't me. But yeah, the big issue I had is like even when my hair grows is because the androgenic has affected Now there's the bald spot on the back of the head, like the cap or whatever. I don't know what it's called. But then there's also the receded hairline, and the receded hairline is what really bothered me.
See, Kyle liked it.
Well, thank you, Kyle. I appreciate it.
I think it looks good.
Receded hairline is what really bothered me, because when my hair was grown out, but like I didn't have it shaved, it's just like it's just forehead, and then there's the hair back there, just like all forehead and then nothing else. And
that's pretty much what happened in my family. Like my brothers would have a little piece, a little bit right here, up the middle, and nothing all the way back to here, and then this down here. And so my brother shaved his head, and I was like, "Oh my God, you shaved your head?" He goes, "No respectable gay man would do a comb over." So he buzzed. He's got a very deep voice, and he speaks like this. He's way over genius. He's way over genius, this motherfucker. And then we found out a couple years ago that he's autistic, and we're like, that's why he was so brilliant. Like autistic savantism. Oh my God! I mean, high functioning, but he's autistic. Yeah. And that's why he's so. We're like, well, no wonder he's so fucking brilliant. Like that explains my entire childhood now. Like it didn't make sense until I found out. But now I understand everything that happened with him. Like
not everyone who is autistic has savantism, but it is a very common.
It's very common, yes, yeah. So, anyways, so now he has a big ass beard, kind of like Richard's, but his is dark. Yeah, but his is like black with gray streaks in it, and so is my brother Bruce's. Ooh. My brother Bruce looks like a fucking Greek. Looks like he's from Greece. He's got like this wavy fucking beard and this really fucking curly hair. So I swear to God, his dad is like, his dad's Greek. Like. We don't. Oh, I have 4 brothers, and one sister now had 2. I'm the youngest of 7. Yeah,
youngest.
Big family.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm the baby. The oldest one just turned 62.
Okay.
Hello again, Kyle. Let's hope we can keep you this time.
Yeah, let's hope.
Me too, Gary.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Right here.
Cool.
Let's be honest, Gary. We don't say that about ourselves because we know better and we're honest people. I tell people I'm brilliant, but really I'm not. Some people believe it, some people don't.
Purrs loud.
I get told I'm brilliant.
Touche, NA. Someone says alopecia, and I immediately think of Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep. I knew that. I knew that was gonna burn. I knew that was gonna come up. Sure.
No, honestly, Gary, I tend to put myself down because, my entire childhood, my mom was always trying to encourage us to get better grades. And Wendy was like a B student, and Susan and Walt were A students. And if they got an A-, they were like upset and mad for 2 weeks. Like they were literally like that. It never happened. If it happened once a year, we were all like, "Oh, are you okay?" If they got an A-. So my mom was always trying to encourage us, last 3, to do better in school and say, well, you're just as brilliant as they are. They did it. And I'm going, no, I'm fucking not. So I just didn't even try because I couldn't get an A.
I never said that.
Some classes I got A's in, some classes I got B's, and some I got C's. And I just said, fuck it. I didn't even care. I quit doing homework and just took tests or whatever, just enough to pass.
Before we continue, we're getting some
I didn't give a fuck.
Feedback from somebody. Might be Phil. I'm not sure.
Hold on. So I think Phil, we got feedback coming from you, buddy.
Benghazi didn't even understand.
It sounds like a fan.
Probably your fan, yeah.
Yeah, better. Okay, so I didn't actually realize it was the fan.
Benghazi.
Sorry. Now I forgot where I was going.
Anti-parasitic mutations, and that
you can't interrupt ADD people. What was I saying?
I'm ADD too.
You were talking about grades in school.
Oh, so I grew up thinking I wasn't good enough because I couldn't get A's like them. I actually told my sister that when she was here to visit, and she went off and said, "How dare she do that to you? That's not fucking fair." And I said, but she didn't see it like that. She thought she was being, telling us, you're just as smart as them, but that's not how it came off. It came off like if you're as smart as them, you should do that good. If you're not doing that good, you're not as smart. That's how it came off. So I just grew up thinking I was not very smart. So I didn't even try. I didn't try to go to college because I figured, what the fuck, I'm gonna fail. I didn't try any of it. If I couldn't put my hands on it and do it, if I had to pay to just learn it, I wouldn't do it. It was everything I could do to make myself go to basic EMT school. It was like such a huge leap for me. Huge leap for me.
So hard. School is so hard.
Because I've never been good enough.
Yeah, I was a solid C and D student all through high school until my final year where I actually gave a shit and then applied myself and I got all A's and B's.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
I mean, I was expelled and I had to do online school. So I kind of just taught myself the material.
Do I want to ask what you were expelled for?
Oh my God, stupid reasons.
Okay, so bullshit on their end. That's kind of where I was going.
My school kind of liked to weed out all the ones who needed the most help.
Oh, exactly what I knew. Okay, yes.
Well, Maya, let me say this real quick. Part of it, because I'll forget. Part of it was not that. It's just that my mom was brilliant herself. She was fucking like, I swear to God, my brother got his brains right from her. They were both the same kind of fucking way crazy, genius, intelligent people. The problem is that my mom was biased and thought all of us were just like her. That's where the problem lied. It was laid. That's where it laid at, because she just really thought, oh, all of my children are just as brilliant as the other ones. She didn't see any difference between us. And there was clearly a difference between all of us. We're all alike, but we're all entirely different people. Like, none of us are the same. None of us line up perfectly. Not even close.
If I may add to that,
that was the fault she had, was she was so biased she couldn't see past it.
If I may add on to that before I continue with what else I was doing. The Dunning-Kruger effect, which we may know about, is the competence to confidence scale, where when people are at such a level of incompetence that they don't know shit, and so they're incredibly confident. But on the other side of that, when your competence is very high, rather than overestimating your own competence, you actually overestimate the competence of others. Because it's like I know this quite easily. Everyone should be able, this should be common knowledge. Like, when you're in the center, it's like you underestimate your own competence. You think, like, I don't know anything at all, because you know a little bit, you know enough to know that there's so much that you don't know. But once your competence goes higher, then you start to estimate your own competence a little bit better, fuckers. But you end up overestimating the competence of everyone else around you. And it sounds like that's what happened with your mom, is that
I agree.
She was brilliant, and not only that, she had a number of brilliant kids, and so she just kind of assumed that everyone would have been at least into the context.
All of us are brilliant automatically. Yep, that's exactly what she thought.
And now to the point I was wanting to continue on with, Kyle, what you were saying. So it was personally a sore spot for me when I was in a similar situation, so I'm not going to get you to expound upon it, but just give a general idea. With the schools who like to weed out the students who need the most help, that is something I experienced kind of indirectly in middle school. When I was in middle school, or junior high is what it would be called in the United States, 6 to 8 was the case in my situation. When I was there, I had joined this particular middle school when it had just opened. Like, it was a brand new school. They just opened it up. And kind of because of that, as a partial consequence, the principal got it in their mind that they wanted to give the school like a spotless record. And a kid like myself, who is consistently struggling, by the way, I was never disruptive, actually very well liked by my teachers. But I was continuously struggling in school. And more importantly, I was struggling in a context where everyone could tell I knew the stuff, because With a lot of people who have ADHD, not everyone, but people with ADHD can be double identified. So I had these learning disabilities, but I also was what they called enhanced as well. So like I was very smart in a lot of ways, but I had a hard time applying it. So they could tell
Right.
I knew the stuff,
Applying
but
it. Thank you.
it was harder. It was hard to do it, and part of the problem was I was bored. But regardless, I was not ever being
exactly.
directly
That's the
disruptive.
thing. I would never do my homework.
Yes, nor would I. I would never do my homework. No. I appreciate the jump in, by the way, Kyle. Like it feels like we have a very similar experience here. So I never got expelled in this context, but I was suspended so much in school here. They didn't really unless
Same.
you were actually committing violence, they wouldn't expel kids in middle school. I could have gotten expelled in high school if I was still a problem, I guess, but I don't know. But I was. It sounds like you have the exact same experience then, and it's unfortunate that they actually went the full nuclear route with you. Like they actually fully expelled you for needing help. Like fuck them.
I had so many zeros in my class, and I just did. I would always do amazing on my tests. And give me a test and I'll ace it. But I've never did my homework.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I was the exact same way. I did super well on tests. There was one time that I, in fact, missed because of the suspensions. I missed the classes for a particular lesson group, but I did the test during like an in-school suspension day for a class for which content I did not receive. I had the best grade in that class on that test. For a class I did not fucking attend. I was good at tests. I knew my shit. I was just fucking bored. And you're not teaching me right. You're not assessing me right.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the asinine thing.
Now, there were some teachers that I had that were absolutely amazing. Like they would make the lesson fun. You know, they would be engaging, and I got along with those teachers great. They loved me.
Homework's never fun.
And then there were other teachers that just wanted to. Well, yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, that's part of the issue. Is
there were other teachers that just did not know how to teach.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
That's a big issue. But one of the main aggravations I had is, for one thing, homework was never fun. And homework, honestly, like there have been some studies going on where people are like homework is useless. Basically, that's the conclusion they're coming to: is homework isn't helpful. Like the only thing of value in homework is basically because they're not prescribed homework to help the kids learn. They're prescribed homework because they're supposed to have X amount of hours of homework a week or something like that. It's something stupid. Like, why is there a fucking quota for the amount of hours of homework you should have? Why isn't it just shouldn't it be treated as a supplement to the fucking lesson? If you're having a quota, I mean, it's the same issue with quotas in policing, but let's not go on police right now.
I think they just do homework so they don't have to pay the teachers more to be in school longer.
It's more for repetition.
Yeah. I swear, I know, but it's fucking ridiculous.
Like, for all
those kids are not going to learn shit at home when you guys keep changing how things are taught, like math, and then they take it home to parents who have no idea what you're talking about. If those kids would have been better off learning that and doing that homework in the classroom with the teacher in attendance to fucking help them.
I told my kids,
that's what I'm saying.
If you send math homework home, I'm going to teach them the old school method and screw.
Yeah.
Where you're teaching
I'm going to get the same fucking answer, asshole.
Hold on. I had one other thing I wanted to say on this, though, as well. It was like a slightly different point. Is I suspect it was probably similar with you, Kyle, at least with the teachers who were nicer. But definitely in the case with me, as I was mentioning before, my teachers almost universally declared that I knew the content. Think on that for a second. So what's the issue? What is the actual issue? I knew the content. The teachers knew I knew the content. Can't they just say, student knows the content, and be done with it?
Yeah.
Why do I have to do the homework? Why do I even have to do the tests, even though I'm good at the tests? Why do I have to do any of this shit? If the teacher knows I learned the shit, let me go ahead. Like, fuck off. This is so
See, but
asinine.
I was horrible
all
at
said I
tests.
knew. They all said I knew
I was
this
horrible
stuff.
at tests. The test is what killed me.
Yeah, and different people have different experiences.
Because I feel overwhelmed. There's too many questions. It freaks me out. I look through it and I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, and I just keep looking through it, freaking out, and the time's ticking.
Yeah, same with my kids. My kids don't have all classes every day. They have A and B days.
Wow.
Different.
When they here in Barbados, when I came up on the volunteer system,
that's how it should be.
Doing exams at the end of the year, and I hated that because I used to struggle with that, especially even in college. Until I went to university, the first year I went to university, they changed over to the semester system, and I performed very well in the semester system. Instead of having an exam at the end of the year, to keep that amount of it was a big struggle. And in college, the exam it was GCE from Cambridge, A level. At the end of 2 years, that's when you did the actual Cambridge exam. It was like 2 years work in that time, and then the amount of exams you have at the end of the year, it was just a killer. But when they did the semester system at university, man, I went through that. It's like, yeah, this works for me.
Semestering systems, yeah, like I could never handle a non-semestered school. Almost, there's a few non-semestered in the area I'm around, but most of the schools are semestered. Yeah, I'm pretty much in agreement with you. Like I'm fairly, but I'm not completely anti-homework. I recognize that there can be some value to it, but yeah, you cannot prescribe one method for every kid on earth.
I think high schoolers need to have homework because they're going to get a reality check when they get to college when there's homework. So I think not having homework in high school is a bad idea because I am a tutor for college biology, and these PSEO students and like kids coming right from high school, they don't know how to study and they don't know how to do homework.
Honestly, that is an issue I have. I don't know how to study.
They don't even have books. My kids don't even have actual textbooks.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I will say, I almost, in certain ways, I was almost, in spite of all this complaining I've been doing, like I recognize that I've definitely lost out in some ways. Like, so certain aspects of college have been hard because I really don't have the skills. I don't have the study skills necessary. More often than not, in like elementary, middle school, high school, like my advantage was like because I hate saying I'm smart, like because I was so smart. I hate saying this. I was able to basically grasp the information the first time I'm able to absorb it the first time I encounter it, for the most part, because the stuff was pretty simple for what it's worth. Certain things were a bit more complicated, but for the most part, I didn't want to do the homework because I already absorbed the information and I was able to demonstrate that in tests, or intuit, in the case may be. It's the reason I mentioned how I did well on a test that I hadn't even seen the content for, because it was a math test. And for me, math was always a good subject because I was able to I figured out the rules, and so I was basically able to intuit and extrapolate from there for the most part. They didn't teach us calculus or anything, and calculus is something I don't know how to do, because it's not something you can intuit from algebra. It's more complicated than that. But I basically I didn't need to study, actually sit down and read through stuff in like elementary, middle, and high school. Even though I probably was supposed to do homework, I didn't really do homework in these grades. And so even though I was grasping the information in spite of not doing these actions, I was not learning these skills that became much more important for me now that I am an adult who is not able to absorb information as much like a sponge as I was when I was a child. and now I don't know how to study right. I don't know how to like allocate my time properly to do homework. I've been able to do it. Like I've done a couple of years of college, and I've managed to succeed for the most part in that. But like, especially if I'm out for a little while, it's so much harder to go back in, and then I start failing classes again.
See, I get overwhelmed just going and looking at colleges and what kind of classes they offer. By the time I get to what they offer, I'm overwhelmed. I'm done. That's how bad my shit is.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I
I've
just
focused
can't.
on I'm in a particular program, so it's a much shorter list that I have to worry about. And most of the list is like, it's not these are what you can take, this is what you have to take, and it's like this class that you have some choices in. Yeah, almost all my classes are prescribed, which makes sense because they want to make sure they want to make sure I don't kill people. Excuse my language.
Oh, how weird.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they want that.
That's why I'm not going to be an MD.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be an MD, be a pathology, because then I wouldn't have to kill people.
You wouldn't be at
the
risk.
I wouldn't kill them. They'd be dead by the time they got to me. I'd find out why the person that killed them.
Yeah. Exactly.
Answer? Oh, this person was an asshole. Anyway.
Oh, wait. The asshole's in the wrong spot.
Whoa. Ooh.
Ouch.
Oh, wait. That's not real hair. That's a toupee. Wait, it's a caterpillar.
I can't get over just how pretty your cat is.
Yeah, because his mouth looks like an asshole when he talks.
Oh, gosh.
See, it's the orange cats that do that shit. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they do. They're like all lovey.
They are.
He's like, hello. Where's your orange kitty?
He's right here laying on his belly. Just
he's probably
feet
tired.
out this way, back legs out straight with his belly on the cool bed. That's what he's doing.
He's waiting for you to leave and then come back so that he can be all lovey.
No. He just does. I don't know.
He just does what he does.
Sometimes he wants me to pet him, and sometimes he doesn't care.
That's why they say cats. Yeah.
Huh?
Cats teach you about consent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's her.
Oh, yeah.
He always consents.
Yep.
Anytime I touch him, he's like, oh,
Cats,
you know, she's like, I did not come to you and ask for pets.
I did not consent.
I don't know why you're trying to pet me right now. Except if I'm leaving and saying goodbye to her, I can touch her.
Yep.
But I can't, I can only touch the top of her head. If I touch more, she thinks I'm going to take her out the door and she freaks out. Both of them. He's like, no, don't take me with you. I'm staying right here. Well, he got chased down by a dog for like 30 minutes one day. So he has no desire of going outside ever again. He's done. She still wants to get out. And I'm like, yeah, wait till you get chased by a dog like that. Or a coyote. Or a rattlesnake.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, he's a little hard-headed.
This guy is very snuggly. He's always happy, purring boy.
Yeah, that's pretty much him.
Yep. You pick him up and he's mush.
Yeah, he's a big baby.
He's
a big baby.
See, he's making dough right here with those little paws.
Dough, and yeah, I call it muffins.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where I got what from. For sure.
If you're having a bad day, just hold Freddy. Mm-hmm.
Is that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Unless you don't know unless Freddy doesn't know you, then I don't think that'll ever happen. He'll be hiding under the
bed. That's how my guys are at first.
Yeah, when strangers are here, he's nowhere to be found.
Except the lady the person next door who irritates the fuck out of me. Let me tell you something. Can I bitch about this real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have lived here for almost 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
They get a nanny and they move her into the casita that I've had full access to this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when her parents were in town and they were staying there, I did not invade their space, and I'd go to the gym to shower. maybe like every other day or whatever, and every day if I needed it, and I just dealt with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I said something to Colin. Well, does Devin know that I go over there and do laundry and take showers? Colin goes, oh, we forgot to tell them. Sorry, well, I'll give them a little bit to get used to me. So they've been staying there for like 2 months now. So I texted them and I said, before I would blah, 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 just use the washer and dryer once a week. And I basically would shower like every other day, sometimes every day. But, whenever it's convenient for you is fine. She's like, oh, it's my private space. I'm not okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can either go to their house and use their shitty, horrible fucking shower that takes forever to get fucking hot. The room isn't ventilated. So by the time I get out of the shower, I'm already covered in sweat and I might as well just jump back in.
So was it in
and their shower head is literally like little needle poking you of water, and it's painful to put your face in it.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind, like rinse your body off with it. By the way, on a certain schedule that the wife keeps over there, because she's a real bitch.
So,
or I can stop at the gym every day to shower.
Was that part of your agreement to be able to use that, have access?
And I'm trans, and I really don't want to go into a guy's shower right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So what's that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Sadie?
I said, was it in your agreement when you lived there, when you moved there, that you would have access to the shower and stuff? Then why are
That's what they said.
Why don't you have access?
Because she said I can't.
Is it an apartment? It's her apartment or whatever?
No, it's a casita. It's like a mother-in-law suite, like a tiny home behind your house.
Oh. And
it's a one-bedroom home with a full dining room, kitchen, and living room in it. Full bathroom. And she just doesn't want me in her space.
And how long is she there?
Fuck if I know. Probably forever. They hired her as a nanny.
Well,
she's living over there for free.
So that should
for the nanny shit. And they pay her on top of it like $500 a month.
They should, yeah. If it's part of your rent to be able to use that, then I would say, hey,
I'm moving in the fall, I decided.
Yeah, I would say I want a reduction in my rent if I can't use
No, I'm leaving. I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. Yeah. Katrina is fucking a horrible person.
Mm-hmm.
Colin is an absolute sweetheart who busts their ass every day to do everything, cooking, cleaning, laundry, all this shit. Yeah. Because mom can't handle her own fucking children. And she has a horrible attitude most of the time. She's just always being negative and in a bad mood. And I don't feel good. I'm in a bad mood. If she wants something, she flirts with you. She started out flirting with me all the time, constantly flirting with me.
What did she want?
And then by the time I said, oh, I'm in love with Heather last year, she's been shitty with me ever since. Because she can't get her way with me anymore. She thought she was using her seductive ways. I wasn't falling for that. I was just being a nice person and helping them. So now that she can't, she doesn't flirt with me anymore because it's not going to work. She's a fucking bitch to me.
So why is the nanny having the shots? It's not her place.
I know that, right? Isn't that weird? Here's what kills me about it. All day long, unless she walks over there to change her clothes or grab something she forgot, she's at their house all day.
So she
locks the fucking door. She locks the fucking door. I can't get in. I'm not allowed in. I'm invading her space.
Whoa.
Bitch, I renovated that fucking house.
Whoa.
I did work in that house for free. So I should be able to walk the fuck in there whenever I want. I was here first. Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if that's how it's going to be around here and I get inside because I'm the nice guy, I'll go move over with my old landlord, who is, by the way, 15 minutes from downtown, not 40. The rent is the same. And, oh, yeah, she respects me.
And you have access to the shower.
She literally told me, oh, you can use my shower anytime you want back. I don't mind. Just let me know ahead of time. I'll make sure the boys aren't in it. That's what Joni says. Because Joni's a good fucking person with a good heart. These
Right.
I'm dealing with 2 female-born millennials. They're like 27 and 30, and they treat me like this.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand what you're getting at.
That's not what
though
you said.
I do kind of resent the slight at millennials there. I'm a millennial too.
Hey,
No.
hey, if you fall in the category of the stupidity that some of them are doing, then put yourself in it. But if you're not in that
No, no.
category, you and I both know that.
Here-
So I'm
here's
not
the-
talking about you're not listed in with the typical millennial.
No. But that's not
I'm talking about the
typical
typical
there is
millennial.
there is not a typical
You're
millennial.
wise,
That's
way
not
beyond
fair.
your years,
No,
Sabrina.
no.
You know that.
I am aware of this and I recognize this, but even this is going to be an oversimplification, but I'm basically going to say there's 2 broad types of millennials. And there's so you can't say like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing
That's
you.
why I
It's just
said
more like
typical millennial.
well, no, because they're both are typical, but they're very, very different from each other. And it's based on
Okay.
whether. So there's, I would actually say, though I might be wrong in this, I would actually say that the vast majority, numerically speaking, not visibility. Visibility is very different. The shitty side of millennials is the most visible, but the actual number side is the millennials who basically have taken the Gen Zers are even worse off than us, I guess, in this particular regard. But basically taking the short end of the stick as far as like economic viability is concerned. Like, we're the ones who can't own our homes. We're the ones who have to move back in with our parents because we can't afford to live to do anything else. We're the ones who working multiple jobs and just to barely scrape by kind of thing, because the world that was left to us is not one that's compassionate to us. And then you have the other side of millennials, the ones who were lucky enough to be born into families that were exceptionally well off or reasonably well off, that didn't have to deal with the same consequences that the rest of us, like middle class and poor millennials. The upper class millennials are the ones who are. It sounds like those are the ones you're encountering. Those are the ones who are well known. The ones who are like the avocado toast bullshit and everything like that. Don't get me wrong. That is something that all millennials like, but us poor millennials, we appreciate it when we can have it because avocado is just fucking delicious. I'm sorry. But then there are the others who are just like, they come from money. They don't have to pay for shit. They don't have to pay for their school. They don't have to pay for anything. And then because their parents are already in big business, they basically get nice recommendations. They're able to get easy jobs and everything like that. It's just that what has changed between our generation and the previous generation is previously we had a decent spectrum where you'd have upper class, a reasonable sized middle class, and a lower class. Pretty much most, but not all, most of the middle class, what would have been middle class millennials, are now lower class. And a few of the upper middle class are now upper class. There's basically no middle class anymore. We're 2 completely different groups. And using the word millennial, for those of us who like know millennials, so like a fellow millennial, we know it's not really a helpful term because I mean, even as I said, these 2 categories are still gross oversimplifications. But like we are different as night and day, oil and water. We are not the same. Like, the word doesn't describe anything of value anymore, or never has described anything of value. Because
okay, so I tell you what I'll do.
Instead of saying, and again, this isn't a criticism
hold
to
on.
you. You were
so
cool.
Instead of saying millennial, I will say the 20-somethings with their heads up their asses. Is that better?
Cool, because that's incredibly accurate.
It is incredibly accurate. I mean, let's just call a I don't know, a cat a cat.
A cat, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, HR, we have been going for almost 4 hours because we're bored. We're having a good conversation, so why not?
Yeah.
It's a good talk.
It's a good time. Good talk.
That's right.
Sorry for me jumping on my soapbox
Sadie
so
and
often.
Benghazi, why don't you just come in and talk to Sadie about it? We'll just give you guys the floor for like 20, 30 minutes. You can discuss it.
You guys keep interrupting me, so I can never talk.
No, but
Well, I
we'll let
wouldn't let that
Benghazi in,
happen,
so we'll
though.
shut up and
I
let you
wouldn't
two
let
talk.
I wouldn't let you interrupt Benghazi either, Sadie, because you do it too. I wouldn't let either one of you do it.
No, I was trying to talk to him earlier, but you guys kept talking, so I couldn't talk.
Oh,
Or I couldn't
No,
respond.
well,
It's-
anyways, if Benghazi, if you want to come in, you guys want to discuss it, I'm fine with that.
No, just
Let
keep
me
chatting.
know. I
Yeah,
know the
we
link's
can-
up there somewhere.
I'm
you might
cur-
be able to see it still, or I'll give
I'm
you another
kind of
one.
curious about your conversation. Like I've only been seeing bits and pieces of it, but yeah, like if Benghazi, if you're comfortable joining in, like Beck and I and Phil's been pretty chill anyway.
Yeah.
We can take a back seat for a little bit. Like I'm gonna be drinking
Yeah.
my beer. Yes, I'm actually drinking alcohol today for the first time in ages.
Whoa.
We don't. Kids,
I'm like
kids in the
notably
U.S. today
Oh, that's
do
sober.
not have the exposure to parasites like you did when we were kids. It has nothing to do with mutations. It has everything to do with we don't have access to them. Unless you live in an area where there's mosquitoes that have parasites,
Yeah.
like malaria or
Yeah.
Zika, you're not going to have exposure to those parasites. We still have, we have Lyme's disease, but there's not very much in, I live in Minnesota. There aren't, we don't get parasitic infections. There
So
aren't any.
that'd be like in Louisiana or the Bayou area. If you live in that area, you might be exposed to that, the malaria.
I will say, just to address something, Benghazi, I didn't realize you weren't able to. You don't have a mic right now, so that's why you can't jump in. Okay, sorry, but
Oh.
I'll still give Sadie, still give you a platform, so at least one side can verbalize. Because this still sounds like an interesting
What he
conversation.
said
So I'm going to mute
earlier
myself.
was that
Right.
we have mutations against anti-parasitics, but that's not.
Mm-mm.
The parasites have mutations that make them resistant to drugs, which is why the ones that die, and then the ones that are resistant still survive, and that's just evolution. That's evolution.
Evolution.
That's micro evolution.
Yeah.
Like when they released that's not what a lack of parasites and anti-parasitic mutations are not the same thing.
My understanding is we're still
If you
getting
have
a lot of.
and eosinophils, you can fight off parasites.
We still do get a lot of parasitic infections.
I study mast cells.
I'm gonna make some coffee. Sabrina is in charge. Because Sadie's in a mood.
Well, no, Sadie is the participant right now.
I study mast cells and eosinophils.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I find eosinophils really interested in. Mind you, the reason why I'm interested
I can
in them is
guarantee you, I did have parasites as a child, and I still have an eosinophilic disorder.
Oh no! So you have a harder time.
I'm also from the 70s, so we played outside. Kids today do not play outside; they sit on the freaking computer all day.
Yeah,
we
ate dirt.
Yeah, I was making mud pies while my kids are barely getting nails in their fingernails.
Sorry, Sadie, you said you have a eosinophilic disorder.
I have an eosinophilic disorder.
So does that mean you produce fewer eosinophils?
I have too many.
You have too many. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand here. Is that you produce too many? Because I do know that very vaguely that
I'm
too many
actually at
eosinophils
risk right now for parasites because I don't have eosinophils because I was just in a clinical trial, so I don't have eosinophils to fight off parasites.
So, but you normally would have too many. And correct me if not correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going to straight up ask you. So, what exactly?
Not understanding. Benghazi has a sister that has a PhD in immunology, but he's not a PhD in immunology, and he's trying to be his sister who's got a PhD in immunology, and he's not.
Hold on. So, I do apologize. I know this is a slight deviation, but I'm really curious about this, Sadie, since we're bringing this up now. What exactly happens when your eosinophils are high with the disorder that you have? What exactly occurs?
It will literally destroy your organs because
Oh,
they
wow.
release like their granules will actually destroy your heart and your lungs. I know somebody
Wow.
Okay.
yeah.
So these eosinophils are white blood cells, or form white blood cells, right?
What's that?
There's a specific.
These eosinophils are particular white blood cell.
Yep. But
Yeah.
mast cells are the ones that are actually recruiting the eosinophils. And mast cells and eosinophils are what fight off like worms and parasites.
Mhm.
Oh.
They have cytokines that break down the cell wall,
Mhm.
the cell wall of the
Balls of the
yeah.
parasite. Okay.
And when we talk about parasites, we are talking
Kind of like nematodes and like which are basically worms.
Worms. Yeah.
like, but multicellular organisms is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Not like single cellular.
No.
I was being sarcastic when I said you're doing bench research on the toilet, because that's most of the time what people are doing. They're sitting on their phone on the toilet doing research, and that's not research.
Yeah. Especially, it depends on the sites you go to.
That's not research.
It's not
people.
You know? Then you hear yourself, people say, "Oh, I'm doing research. I'm doing research."
I just spent 10 weeks in Cincinnati in
Google
one of the big eosinophilic centers doing research.
Google mixed with poop is never a good thing.
Yeah, nematodes are helminths. Same thing. They're worms.
Yeah.
And if you give somebody
worms,
there's actually parents that were giving their kids worms to fight off to lower their eosinophil count.
Yeah, wow.
It works, but it's not the best idea.
No. And
No,
somebody actually tried losing weight, taking tapeworms. I've heard people trying to take tapeworms.
I have
to lose weight.
Maya, Benghazi did mention that they're not able to get on mic, so
yeah, they can't.
Let's not harass them to come in here.
No, it's okay. Maya and Benghazi have known each other for a long time.
I didn't appreciate that. My apologies.
Yeah, no. All NA and Benghazi and Maya, they've known yeah, don't worry about it.
I know. I'm just.
It's fine.
I'm taking everything as I see it and addressing it.
No, it's more of a friendly banter. If there was some issue, I'd say something. They all know each other.
Well, I wasn't sure that if Maya had seen that comment or not, so I was just sort of answering that.
Benghazi said that was to the person asking, not you, Sadie. He wasn't saying you didn't know what it was or whatever. Which would be crazy to say that because she is really smart. But just to warn you, Benghazi, if you want to get in a talk with her, good luck, buddy. I've known her for a few months now. She's pretty fucking smart. I wouldn't do it.
I'll smash your.
I wouldn't do it.
It's because iron sharpens iron, and I have iron teaching me.
Like in the fire?
Sadie, another ignorant question I've got. Because this is sort of like very cursory knowledge.
No. No questions are bad questions.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. This is still coming from some very limited information I have about like different types of white blood cells. So,
no, ma'am.
So, eosinophils I know make up a very small percent. Would normally make up a fairly small percentage of the neutrophils, or
neutrophils are different.
Oh, is it granulocytes then, or what's
neutrophils, mast cells, basophils, and
you actually mentioned basophils. Do basophils? Because I also know that they're an unusual one or an uncommon one. Do they have it?
Are just basically mast cells in the blood. Mast cells live in tissue. Basophils live in the blood, and they're basically the same thing. They just when they go, they're progenitors. They're B cell progenitors, and then they differentiate mast cells in this tissue and basophils in the blood.
Okay. Oh, that very much answers the question I was asking then, because I learned only a little bit about basophils. I didn't really understand what they did.
This is a very important question. What if a person is at a desk doing research legitimately, then needs to poo, so continued while on the toilet? Is that okay?
On the computer.
I love Tobin. This is why I love Tobin.
It's only research because...
This is a serious question.
No. Here's the thing. Doing research while taking a shit does not invalidate the research you're doing. What invalidates it is if the only time you're researching it is while you're taking a shit. The fact that they were doing it at a desk,
If you're just
predominantly, and they simply continued while shitting is
But-
okay.
reading somebody else's research is not doing research. It's just
No,
reading
that's
other
fair.
people's research. Research is at a bench, like looking at the cells, like
doing the actual thing.
stuff.
Yeah.
That's bench research.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, i.e. Benghazi, Sadie's not just in school for this stuff. She actually works in a lab and does research. She's not just reading out of a book.
No.
So that's why I said, if you want to debate her, good luck, bro.
I know, like the top mast cell doctor. Like,
it would be like me challenging Ben on a diagnosis for a heart condition. It's just, I'm not doing it.
I'm like, I'm ahead of my biology teachers.
As Dr. Josh Boyne says, he always refers to the experts. Dr. Josh.
The scarecrow walks at midnight.
Or however you humans
It's
greet each
easy
other.
to like sit behind a computer and type your
I love you, Kyle.
Get in here and talk to me.
You're
about
such a bro. I'm gonna get so high with Kyle next May. We are gonna get so.
I'm so mad that I'm not gonna be able to
fucking.
Because I'm gonna have. If I don't go to during the week that you guys are gonna be doing it.
I know.
It's finals week.
Oh no.
And I can guarantee you I'm going to have classes in person. If they weren't in person, then I would just take it with me. But like they're in person.
No.
But I'm going to go to the Galapagos anyways.
So the finals is very oral.
I'd ditch us for that.
I think I'm going to play Attenborough in my headset while I tour the Galapagos, because I feel like if you're going to the Galapagos, David Attenborough has to narrate for you.
Oh wow.
Right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. He's awesome.
Yeah.
Who is?
Attenborough. David Attenborough. He's been around a very long time, and he has raised awareness about global warming. He has actually seen it over his lifespan. The changes that occurred.
I think
Yes,
Ben Ghazi is just kind of mansplaining himself to me, and
It's definitely bench research.
the only qualifications you gave me was that your sister had a PhD in immunology, which I don't believe.
I would say even if that was true, that's not a qualification.
And that's not your qualifications, anyways.
Yeah.
She has it. That's not your.
Yeah.
Just because I have a knowledge of immunology doesn't mean my sister does.
Yeah.
You know, my brother retired after 33 years of being a jail sergeant. I mean, he started out like a guard and made his way up to sergeant right away, and he spent 25 years just as a sergeant. So what I'm saying is, I don't know a fucking thing about working in a goddamn jail. We've talked about it at great lengths. I still don't know a fucking thing about it.
Yeah,
I can't talk about
that
it.
Experience.
I can tell you what he said, my interpretation of it, but that doesn't mean it's fact. I might have misinterpreted it. So yeah, I'm on board with you on that, Sadie. It's like me saying I've read the Bible 10 times because my brother has. No, I haven't. I don't know shit about it. Not interested. Definitely bench research. I want to do some bed research, Farron.
I know.
I wish she wasn't so busy.
I know a lot of the top immunologists.
Yes, it is a pew poll. Absolutely. If you get an erection at church, it's definitely a pew poll. Yep. So that's research right there, right? Just saying. Statistically, it happens. There's pew polls.
Any topic can be researched.
How did I just keep a straight face through all that? That was really good. I'm pretty proud of myself right now.
But you know what's killing me? Then you got these persons that call in on the atheist talk shows for evidence for God, and then claim that they have evidence.
Has not given me his credentials.
From research. I have done research. online, then they ask what qualifications do you have in this area. I did research online.
Yes, Farron.
It's like, oh my gosh.
To add a little bit to the idea of a sibling relationship not being expertise. Just because my sister is an experienced animator, and as a consequence of when I was still living with her, or when she was still living with us, she would be showing me her stuff and explaining some of like the techniques and everything. So I know a bit more about animation than the average girl. Anyway, like the average girl who has done nothing at all. But I would not claim to have any degree of expertise. And if I were to make any statements based on the knowledge I have, I would pose it as a question: is like, I think I've heard this before. Is this actually a thing?
Yeah.
Or like that's the level of confidence I would have in anything I learned from an indirect source that I didn't do myself. I mean, hell, I don't even trust the stuff I did do myself, which is another matter entirely.
And Benghazi, not to be an asshole either, but how long ago did your sister glean this information? If she learned this in school 8 years ago, it might not apply anymore.
Yeah, right.
I did.
Science changes and evolves constantly.
Yeah,
like every year they find something new about something. So if it's older than a couple of years, that information probably isn't valid anymore. Just saying. I'm not saying it is old, but if it
is. Like I said, if you want me to believe anything you say, you have to cite your sources so I can read what you're saying, because otherwise I don't believe it.
Well, yeah, if you don't have sources, then yeah.
And yeah, cite your sources. If this is what you're saying, then cite it. Give me the journal that you're talking about.
I want to research a way to infuse THC. I'm quoting, by the way, to infuse THC into a dodgeball so I can beat annoying motherfuckers with it. Hey, you! I have to ask Kyle, what in particular is the utility of having THC in the dodgeball? Like, is it a matter of after you've smacked them, like it chills them out? Is that what we're going for here? I'm sorry, just the comment was funny. I really wanted to address it.
I mean, wouldn't it really be better? I mean, instead of a dodgeball, wouldn't you just be better with like a captain's whip or a riding crop? You could dust the riding crop with it, and then when you smack them, the THC goes into their system.
And
it would be really fun for you. Be aware they might call the cops.
I was gonna say that's some harder shit, which I'm not really into.
Maybe it would just be better to put on a flesh-like coating on your skin, on your hand that is infused with THC, and then just go up and go, "Hey man, you okay?" and shake their hand. That might be a friendlier, better way to put that in there. But then you might get arrested for giving people drugs without their consent. I don't know, Kyle. It sounds like a bad plan, Betty. Sorry, I just can't.
A blow dart.
Also can get arrested for that.
Yeah, SPM, I do not trust text to speech or speech to text ever. Ever. Yeah, no. As much as I like, this is why I just rely on people letting me into their chats like this, like because I hate typing things out, and I hate relying on things that figure out what I'm saying and typing them out. So I'm like, I just want to be up here and talk to you guys.
Word.
Yeah, because sometimes you're typing, if you got that text correction thing on. Sometimes, like for example, I give a good example. If you type common G-O-D, like the thing automatically capitalize it to G. What? It's like, what madness? He said, this is biased towards the Christian God. Yeah, and sometimes you type in a word and then it changes it completely. It's like, not good at all.
Sadie Benghazi, it seems like there might be some sort of potentially a misunderstanding, or at least a waning desire to engage. It might be better if everyone just disengages from this conversation. I don't know where the feelings are.
I don't think he understands what I'm saying when I say cite your sources. I mean, if you're saying that something is this way, then send me the article where you got this information, because otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It seems like it seems like there's no longer desire to engage. So let's maybe leave. Let's maybe just move on. I'm sorry. Like I might be misinterpreting Benghazi. I just figured it might be good to move on.
Not listening, and
yes, I am, Maya. Right. I am very Canadian.
Sadie, I was in a conversation with some anti-vaxxers.
Love you, Sabrina.
On one of the online newspapers during the pandemic, when they were talking about vaccinations and so on, and they were spewing, of course, the usual false information. So I told them, state your source. Of course, because from my understanding, learning biology at university, I understood somewhat how vaccines work and how things work. And so I was trying to explain to them, no, you're incorrect here. They said, oh, but such and such says. I said, state your source.
Mm-hmm.
Some decide to, of course, cuss me, ad hominem attacks. Somebody did send a source. When I checked the source, because I always check, the source was not saying what they were saying. They were misrepresenting what was being
That's
said.
exactly what I like.
It happens too. It's like the game Gossip.
Yeah, right. And they say, but no, this is not what this article is saying. And then I went to some other reputable articles and I put these sources in the chat. I said, look at these here. This is the correct information. Look at that. Oh, I was like, all right. I put it there for those who will be curious, even if the person I'm speaking with try to refuse to understand the science. I put the source there that anybody else who is listening in and saying, but wait, that anti-vaxxer sounds incorrect.
I knew what you meant.
I don't know, But in the information, so I sent it there, but they were spewing a lot of the usual about the
information is a parasite too. I'm just saying.
I feel like we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
Yep. Did you guys see where she was in court and they asked her about something and she said, "Oh, I don't remember that." And they asked her about a conversation. She said, "I don't remember that." She did it like 4 or 5 times in a row. And then they said, "Do you remember blah, blah, blah?" And she said, "No, I don't remember that." And they said, "Well, let's go ahead and pull that out for her to show her." And she's like, "Oh, wait, I remember." And they were like, "Oh, really?" That shit killed me. I was laughing my ass off. It was great.
Damn it, Maya.
Oh, wait, yeah, I remember.
I
now.
talk
They're
like Sabrina too, but I'm not from Canada. I'm from Minnesota.
Yeah, but you're notably
because we're so close to Canada.
Yes, you're. Yes, in fact, the Minnesotan accent does share some qualities with some Canadian accents that other American accents wouldn't have. But you also are distinct in your own right, for sure. And I can never not hear the Minnesotan in you. I mean that with love, by the way. Obviously, I'm not trying to be. But I always out myself as a Canadian, eh?
Yeah, out. About.
Honestly,
Sorry.
The thing that's horrible is
you don't apologize.
I can't hear it. I can't hear it. Like the out that I'm saying, like I can't hear the difference. I know. I know. Like the A, I know. Like obviously, it's kind of a Canadianism, and I recognize that. And when I don't use it very often, but I do use and I do notice it. I don't usually say sorry specifically. But I often say I apologize or whatever the case may be. So that's probably why I don't get outed that way.
Yeah.
Outed. Oh, God damn it.
There are red bananas. They're little.
Outed.
They're small little red bananas.
Outed.
There are tiny mini red bananas out there.
I can't eat yellow bananas. They have to be green. They have to have some green.
Okay. Sugar content too high?
No, it's it's allergy. Like there's more pollen.
Because it's ready to reproduce.
It's the more
because it's ripe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever? Because I know most of the bananas that we get are I think Cavendish is the varietal.
I don't know.
Have you ever tried like other breeds of banana? Because I know like 90-something%.
Yeah, the little red ones are actually really good, and there's like little yellow ones too that are good.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like,
and they work fine for you even
the
when they're
size of
fully
your
ripe.
thumb. They're small, but they're good.
they are little.
They're very sweet.
I've never had one. I've seen them like on TV.
I haven't seen the red ones.
I've never seen one in person at any of my local stores.
The only bananas I've seen are like the classic, the current dominant Cavendish bananas, which we just call banana, and then plantains. Sometimes I'll see.
Oz, what up?
We haven't really had a ton of snow.
What are you doing, man? You gonna stream soon, or you want to come in? Are you just flashing through the chat? What are you doing?
Wait, Oz is flashing us in the chat?
Not that kind. You're not that lucky, Sabrina.
I know. I'm just being silly. Does it feel like a bit of a jerk?
What's it, bro?
No, that's what MathPig always says. He's streaking through the chat. That means he's not staying. So I ask people if they're streaking through or are they hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Always good to see Oz.
Yeah, definitely.
How do you deal with all the snow? Sadie, I wouldn't dare my job.
You just live with it. Like I live with it. I've been in Minnesota my whole life, except for a few years in Texas.
Yeah, but Farron, don't you do like cable and shit? That shit sucks in the Northeast and in the North.
Oh, you're in the Northeast?
No. He's saying you're in the North. He couldn't take. He lives south of me by an hour.
Oh, yeah.
He lives in New Mexico.
I remember one time when Texas got like a huge ice storm, and we were like having sun.
What?
That was
a recent one.
It wasn't last year, but it was the year before. Texas had a huge ice storm, and it was like, I think it was March or April, and it was super sunny here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amanda,
I was laughing at my ex because he was like, he couldn't go.
Yes. Yellow bananas are clones.
Was that outside cold?
Huh?
Outside was cold?
What?
Was that outside cold despite the sun being very bright?
It hasn't been that cold because it's been warm with the global.
No, I mean, you said
she's like, Minnesota's not so bad.
Hey, just think of it this way, Farron. In Minnesota, we don't have bugs like you have down there because they don't survive the winter. So if you want to live with mammoth-sized cockroaches, go for it. I don't. And I also we don't have parasites in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes and stuff don't live that long. I think we have less people, but that's.
I am, as much as I hate the cockroach infestation that I'm dealing with, I am quite thankful that the climate here is cold enough that we're not dealing with American cockroaches.
I fixed my internet.
Yeah, like North American cockroaches, contrary to their name, don't exist all across North America, and they're not particularly prevalent in Canada, or even northern United States. The most prominent one are German cockroaches, which is, I actually have two breeds of cockroach. I have an infestation of two breeds of cockroach, and they've been interbreeding, so it's basically similar. But we've got German cockroaches and we've got brown banded cockroaches. They're both small breed cockroaches. Oh, an interesting thing, because I bring up this cockroaches thing periodically. I remember Mama Deb mentioned something about the those plug-in things that scare away the roaches, and I did some research into that, and it seemed really iffy. But one thing in particular is,
I told you,
while North American cockroaches can be a bit bothered by it, German cockroaches don't give a fuck.
Oh yeah, German cockroaches.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care at all about it.
They don't care. You can spray from now to the cows come home, and you will still see them running around. Oh my gosh!
When I lived in Texas, we had the German ones, and it was that outlet thing that we plugged in that got rid of them.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was the thing in the outlet, the one that sends the electrical pulse. It worked.
Yeah.
And borax. Borax will kill everything.
Yeah,
and we
but
also
you don't want that in your house.
No, we did it. We put the
Gotcha.
borax in our house while we were gone for a vacation. And we didn't have pets at that time, so I didn't have to worry about cats.
that's different.
Like I would worry about cats, but like we literally like boraxed everything, and then we also like took silicone and caulked like all of like any holes that were in the walls around the toilets, anything. We caulked it all. I never saw a cockroach after that.
Did we just get some spam all of a sudden?
It seems so.
Yeah. Maya probably got it before I did.
But we all want to go there. We're all right. Just kidding.
No, Maya. No, don't tell me that, Maya. Oh no! I don't want to see those. Oh.
You don't want to see
Commander.
those?
Well, Maya says, wait a few decades, in 50 years, Canada will be seeing the American-sized bugs. I'm like,
what about that one spider that's on the East Coast right now? That the big yellow spider. I can't remember. It's like some sort of an orb, I think.
Wow.
Oh, is it like one of the banana spiders they have? The Florida has some big yellow and green banana spiders that are beautiful. I mean, not banana spiders that are beautiful, but they weave those big ass fucking
Doro spiders.
You gotta ask Bree. I don't know.
We've got a lot of like orb weaver spiders.
I'll share it. Oh.
I don't remember what they were called, but there were a lot of spiders in Treetops Park when we used to just go through there and play manhunt. Basically, that was before Columbine, and we had laser tag equipment.
Ooh, I remember doing laser tag stuff with friends. Oh, those were the days.
Yeah, Palomino, because they run like a goddamn horse. You can hear them. No, I lived in Florida, and I had the palmetto bugs down there attack me, basically. I know all about it.
Oh yeah, the ones I got, they only their wings are vestigial. Like, none of the roaches we have can fly.
Oh, I remember those.
Oh shit!
They're new. They're just this year.
It's kind of cool looking, actually.
Doro.
Scroll down a little bit.
I was gonna say they're native to East
After
Asia.
rapidly reproducing in Georgia last year, the Joro, or Joro, depending on if it's Spanish or not, native to East Asia, could spread to much of the East Coast in the coming year, according to new research from the University of Georgia, which also suggests the insect's ability to survive certain weather conditions will influence just how far north they move.
Wow.
They part of the Trichinophila clavata species and is part of a group of spiders known for highly organized wheel-shaped webs. The females have colorful yellow, red, and blue markings on their bodies and can measure up to 3 to 4 inches when their legs are fully extended. That's not very good. The males have a brown body and are much smaller compared to the females. Yeah, but see, look how long their legs are compared to their butt. They're all legs. So they're saying legs spread out both directions 3 to 4 inches, which means the body's probably 3/4 of an inch. That's no bigger than a fucking wolf spider. That's no bigger than a wolf spider.
That's not a fun spider.
Wolf spiders are scarier than that.
They eat stink bugs, though. Maybe that's good.
Wolf spiders also eat the brown or the black widow.
Whoa.
Oh. Okay.
Well, I love wolf spiders then. My mom always just told us not to kill them when we were kids. She said, no, leave them alone. They're good spiders.
They are.
Yeah.
The wolf spider?
Wolf spiders. They're good spiders, yeah. They look scary, but they'll only bite you if you fuck with them.
One time my dad was like, we were like walking in the woods and we had like packs on our back and he's like, shh. And a wolf spider landed right here and I screamed and he's like, shh. I'm like, because there was like a spider on me. I'm like, no, I'm not going to.
Oh, gosh.
I'm like, how do you
Dave? We're sorry, Dave. We can't do that.
Wait, what can't we do?
It's from an old show.
Yeah.
That's HAL 9000.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's exactly what it's
Say it, go on. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
When the last contributor to my next video gets his act together, he's going through some stuff. Understood. I've been holding this project back about 3 weeks now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to wake up to HAL 9000 Eye on Pratt's robot. "Hello, Dave," and then the lights turn on.
Hello,
She's a
Dave.
lizard person.
It's awesome. Hello, Dave. Oh goodness. Some of us don't need a voice mod.
It's true.
That's my project. This is part of it.
Nice.
Whoa. Wow.
And then we are going to this. I know you can't hear it, and I'm just going to play it up until the raid sequence. At least when you see the inside of Marjorie Taylor Greene's shit trailer, because I don't want to take
Oh,
too much
God.
of your time.
Oh my gosh.
You would. You fucking would. I love you. You're
That was
hilarious.
a sentence and a half, honestly.
There it goes.
Wow.
Because she's a Putin-loving bitch, so she's having a raid.
Oh gosh.
Shed those human skins right now. You're under arrest by Penguin forces. Shed those human skins right now. And then the other penguin, Operator Starsky, says, you know, you shouldn't worry about embarrassing her. It's time to beat that bully with a stick. And then
nice.
My penguin says, you know, you're right. We shouldn't worry about embarrassing her. Shed those human skins right now. And then she starts screaming. So she shed her human skins.
And there's a fucking dinosaur underneath. Yep, that's perfect.
Right? And then you hear the sound of the raptor screaming with the taser going off. And then the rest of the video has to wait until the other guy contributing to it.
Yeah. Oz.
What up, though?
What up,
Yo, it's Oz.
Yo,
the Oz.
What's the word?
He's heading to the club or some shit. Where are you going?
Yeah, he's heading to the club.
Sorry, I'm gonna roll my windows up so you don't have all my background sound.
Appreciate you.
Oh.
I know it's a cute photo, isn't it, Farron?
Hey Oz, is it as nice up in Fort Wayne as it is here?
Oh, dude, it's fucking gorgeous.
Right, it's a perfect night. I'm on my back porch.
You suck.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful. That's I was gonna well, I just left the comedy club. I'm on the way to it's technically a concert venue, and I'm I guess I'm what's the word I want? Not rehearse. It's not rehearse. Basically, they're wanting to hire me to run live sound for them. Audition.
Whoa.
I'm going to audition as a sound.
Oh, an audition.
That's
Yes,
cool.
yes. That's awesome, man. Good deal.
That's really good. It's cool.
I'm assuming the pay is awesome.
It's worth my time. It's worth my time to go. I'll say that.
Good
Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
That's the right answer.
That's all that matters.
Nice.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
You know,
Correct.
ain't that the fucking truth? You can only break a dollar down so far, my friend. $8.
Well, that's why.
Yeah.
I told him, I was like, wait, you want to pay me more money than I'm making currently to do something that like I love to do and I do like as a pastime?
Right.
Yeah.
I do on the side and make a little bit of money, but I really do it because I love it and you want to pay me full time. Deal.
Yeah. Sign me the fuck up.
Yeah.
That's really cool, Oz.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's awesome. I'm so happy.
And then you get referrals out there too. It's form of advertising.
Yeah. Well, and just so the first time I met the guy that owns the club was last week, and that's where if you see, I did a stream or two with Ernie Wayne. He's a local hip hop artist. So it's like just within this last week, I met that owner, and then Ernie is getting ready to start touring later this year and wants me to we're still negotiating, so this like nothing's official yet. But he wants me to tour with him and DJ for him, so it could be some badass shit here in the near future.
Oh,
Hell
my
yeah.
friend, that would be fucking awesome. That's some shit right there. Hell yeah,
That would be a
so
dream.
cool.
That would be a dream come true.
Like that would be amazing. That's like my job. I mean, it's okay. You know, it's not the best job in the world, but it's far from the fucking worst. It's a pretty good job. Every so often, I get to build like pallets and shit. That shit is fun. I love to do that. I'm like, fuck yeah, give me some wood and a saw. Like I'm just, but I don't want to do it full time. I don't want it to be ruined.
Right.
Because that's what happened with house painting. I used to love to paint houses. So when we were broke, we were like, let's start up a painting company, right? About 2.5 years later, I fucking hated it. So I don't want to do any kind of carpentry full time. I'm afraid I'll learn to fucking hate it. But I love doing it randomly when they ask me. It's a fucking blast.
I got a deck that needs built.
Well, we can talk, my friend.
You want to know something like a bit crazy about that sentence there? You said you've got a deck that needs built. And the nerd in me, in spite of the fact that this conversation has been about carpentry, the only thing I could think of was building a deck of cards for Magic the Gathering.
I thought you were going to say like
Only thing I
Yu-Gi-Oh.
could think of.
I mean, at one time, those cards were wood, but not the same thing.
Not the point I'm getting at, though. It's the fact that I'm just such a freaking
No, it's
one track
Sabrina,
mind.
it's cool. Like I used to be a big Yu-Gi-Oh nerd when I was in middle school.
No, fair enough. Like, honestly, the only reason I'm not playing MTG Arena right now is because I've already played it earlier today and I'm bored. I'm instead playing Hades.
Hey, at least you don't binge play the same game like daily for 3 or 4 years now. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Correct. Yeah, Dave, you're right. It's for
yes, I don't
like
do that.
I just.
What are you talking about?
I just built one that was 6 feet by almost 6 feet by almost 4 feet for a big piece of artwork we had to pick up. So yeah, it's for delivering moving art. So it's like for statues and big rocks and sculptures and shit that they fucking make around here. I live in the high deserts. People love metal and wood and rocks, and they carve them and then we move them a lot. So that can be a little tiring, but otherwise it's not too bad. Also, Oz, did you see that Native said he didn't want Jenna to see him doing those moves because she'd leave you for sure?
Yeah, I mean, why does he think I wouldn't leave her for it?
Oh, snap. Maybe you guys get a 3 thing going, 3.
I think Neil the 604 Atheist already had dibs on that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Neil, I'm sorry. If anybody tries to make some kind of joke that would have even imply Neil could be gay, I just laugh so hard. It would like be somebody saying it about you, Oz. It just kills me. Like, there's no way in holy hell. Like, really, no way in hell.
I don't know.
That shit.
I've met some gay people that definitely would other like you would assume that they're like you would really assume that they're straight. You'd be like, even though I don't make assumptions about people's sexuality in general, like there's no way that person is anything other than straight, and they're like, no, I'm gay as hell. And hell's probably pretty gay if it exists.
Oh,
I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, I think if you're all stuck down there together, it's all.
I've seen some interpretations of Lucifer, and I'd be down.
Yeah, I'm a 40-year-old cis white male, but I especially well on YouTube you don't see it, but like if I'm like on the job and I dress very flamboyantly is what I'm told, and I get hit on all the time by homosexual men, and I'm like, this is how I know I'm doing it right. Like,
yeah, dude, I'm telling you, seriously, like you look good then because men have standards, and These rednecks that are walking around like with filthy hands and they ain't taking a shower in a couple weeks. That gay man trying to hit on me. No, he isn't, honey. He is not hitting on you. Trust me. He might be being nice to you.
You know if they're
You'll know it. They just are blunt. They'll be like, suck your dick. Like, they don't care. They'll just
My
ask.
ex he had all the guys in my building here had major gaydar for him before they realized he was my ex-husband.
Well, it
Really,
doesn't mean he's
they
not
thought-
gay.
I think he kind of might be, but just doesn't know it.
I mean, he could be bi. He doesn't have to necessarily be gay.
Right.
He's like the sister at the party. He's not the man. He's not. He acts like a sister, like James Charles' sister.
Wow. Oh, wow.
No.
Yeah, I had a employee when I was still the. Oh, you're good. I'll be quick. I had a one of my employees when I was still the one of the sales directors at Ashley Furniture. He was from Colombia, had a very, very still thick Colombian accent, and it was hilarious because depending on what suit I had on or what shirt I was wearing, it was at least every other day, every 3 days, when he'd come up and he pronounced my name Austin. He would say, "Oh, Austin, I wish you was gay."
See, I'm telling you, they're honest. They're blunt. They'll just tell you. They'll just ask. They don't give a fuck.
They'll tell you straight up. I'm sorry. That was bad. That was really bad. That was horrible. I got
your
like a
hand for
sarcastic
me.
laugh. For me? No.
Smack your
I
own
just,
hand for me. There you go. Thank you.
Thanks. Right. I was just gonna add is like it's kind of an interesting thing because when I was growing up, especially in like middle school, high school, I didn't get this as I became an adult and whatnot, but I was incorrectly identified as gay by a lot of het people, or at least het people who were, or at least people who were presenting as het.
Okay.
Like you're so gay, and like I was being mocked, but I was never getting clocked like that by gay guys or gay girls, for that matter, actually. Which I found kind of validating because I was just because at the time I wasn't attracted to guys. I mean, fuck, at the time I was kind of I still have a bit of it, but like I was pretty misandric for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not going to go into details about that. That's a topic for another time. But
anyways,
yeah,
anyway,
but yeah, it's just like it's kind of funny. It's like even though I had, because like a lot of what you described is like I was like kind of the sister. I was kind of, I wasn't a very strong guy. I was more emotionally open for the most part. Better at that now. But yeah, no, all the queer people I knew did not think I was gay. There's only people who don't understand how that works, or closeted people who didn't understand how it works either.
Yeah, well, then there's that.
Because I did know a couple of people that like I think like later on found out they were closeted, and so it was a projection at that point, which is different.
Emotionally open is something more cultural than anything else. It depends on your culture. Jewish culture, men are more emotionally open. Vietnamese culture, men are more emotionally open than the Western, particularly American redneck.
Yeah.
Interestingly, as far as emotional openness is concerned, I would argue, like, because of course I'm part of Western culture, so like I would have been predisposed based on the culture that I grew up in, but even more so because I grew up within a culture that's emotionally closed, within a family that is disproportionately or even more so emotionally closed because there's a history of trauma on which some of them still haven't admitted to yet that they have these traumas. particularly my dad, because of course, like growing up AMAB, I would have to look to my dad as a representation for men. Oh, remember when I mentioned something about Miss Andrea earlier? Anyway, I shouldn't say this, but he was especially close. He's actually opened up a lot, and he's become a lot more tolerable as a consequence, because he's finally been able to confront his own emotions. But for a very, very long time, he wasn't addressing them at all, which is why everything came out as anger.
Wow.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
When you stuff it down for too long, you get angry.
Yeah.
Hey, Uncle Beck, real quick before I'm getting ready to pull up to the club here. So Alberto, the gentleman I'm talking about, he's one of my favorite human beings that I've ever got to be able to call friend. But I have to share this really funny story.
Okay.
Because I think everybody will appreciate this laugh. So I have to share one little brief part to give you kind of a build up so you understand how sassy Alberto was.
Okay.
And then the other, so the first one, the short one, he was there. There was still a lot of words in the English language that he was still trying to figure out and how to pronunciate and what meant what and yada yada. And there was one day he learned very, very quickly, but if he learned something incorrectly, it was really hard to unlearn that and for him to learn the correct terminology or words or whatever. But there was one day, there was like 2 or 3 times I had to remind him, like, Alberto, you can't do that, man. Not only are you're gonna get me in trouble. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I was like, you can't do that. And he looked at me, he was like, Austin, today why are you all crunchy? And I was like, why am I what? He was like, why you walk around here, you so crunchy. And I was like, crunchy, what the hell are you talking about, Alberto? He's like, you walk there all mean and angry today. I was like, oh, do you mean grouchy? He was like, yes.
I like crunchy better.
Oh, I like it better too. I think it fits better.
I feel
actually.
a little crunchy today, guys.
So give you a little snapshot of Alberto.
Right.
His personality. He was a little firecracker, sassy firecracker. But we had another gentleman that worked there, and he was like your typical Indiana conservative Christian guy that like the only clothes, like style, if you want to say, of clothes he wore were like blacks, grays, and browns. So nothing compared to like what Alberto and I would wear, right?
Right.
And Alberto always gave this guy a hard time because he knew, like we all knew he was terrified of anybody that had any other lifestyle that he didn't know or understand.
Of course.
And there was one day, I don't know what the other guy had said or did to Alberto, but we were up at the front of the store and we are going to go start our afternoon sales meeting. And he walks up, and I'm sitting at my desk, and the other guy's sitting at one of the tables in the room, and Alberto walks up. He was like, well, he called him Roberto. That wasn't his name, but that's what he always called him. He was like, Roberto, Austin, he's a bigger, better man than you will ever be. You know why? Look at him. He dresses like a man. He's confident. And you walk around here looking like a bum. But you know what? I know you love me. And I know you're in the closet. And I have the keys to your closet.
Oh my God. I'm going to open up that back door, baby.
when he said
hilarious,
that,
man.
As the sales director, being upper management, he said that about the keys. I had to get up and leave. I was like, they cannot see me laughing
I
right
can't.
now.
I can't. I gotta go.
I'm about to lose my shit. I have the keys to your closet.
Oh my God. That is so
I know you're in the
good.
closet, and I have the keys to your closet.
Oh, it was fucking hysterical.
Oh my goodness.
I wonder if they ever did end up. Anyway.
That's awesome. Are you there, Oz? Because I don't want to keep you.
Yep, I just put, and I'll give you one more, just because I have Alberto stories for day. But the last, I love talking. He's an amazing guy. I love sharing his stories. But he, when he first got hired, so remember, thick Dominican, or sorry, not Dominican, Colombian accent, and the woman that was training him was Polish. So we have a Polish, very thick Polish accent. Training Alberto has this very thick accent of his own. Well, when he's ready to take his first customer and greet them at the door, the lady that trained him, her normal greeting when people come in is like, good afternoon, good morning, whatever, good evening, folks. When they walked in. Well, he had it was an older couple, probably late 60s, right around there, walked in, and he gets up, and he had a huge personality, and he jumps up, they walk in, he was like, "Good afternoon, fucks."
What?
And we're all like, no, not folks, not fucks.
Oh,
and he comes
I
over.
see. I see.
He comes over. He was like, Austin, what is wrong with you? I was like, no, nothing's wrong with me. You didn't do anything wrong because you don't know any better. But it's not fucks. In America, calling somebody a fuck isn't like gonna help you sell furniture. It's folks. It's folks. Oh my god, for like weeks we joked about that and like replayed.
Come in the morning and go, good morning, fucks.
Good morning, fucks.
Good morning, fuckers.
I totally would have done it. Do you know what, Oz, that reminds me when when I was an EMT, I worked overnights at a Walmart, right, stocking shelves. And their Walmart's big thing is don't cuss on the floor at all, but the F word anywhere will get you fired. So I was in the deep freeze, and they had left me a mess from the day shift again, and I had to clean up all their shit before I could do my job, and I had to do it quickly because I had a bunch of frozen food I had to pull out to do their shit. So I was pissed. So I'm in there working. I've been there for like an hour already. Hadn't even started stocking the fucking shelves yet. And I was like, fuck. Well, this Christian lady that worked there that did not like me, of course, with my tattoos and shit. And she went right to management, and they got me fired for it. Well, this was the only Walmart in my town. So I went there anyways because it was a cheap place to buy shit, and like the best prices in town. So I go in there anyways. And every time I walked in the door and I saw the manager or anybody else that knew me, I go, "Hey, what the fuck's up? How the fuck are you?" And they were like, "Oh, B, man, come on, man." The manager's over there like this. And I'm going, "Hey, Matt, what the fuck's up? How you been, man?" And he's like, "Dude, are you gonna cuss like that every time you come in here?" I said, "Yeah, but you know what?
Fuck yeah.
I'm not hurting anybody, and I'm a paying customer, so fuck it." And I'd go grab something off the shelf and go, "I'm gonna buy this," and I'd walk through the store. Oh, it would piss him off, but it was so much fun. I did it shit for like a year afterwards. I did it every time I walked in for like a year, just to really piss him off.
Fuck the system.
I can't imagine.
You have a song?
I can't. So I worked at Walmart for 6 years, by the way. I can't imagine that level of strictness as far as cussing is concerned. Because if they
were there,
here's the thing: if that was a rule that, like, don't get me wrong, they weren't happy when we swore, but like it's not like immediate firing kind of thing. But if that was a rule that they enforced to that degree, they would never have cart pushers. They would never.
They wouldn't have. They wouldn't have 3/4 of fuck. Everybody says fuck. They work at Walmart. It sucks. You're gonna cuss and say fuck.
Yeah,
I mean,
no. There are actually depending on which Walmart you go to, there can be a disproportionate, or like not disproportionate, a very unusually large amount of like people who are, I don't know, like their heads are up their butts or something. I don't even know.
They're just not smart people.
It's just like
that's why they're at Walmart. It's like that's it. That's
I mean, like people who are just content to just be like never cursing and just pretend I don't know if they're pretending or they're just deluded into thinking that everything's okay when in fact they work at like the representation of the worst bits of capitalism in life.
No, they probably go home and like beat their dog or something.
Oh, that hurts to hear. I don't.
No, yeah,
not some of the people I'm thinking of.
It was a figure of speech.
I mean, you did.
I meant take it out on someone else when they leave work. Is what I meant.
I know what you meant. It just still hurts to think about that, though.
I'm gonna jump off here and go.
It's 8 o'clock. Good luck. Go snag that shit, buddy. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's nice talking to you.
Thank you.
Love you too, buddy. Peace out.
Yeah.
Yes, Dave. Exactly. That's exactly the kind of shit I would do. Excuse me. Where's the fucking cat food? But I wouldn't say it mean. I would just say it like it was part of my sentence. Where's the fucking cat food? I'm sorry.
Now,
Did you
interestingly
guys
enough,
move the fucking hangers? Because I can't find the fucking hangers anywhere. I just use it all the time I was in there.
Actually heard that it's not consistent. I've actually heard people like managers, like if a customer is consistently cussing, they will actually call them out on it. It's like, please, there's no need to swear or anything like that. Even if it's in a friendly fashion, they might not address it unless they're doing it a lot.
They never said shit to me. I think they were all scared of me because I came in there like that. I think it freaked them all out. They were like freaked out by me. They just would like look at me and walk away and stay away from me.
Well, the dynamic was very different because they would address people because there's the hope or the expectation that the person might be receptive to it. They know you wouldn't have been receptive to it, so they didn't even bother.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it is. But also, they couldn't kick people out of the store there unless they stole something because this fucking town was so poor that they needed all the income they could get. It's probably why they didn't say anything to me. I would guess.
Yeah, I fucking hate that. Like, there were so many people who really needed to be like persona non grata. Oh, in fact, one of the stores I worked at did actually ban a customer who didn't steal. And the customer complained to head office, and they forced us to unban them.
Whoa.
No, that shit didn't happen where we worked. We banned somebody. It was up to the store. We banned people all the time. There was like a guy. He didn't steal anything, but we knew he was going to, so I was following him around over customer servicing him.
They were never
and he
stealing.
Punched me in the neck. That guy's not allowed.
Okay, so this individual in question, there was the only risk of violence was us against them.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no risk of, well, there was some risk of theft, but there was predominantly no significant risk of theft.
Oh.
The banning was for, I'm not going to explain. They were a super shitty person, but it wasn't racism either. It wasn't any classic thing. This is an oversimplification of why they were originally banned, but basically, they were like significantly abusing, like, you know, the scanning code of practice or the concept about that, like if a price is wrong or whatever, it basically put things in a customer's favor, kind of thing.
Yes,
and they would abuse that to get tons of things for either free or significant discount, and it was such. Now, generally, it's. The way it would work, it'd just be like whatever whatever the wrong sticker price is, kind of thing.
Right.
But they were making use, like they were basically they would go through the store and search for everything and try to look to try and find whatever error they could find. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we ever caught them actually making, like intentionally manufacturing mistakes. But regardless, they never caught them doing that. But the significance is, they were so prolific with this particular behavior. This was their living. This is how they made a living. They would buy all this stuff, they would rip us off so much and then resell it such that they were able to make a consistent living.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And here's the additional thing. Now, this is more of a problem with Walmart, not a problem with the individual, but like, I mean, you can't really blame us for directing it. So at least the Walmarts in Canada, we do get a share. Like, we do get what is called a profit share, which is just like an extra check a year based on however much the store made over a certain amount, which is it's a nice thing. Like, it's not something that's guaranteed. There's some place, like, I'm not getting profit share where I work now. It's an independent business. Regardless, all loss is taken out of what would be profit share. Now, it's not direct that way, it's indirect, but like all loss would affect the store's profit numbers. So this loss includes destruction from returns. This would include adjustments through scanning code of practice. This would go through anything that had to be like any kind of loss. And this would all come out of the numbers for the store's profits, and so this would affect our profit share. This person was doing so much of this, it actually had at least we perceived it had a noticeable effect on the profit share. They were, because they hated Walmart, the company. This is why they were. This is the rationale as to why they were doing it. But they weren't hurting Walmart, the company. The company wasn't losing any more money. The company was getting the same payout it always was. The people, they were directly stealing from the associates. That's who they were getting their money from. It was us. Because
they don't think about it when they do that kind of shit.
Share of profit, which is why that's why
I tell people don't steal. You're hurting the employees because they're not going to get fucking raises. Because retail stores don't give raises if they're not in the red enough.
Right. Yeah.
So it's bullshit. You're fucking ripping off people that work there. You're not hurting the fucking corporations. They don't get.
You're never going to hurt the corporation.
Shit. They do not care, man. They do not care at all. They're just going to do whatever the fuck they want, no matter what. So, you know, why the fuck? So yeah, I don't like thieves. Yeah, I have stolen before in my life when I was starving, and I went and paid it back twofold.
That's cool.
And it was just like little cans of Vienna sausage and Spam. They were like 32 cents back then, you know? And I stole them randomly because I was starving, and it was some kind of protein I could put in me that was easy to steal. So.
I used to have a cat named Princess Vienna Sausage.
Princess Vienna Sausage?
Yeah, it wasn't named by me, but I kept it. We all called her Vienna, though.
Vienna. Hey, Vienna, come here. Vienna. Oh, I can't stand those things now.
Food was, right?
She would look at me and be like, "Are you kidding?" Every time I used her full name, and then when I called her with her real name, she would come. She'd be like, "Fine."
That's hilarious.
Wow.
But yeah, those things are gross unless you're hungry. I agree.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I can't stand them now. I bought some when I went to. I was like, well, I need some snacks and shit because I'm gonna be over the road with this job, and I bought a can of them and I took a bite of one and I went. Ooh. I threw it out. I can't.
Raccoon fodder.
Eat them anymore. I can't eat them anymore. Vienna sausage, the size no person wants to be compared to. Yeah, Farron, that's correct. That's correct.
Oh my god, that's great.
For anybody, nobody wants to be compared to that. It's either too big or way too small.
So it works.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh gosh.
Oh, that's great.
Do you think that we should unionize all labor or just put in place a universal system of employee advocates?
That's an excellent question.
Damn it, Dave. Am I going to go all serious?
Unionize.
I'm getting high anyways. Fuck it.
I'm leaning towards unionize, but I kind of like the other thing as well, or in addition. Like, can I say both? Like, there's unionization for it, but then there's also a universal labor representation thing as well. So we basically have two layers of protection.
That's not a bad idea.
I can tell you that is probably going to take care of what happened to me at a really horrible
Me too, Farron.
place.
Me too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, you were saying
that would have taken. That would have actually taken care of what happens when you know, the union guy, you know, because they have to decide who they're going to save, and they do some deals or whatever. And I don't think I was adequately helped when I had people subjecting me to anti-Semitism whilst also telling me that I was a Nazi for supporting Obama. And I wound up leaving that place not too happy.
Hold on. When would a white person support a black man? It's a Nazi. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, it was that.
It's exactly opposite.
Hold on. I mean, Beck, I know that's a joke, but it just comes down to like these groups. Basically, anyone who is politically undesirable is a Nazi. That is how. Unfortunately, that is how the word Nazi is getting used quite often.
But that's not even accurate.
No, of course it's not.
No, it's not accurate.
Of course, I know what the hell a Nazi is.
The fuck are they're using it for everybody now?
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was a level of cruelty. Because of someone subjecting you to anti-Semitism, right? and you bring your birth certificate, and all of a sudden you're not getting 0 overtime, you're getting half the overtime everyone else does. And you look at them and you say, is it because I can't prove my mom was free of the Jews? And the manager goes, yeah. And then there was a douchebag. I'll use his, well, I don't want, because it would just dox me. But he did wind up at the Capitol years later. He said, so you're half. Which half are you? Because I got a grandfather too. And he has said he had a pointy helmet and a machine gun. Which side are you on? So that was the kind of shit that I was dealing with at a major defense contractor, and no one would help me. If I had a recording device, but this is a Department of Defense facility,
You
if
can't
I
bring
could
anything
bring
like that
one
in there. Right.
if I could, I would never have to work a day in my life the shit I had to deal with. And I had one manager who you walk in, there's this big building, right? And they had a nuclear plant print sitting right on a lathe, right in full view of everyone. And I turn it around so that no one can see it, because every Tom, Dick, and Harry walks through there on a hot summer day during shift change. And he's like, I'm going to have you fired for that. And I'm like, go ahead. Tell them that I touched the print, and I will tell them why. And he never called security.
I bet not. What horrible people. I just don't even understand how people can act and think the way they do. I just don't understand. Just so people are so hateful and judgmental and mean and unsupportive and just what the fuck, man.
Sorry, Commander, you're going to say something else as well?
I actually lost what I was going to say.
Oh.
I do understand though why they do it. Bullshit conspiracy theories. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You could all the Q stuff and all that shit. That I had one coworker in 2013 tell me, we need a man like Vladimir Putin, we need a man like Trump. And I originally thought, well, because I was gushing Christianity at the time, because Obama had the effect to make a Jew want to be a Christian. And I think that's also why they hated his guts. So I was the only white person in the building who could pass the Nicene Creed's worth a damn. I actually believed I was one of God's chosen people because I believed in Jesus Christ and not because of my race. And I was a Jew. So anyway, all the
I mean,
so anyway.
Yeah, go on.
So anyway, I thought the guy was possessed. No, it turned out in 2017, Pope Francis called bullshit on a 2013 article written by Steve Bannon, telling the idiots to look to the Kremlin to save Christianity from people like me. And if you've seen Operator Starsky's channel, he talks about how this woman who was head of one of the Kremlin parties would, she had an act that was basically protect the canonical Orthodox religion. And the more I learn about the Russian bullshit and the more I see the bullshit here, the more I think there's either direct collaboration or they just sent someone to train everybody.
Right. I know. I know. Dave said hiring non-union tugboat operators, and they made us cancel our walk/protest to their head office because their employees didn't feel safe. Ugh. Yeah, that's lovely.
Oh, that reminds me.
Yeah, I have to go. So later.
Oh, bye, Phil. Thanks for coming,
Bye.
buddy. Love you, man.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
That reminds me of something fun working in an industrial environment when Obama was president. All these people praising Trump for protecting our jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would tell me why their job needed to go overseas. Because when I wanted my job protected, they were like, everyone's lazy. This, that, or the other. It's communism because a government is making decisions and influencing the invisible hand of the market. That was the people would argue with you that their own job needed to go away because they were that filled with hate. What I think it was they actually agreed. But the Democrats and the unions would make sure that people who looked different than them would still be able to get the jobs if they were qualified. And I think that was it.
Probably. I mean, people are judged all the time by their names and everything for jobs, you know. I mean, I literally have met people who have names that are foreign because, like, she married a guy who immigrated, right? She has trouble getting a job because she has a foreign last name, but she's fucking white ass American.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The name.
So what did she do? She had to dash it, you know, hyphenate it and put her fucking name in there, so people would see her name. I'm
not going to share my. I'm not going to share my last name, but it's one of those. It's not really a Jewish name, and it's not really a Christian name. It's something in between. And when I tried showing my dad's dad, it turned out Keith Oberman gave a eulogy for the guy with the same name. Well, my dad's dad died in the 1970s, but this guy, Keith Oberman, gave a eulogy in Hebrew for, I think, in 2007. So they thought that he had the same job in the same town. So they thought I was somehow related to Keith Oberman.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. That's my girlfriend's maiden name. She still has her ex-husband's name because of her kids. But that's her maiden name. Overman. But it came in as Oberman, and they changed it to Overman after they came to the U.S.
I was just reading it only takes one or two well-documented reports for the FDA to like investigate a drug. I reported my reaction to the Dupixent yesterday.
Good.
Oh,
okay. You should.
I reported
Good
to
for
the
you.
FDA, and they said it only takes one or two well-documented cases to provide an early signal of unexpected problems. And I did find that there was somebody that committed suicide during one of the trials for this medication.
No shit.
Yeah.
What med is it?
I tried to blame it on his skin, even though he had 13 doses of it.
Try to blame it on what?
They tried to blame it on his like prior his skin causing, but he had 13 doses of Dupixent, so and they said he overdosed to commit suicide on Dupixent. How do you overdose on Dupixent?
That doesn't make sense.
I don't know how biologics work, so I wouldn't be able to.
I don't know how you would. I think it might be toxic if you take a lot of it, but that's.
No, well, I mean, everything is if you take too much.
I had suicide ideation from it.
Any prescription medicine.
Yesterday.
Any prescription medicine you take too much of can kill you.
Yeah.
It just depends on how much it takes for whatever it is.
I don't think.
Yeah, it depends on the medication.
I think he committed suicide because there's a problem with his medication.
If it couldn't kill you, they just throw it over the counter, let you buy it whenever you wanted.
It's like Singular. They had to put a black box warning on that too because it was causing people to have suicidal ideation, and then they kept dismissing it. And finally, there was enough people that reported the same thing that they finally stopped saying it was like
Isn't that asthma med?
Yeah, and you're trying to say that people are just like it was psychosomatic, or they're just making it up, or maybe they had this problem before they started the medication, and they're just blaming it on the medication, which is why I don't trust.
I don't believe that.
To the actual drug company, you report it to the FDA.
Well, of course. And that's how you're supposed to report these kinds of things, or whatever relevant body it is. Yeah, and honestly, I think there's a disturbing degree of underreporting. So a problem I've encountered, like I encounter in day to day, is
you have that backwards SPM.
Sorry. Oh, you're talking to someone else. A problem I encounter in my day-to-day job is there are some cases where people are requesting to get the brand name of a specific drug. Now, in some cases, I definitely know for some patients, this is just brand name, whatever. Like this is just them being elitists.
Yeah.
Excuse the term. I have very strong opinions, and most people disagree with me as far as brand name drug stuff is concerned.
Right.
But there are definitely genuine reasons why you should get a particular brand name over its generic. One of these things is because not all generics are the same. They're not all formulated exactly the same as the main drug. They might have different filler ingredients, or they might just be the molecules might not be quite exactly like, I don't know. I don't know enough about these things, but for some people, they'll have an adverse reaction with the generics and won't have the brand name. Now, more often than not in this situation, because of the very strange structure of how brand names do their stuff and when they become genericized, when they become genericized, rather than lower their price, some of them will give out like sample cards or discount cards, which are basically like secondary insurance cards that you can basically bill and get some of the difference back. Like the patient won't have to pay the entire difference between the brand name and the generic. Sometimes the difference is absolutely humongous, depending upon the drug. Now,
I agree. Go ahead.
The thing is, because this is a common thing, and because there's a lot of patients who are only asking for brand name because they just want the brand name stuff. This is the normal practice. Is basically we as the pharmacy always have stacks of these cards. Like we have stacks of these physically, and then we can also get them digitally now at this point. So there's always a way for us to bill the brand name reimbursement drugs, at least for the ones that do it. It's not for every drug, but it is for a decent amount of the common ones.
Yeah.
The issue here is that in the case where the patients are actually having had an adverse reaction to the generic, they're not going through the steps to have that reported, because the physician, they should talk with their physician, and sometimes the physician gives them a discount card, when really what the physician should be doing in this case is filling out an adverse drug reaction, because we can't do it as pharmacists. Like, as far as the policy is concerned, it's supposed to be the physician, the prescriber, that fills this out. And the crazy thing about it is, if the physician does the adverse drug reaction reports, not only is this stuff being documented, but for people who have drug coverage through the government, which not everyone does, but a number of people do, if this patient has a number of adverse drug reaction reports for generics, the government will pay for the brand name price.
Well, here's
the thing. Won't have to pay out of pocket anymore.
With Synthroid, the generic Synthroid is not equivalent at all. It's like taking candy.
We actually only have 2 levothyroxines here. We have Synthroid and we have Eltroxin, which is, it's not exactly a generic. They're both a brand name, but they're not totally equivalent. The price difference is so small, though, that like in most cases, people either are just willing to pay the difference, or if someone's getting a small enough amount, we just waive it. Like we don't, it doesn't care.
Yeah,
you are right though. You are right.
I'm on Tyrosine, which is more expensive. It's like a gel.
That's
like
not an equivalent though, because that's a different dosage form.
Yeah,
so it's not an
it's
equivalent.
Same, but it's a better. I absorb it better because it doesn't have fillers. It's just a gel cap.
Yeah, I remember you brought that up last time, and right, yes. We are going to be getting that soon in Canada.
Yeah.
It's already been approved, but it's not at the market stage yet. So they haven't made they haven't been making manufacturing it yet for Canada, but we will be getting it, and I'm curious to see how things will change. If they'll treat it as an interchangeable, which they better fucking not.
Yeah.
But yeah, what they'll I can see that becoming an issue. Yeah.
Like this.
I wonder what how the shelf life is compared to synthroids or levothyroxines.
They're individually blister pack.
Mm-hmm. Well,
they're gels.
Yeah, no. I know that they're gels. I'm just thinking of like it's like life, it's shelf stability, because that is highly individualized regardless of.
I take it style. Because I have GI issues, and it's better. Yeah. This is better. It absorbs better for people with GI issues.
Yeah, it makes sense because Synthroid actually has some pretty. People don't usually follow it, unfortunately, but you actually have to be very particular about taking it. It has to be completely. You can't take it with your other meds. We have so many patients who take it with their other morning meds.
I just can't take it with a PPI, and I don't take a PPI.
Yeah, that one you can't take with the PPI.
I don't take it with like the acid reducers, the H2 blockers. I don't take those at the same time. But I take most of my other meds with it, just as long as it's not one of the ones that messes with your acid, because you need acid to break it down.
Yes.
Yeah, I tried Armor too. I couldn't. My body just does it. It's very like I could not take generic, and then I took name brand Synthroid forever, and then for like a year I could not get my thyroid levels normal, and I had to go on to tyrosine. But I had iron anemia, so that I don't know, what my.
I hope you are well too, my friend. How are you?
But after going on tyrosine, your thyroid stuff is normalized now.
Mm-hmm. Like it's funny because my endocrinologist in Minnesota here, I can walk into his room and we can both figure out what my thyroid levels are at, like almost to the T. Like,
wow,
you're in the 30s right now. He can tell by like my reflexes, my eyes, like he knows.
Really?
Like, and I know too. Like I know when I'm off.
Yeah, my sister's is off really bad. She's good. She just takes Synthroid. She's good with Synthroid for her shit. And it works really well for her. Like she literally in 5 months lost weight that she's had her entire life.
Mm-hmm.
And I had been saying since she got diagnosed with it, I was like, well, that's what my mom's problem was. My mom was constantly dieting. She lived on a diet and never lost. If she lost fucking 10 pounds, she was like, oh my God, I lost 10 pounds in the last 2 years. Like it was like that. But they didn't know shit about thyroid stuff back then, you know?
What particular problem are you talking about? And specifically, what kind of thyroid issue?
She had like feeling tired, weight gain. Oh God,
I had mine removed. I had Graves.
What was the other thing? Fuck.
Oh, wow, Graves. Okay.
I had Graves. I had
I can't remember right now.
iodine treatments, and it didn't work.
Probably smoking too much pot. I don't know.
They wanted to give me another really high dose of radioactive iodine, and it would have caused infertility, and I said no.
So they just, rather than radioactive iodine, they just removed it. Okay.
I just asked them to remove it because, like, I didn't want like the level they were going to give me. So, and if you get over 30, like I don't know if it's micrograms or micrograms. I think it's micrograms.
It has to be. It's not radioactive.
It's radioactive. So like, if you get over 30, you have to be hospitalized for 3 days in a unit in a place where, because you're radioactive, like you can't be around people. Because like you can actually, like if you're around children, you can cause them to get the radioactive iodine is that strong. So like the doctor's like, I'll give you 29.9. I'm like, no, that's still a little too close for me. And I talked to like some of the radiologists because I was working in radiology at the time. And I was like, do you think that's safe? Like, because I was in my 20s and I didn't want to mess with my fertility. And he said, yeah, don't do it. The radiologist said not to do it. And so I said,
half-life of only a few days.
What's that?
I think it has a half-life of only a few days. I'm gonna
Yeah,
check.
it's 3 days. You
Screamingly radioactive.
Yeah, you eliminate it through your urine. So the toilet is radioactive too.
Exactly.
While you're using it.
Well, when my sister was going through shit like that, the boys weren't allowed to use her bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
she
so
had her own bathroom. They weren't allowed in it.
I had to stay away from my cats too, like not hold the cats on my lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I had a CAT scan, I learned that I was allergic to iodine.
Yeah, I can't have iodine.
That was frightening.
Yeah.
Really?
I can't even have this stuff for MRIs, the contrast.
Anaphylactic shock. They had to use an EpiPen to.
Huh. Yeah, like really allergic, huh?
Yeah.
Wait.
Damn.
Wait, do we not need a minimal amount of iodine, or is
I do,
that?
but I'm allergic to it.
People who are allergic to shellfish,
I'm not allergic
because
to
you need a minimum amount of iodine, but the dose they give you is a hell of a lot more than you normally get because they're using it.
Mm-hmm.
Than getting it in your system naturally, right?
I don't do iodine salt.
They're putting it in you instead of it being a gradual. You get it through your food process, right?
And it's a lot more.
So it's like a dump.
That's why we put iodine in salt. I don't use iodized salt
Because of the iodine allergy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't
have. That's actually why I was asking.
Have betadine swabbed on my skin without having a reaction.
Oh, so that's how you get your iodine.
You need to find a doctor HR that specializes in
an endocrinologist.
Thyroid stuff, because not all doctors know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to thyroid.
An endocrinologist,
or half of that stuff, like hormones and shit like that. If your hormones are off, it'll make you feel just the same way when your thyroid's off. So I would find somebody that's not a specialist, but a doctor that knows about it. Like it's one of their things. They like. I worked for a family practitioner, but she was a hormone specialist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you need.
She just billed under a family practitioner. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of those photos of Kay's cooking merch that her fans did. You talking about the fan merch, Phoebe? I know all about it. It's way better than hers.
Oh,
they actually made it funny.
You got to send me some things that you want on your picture.
Oh.
Like if you want me to make an art up for you.
That's the problem with COVID and everything else. Everybody's short-staffed. Every medical place everywhere is backed up, overworked, underpaid. It's been like that for a few years now, unfortunately, HR. I'm sorry. Sorry you're caught in it. We had a lot of problems where I would have to call specialists and say, MSPAC Heather Neal would like her patient to be seen like now. This is not some bullshit referral.
I call my endocrinologist.
This isn't something that can wait, and then they go, oh, and then they would take them in faster. But the doctor's office has to push that.
I haven't needed an endocrinologist in a long time because now that I'm stable, my internist has been able to.
Yeah, no, I get it, HR.
Manage it, but it's hard.
I'm right at that. It's where if I was paying for insurance right now, I would be able to pay my bills, but I'd have nothing left.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I'm getting to the point where I'm saving up money so I can pay for insurance so I can have my surgery done at the beginning of next year. So, yeah, no, I understand the insurance struggle.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't give me assistance for that. I make too much, but
that's why I work at Starbucks.
Insurance is so expensive.
I work at Starbucks.
My employer does not provide insurance. That's why she pays us so well, because she knows that we have to buy our own.
I would have quit working at Starbucks this summer if I didn't need my insurance, because I needed to just focus on my internship. But I can't live without my insurance, so I work for Starbucks 20 hours a week, and I have really good insurance.
Yeah, you do.
I'm happy that like as much as I would certainly be happy shitting on any big corporation, just like Starbucks.
Starbucks is a good corporation.
Yeah, for what it's. I have some issues with Starbucks, but yes, it sounds like that they're less shit in some very much a lot less shit in some areas than other people are. Ooh, look who it is! It's the ego. Come on,
It is the
jump
ego.
in. It is.
Ego, you should just come in. We've been just streaming for like almost 6 hours now, so just come on in. And here.
Phoebe J. Rose.
Oh yeah, Phoebe, come talk.
Yeah, in joke.
And you could just share them while you're in here, and then I'll show everybody your pictures of Kay's merch in the wild.
I need to see.
She said she was at a music fest and saw people wearing Kay's cooking merch.
Look
Which
what
is
my cat
fucking
did to me.
hilarious.
Look what he did.
Considering how much time we spend laughing at Kay's cooking.
My cat did that.
Oh, here we got a Phoebe.
He scratched me.
Ow.
I know.
It's a fucking bruise. Phoebe.
Hello.
What say you?
I drove back from South Derbyshire to my home when I left the music festival at 11 a.m. and I got back into my house at 2:30. And now I can't sleep.
Huh. Because you're wide awake.
That's about right.
Like, lovely. Well, luckily I'm here for you, so.
I needed.
Can you share the pictures?
Give us 1 second.
Okay. Because I want to see them now.
Mhm.
I'm high.
I
and it would
want
be
to see
funny.
them.
You missed Lee's cooking. We watched Lee cook breakfast the other day, and he
Lee
did not
did
cook
eggs
at all.
and bacon on toast
and he got
with butter.
and his mom was like, ratting
Deb,
on
you're just in time.
What am I in
Phoebe
time
was-
for?
for Phoebe.
Phoebe was at a music fest.
Oh, sweet.
Hold on, everybody. Phoebe was at a music fest and found real Kay's Cooking fans in the wild.
No, you're lying.
Wearing her shirts. She's going to show us pictures. I know, right?
I can't wait to see
Are you
this.
gonna wear a shirt, Phoebe?
I have to see this shit. I fucking love laughing at Kay's Cooking.
Baron needs to get his butt on the panel. Come talk to us, Baron.
Yeah. HR said, I laugh. Wait a minute. HR said, I laugh every time I hear a commercial for some med and they say, talk to your doctor. Ha ha. Like everyone has doctors. Hilarious. Yeah, no shit. It's funny, but sad, but true.
Yeah, I mean that's a really. I don't know how much bigger of an issue it is.
Bye,
but
Tobin.
it's a. Oh, night, Tobin.
Night.
Lack of doctor is a.
Holy
shit.
You are fucking kidding me right now.
Oh my God, Phoebe, that is fantastic. Oh.
So you're telling me you should stay away from Dobshire because the people there are like gay? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, it looks like it's
said
an
love
ironic
it.
appreciation, though.
It looks like fan made merch and not her actual merch.
No, that's fan made stuff because they
Yeah.
took like the print off of her different rock shirts and
That's
made
great.
her, yeah, because
That's
it's like
funny.
her thing. Yeah. I mean, they're
Yeah.
really like, they think she's fucking, they laugh at her and they think it's great and it's a
Did you
big,
show
like,
that to
funny
Ben?
joke thing. Yeah, Phoebe, you got to send that to Ben. He'll die.
Ben already has it. Ben has already died.
Oh, okay.
And Phoebe, I have to compliment the hat. That's a very cool sun hat. I like that.
Oh, I
Fair,
only
and you
just
don't
noticed the
remember
other
us
two guys in the
watching
picture.
the-
I was just looking at Phoebe the whole time.
Watching the English lady that cooks really poorly
I
and she
think we
fucks up everything she tries to cook. Her name, that's the cake. That's the videos we watch sometimes. That's Kay's cooking.
I think we usually watch it during the patrons thing.
Patreon.
You know
only
what? We might. We
Oh,
might.
that's
Yeah,
right.
we might.
See, Farron, if you were a patron of Student Dr. Ben,
Yeah. Then
You
you
would have
could
seen
get
it.
in on this.
Yeah, I saw actual people in the wild wearing it.
That's
I can't even
unbelievable.
fucking believe
I
that
love
shit.
it. I love it.
It's fucking hilarious.
It was slightly
It's
annoying though
fucking
because
hilarious.
I got my arm gauntlet caught in the guy's backpack.
Oh, I see it. I was wondering why that looked a little weird, but yeah. I couldn't figure out where exactly your arm was going there.
My arm's gone around him.
Yeah, okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like his arm is your arm, but it doesn't look like your arm. That is
I know.
really weird, actually.
You can tell because on one arm you've got my arm gauntlet, and on the other one you don't.
Yes.
Right, but also his hand's pointing the wrong direction, so
yes,
that could be a good
right
hint, too.
hands.
But it really looks weirdly like that's your arm up against you. That's funny.
With two right
Just because of the
hands.
angle he has his arm at. It's hilarious.
But yeah, I had a good time at my festival. Saw these people.
That's excellent.
It was a heavy metal
literally,
music
Farron.
festival.
Literally, Farron. Just look up, just like you typed it, Kay's cooking, and pick any of them. It doesn't really matter.
It's
They're all basically the same. She attempts to make a
awful.
dish. She always says, "Oh, I don't have a recipe, but I watched her do it. I got it." And it's bad every time. And there's a lot of them will say like redo meatloaf. Don't watch that one first. That's the second time.
Watch the first one. Yeah.
Watch the first one and then search the second one. Then
and her oven is usually hot or cold.
Yeah, it doesn't have any middle ground.
Her stovetop is like that. She's like, "Oh, I put the stuff in, and the camera's on it, and nothing's cooking."
Like the
and then you see her turn it on, and then all of a sudden, 5 minutes later, everything's burnt. So it's either off or hell. That's what Ben says.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's
much
either
it.
off or hell.
Is she doing it purposefully, or is she that bad?
No,
at
she's
cook?
just.
I honestly think she's that bad of a cook because she's like, here, let
She
my son
really
taste
is.
it. She goes, she just, I mean, I don't know how she would have such a straight face if she wasn't, wasn't doing it purposefully.
No,
But she's
there's
British.
no way she could do that. There's
No, I think it's irony.
She's not
I think
British,
it's
she's
intentional.
Northern.
No.
She's what?
I honestly
She's not British, she's
honestly
Northern.
think she is not very intelligent. She is not like learned. She said on one of those streams with Lee, "Well, I used to work at a pub. I know how to pour a drink."
A Guinness, yeah, that's right.
Like
That's right.
she doesn't have an education or anything. This woman is not very intelligent. I think that she honestly thinks people love her because she cooks so good.
Hey, Beck, can I take
And
a
I
second?
think she just goes with it, and maybe she doesn't understand why people like her and don't know that maybe she knows they're laughing and just doesn't care because she's making money off of it. I don't know.
Can I take a second to say something to somebody in the chat?
Go.
Hey, Sky, it was absolutely my pleasure. And if you ever wanna chat some more, you know how to get a hold of me. And yeah, I'm here no matter what. That's just who I am and how I roll, to be honest.
That's why she's Mama Deb.
Yeah.
It's true.
Mama Deb.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Maya, so did I. It did look like her arm, didn't it? Except tan.
Hey, so you guys, if you want to watch a good movie, it's on Well, we watched it on Netflix. Watch Den of Thieves. Because I'm one of those people who I ruin movies for other people because I figure out what's going on so fast into it. This movie is only the third movie in my life that has stuck me to the absolute almost end of the movie until I figured out exactly what was going on. So awesome. So awesome.
Cool.
It's, it's a action flick. It's a shoot 'em up, bad guy, good guy thing. Yeah,
Shoot 'em up.
yeah. But it's a great movie. Great movie.
We're just telling our age saying shoot 'em up. Everybody quit using that in like 75.
Well, we still use cool and rad though, so
But it was a realistic, quick way to say it.
No,
Instead of a
absolutely.
violent movie filled with guns, it was a shoot 'em
Yeah.
up.
Absolutely. I mean, like, honestly, how many of you understood what was going on in The Sixth Sense the very first time through? I certainly did.
I never saw it.
Oh my god. Such a twist and
What was it?
The Sixth Sense with Bruce Willis. It's
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's an M. Night Shyamalan movie, and that's enough right
fucking
there.
weird. It was actually
It was
his
M.
best
Night
movie
before
ever.
M. Night was really off the rails.
Like, it was his best movie
was
he
great.
ever did, I believe.
Mhm.
The rest of them were like, what the fuck is that? Because he'd have all this buildup, then the end was like,
Unbreakable. Now
and
here's
the
the thing.
buildup was sometimes.
Unbreakable was good
Mm-hmm.
until he made the other movies, and then the context that the other two created made Unbreakable horrible.
I'm loving this bitchin' and spaghetti westerns. I have used both of those before, sir. Or is it ma'am? I can't tell. I'm sorry.
No,
my eyes are all
bitchin'.
blurry. Yeah, bitchin' and
Bitchin' spaghetti western.
spaghetti western. Yes, that is. absolutely
SPM was saying
fantastic.
I still use groovy, gravy, and bitchin'.
Yeah, they're good words, man.
They are good
Good.
words.
All
My
I
brother's
will
still
say,
cool.
all I will say is that it was a dust bowl, effectively, where my festival was, because it was so hot and it hadn't rained all month.
Oh no.
And you could only really do 1 or 2 bands at a time in the open air outside stage because it was that hot. So you had
Really?
to like pace yourself.
Oh, okay.
So I'd go in at like 10 o'clock, catch a few bands, go back to camp, sleep, and then go back to watching more bands. And then, but yeah, Lamb of God were fantastic. Behemoth were fantastic.
Wait, what was the second band, Phoebe?
Behemoth.
Behemoth?
Yes,
Am I saying that
Behemoth.
right? Okay, I want to make sure I say it right. I tried to.
Also known as Behemoth.
Behemoth. That's the word that behemoth is derived from, and it just means beast in Hebrew.
I just felt like I tried to expand my musical like circle, like because I'm a country gal. I like pretty much all country music, and like I just texted Beck the other day. Have you heard of this person? He's like, yeah, Deb, that's been out for a long time. I'm like, I freaking love this. I just discovered this song. He's like, oh my god, Deborah.
But the best performance there had to be by Ginger, who are a Ukrainian group, and it was all very good.
Yes, Ginger. Oh yeah. I know them.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on, everybody.
Okay,
a powerful
let's hear it.
study done by the Mormon Institute of Research shows that homosexuality is directly linked to the pot. Just one hit can make you gay.
Oh, for
Watch
God's
out
sake.
for the pot.
The pot.
You know how I know that's not true? Because I'm fucking straight.
Oh,
I smoke
fucking
pot
pot.
every fucking day, and I am straight. I love
You know
it.
how I know that's not true? I don't smoke I don't smoke a little at all, and I'm well, I'm pan, but like.
Well, I was gonna say,
You are right.
I smoke every day, and I'm pan, not gay. So, and I just realized I was pan like 4 months ago.
Ben doesn't smoke. He's gay as fuck. I mean, well, he's bisexual.
It's just
but
a reefer
same
reefer madness kind of
It is.
BS propaganda.
Yeah.
And that
Funny.
this is actually a 3D model that I made of a coin that Operator
Cool.
Starsky is going to try
Hold
to
on.
promote.
Let me put you solo.
Island liberated.
Oh
I
wow.
will move it around. It has
That's
the Armed
really
Forces
cool.
of Ukraine up here.
That's
it has the
cool.
Snake Island liberated. It has the ship. It has the soldier. And I created this 3D scene in Blender. And
Wow,
then I
Commander.
teased out the bump map. And it has the Moskva sunk. And I have 3D printed coins using this method.
That's
before.
amazing.
Wow. That is fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
So this is
Damn,
a
you're
3D
brilliant.
model.
That's really awesome.
That is fucking amazing.
Skywatcher, I'm so glad to hear that everything is good and better now. And I, like I said, anytime. You can
We got
hit me.
fuck Putin chance when Ginger was playing. I love it.
Oh, that's freaking awesome.
Go Phoebe. That's awesome.
That's
I
awesome.
have to make the other side of the coin. I have not decided what. I've been 3D modeling a HIMARS launcher
SPM,
to get a
you
better
are
image.
fucking hilarious. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I need to write my paper, man. My teacher, like, she's like, don't worry about it. Because, like, I was like, I didn't do nothing yesterday.
Okay, night, Phoebes. Have a good sleep.
Night, Phoebe.
Night, sweetheart.
I was
Thanks
glad
for
to see you
sharing.
For a second.
Where's my gummies? Oh, there they are.
If you're gonna write a paper, should you really be eating gummies?
She said, don't worry about it. I have a couple of days to do it. Like, she just wants it done before classes start, which I'm fine. I'll get it done.
Okay.
I have to
Oh,
work
boy.
tomorrow. I wasn't supposed to, but my boss is like, can anybody work tomorrow? I'm like, fine.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm working tomorrow. That's for sure.
Me too.
Devin's
What?
killing this 3-day-a-week shit. I'm not
Huh?
making crap right now.
What's the matter, Sabrina?
So
what?
I'm like because of ADHD, I'm like splitting my attention and everything. So I'm scrolling through Twitter right now, just like whatever. And because of the things that I like, most of the recommended tweets, even if it's not someone I necessarily follow, is almost always trans related. So I read this one post. I invited my trans femme friend to a majority trans mask party, and she called it a vegan sausage fest.
Okay, I get that's funny.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Hilarious.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
No, it's pretty funny. I have to
It
admit.
caught me off guard, which is why I reacted in the way I did.
Hey,
It's
so,
not true. It's not true, though, Sabrina. They're made out of real meat. It's just taken from a different part of the body. It should really be more like a inner arm fest.
Listen, why do you have to bring
funny,
realism in it?
though.
It was funny without it being realistic.
But no, I do appreciate that. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't say no. That's makes it less funny. Like jokes should be funny. Predominantly should be funny to the people who are talked about. So in this case, a trans mask person doesn't find it particularly funny because
no, I thought it
doesn't
was
really make
funny.
sense.
I just thought it was funny to be sarcastic and go to the realism of it.
No, fair enough. But not every like let's say you were as pedantic as I was. I don't think anyone's quite my level, but if you're as pedantic as I was in a similar situation, I'd be like, well, yes, but not technically. I would lose out on laughing because I'd be too pedantic about it. But I think that's more of a me problem than anything else.
Hey, so,
I'm just sarcastic as well.
Beck, why is it that your brother said we act a certain way, and that's how he knew that I was the Deb you were talking about? Do we really act a certain way towards each other that it's very obvious?
Because
I mean, honest, be honest. We're really close friends. I mean, yeah, it started out with more than that, but we're still like really tight friends. I mean, is that obvious?
I mean, it's obvious you're friendly, I guess. Like,
I don't know. He just knows me really well.
Yeah, because he came on.
I don't think you should read anything into it.
Okay,
He just knows
I was
me.
like, all right, did I act
He knows
certain
me.
way or something? Am I supposed to not be acting that way? Because whatever.
No. I mean, I don't treat you any different than I do everybody here, but he just knows me, and I told him your name was Deb.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
So he probably saw how we were interacting and said, "Oh, it's that Deb."
Ah.
Yeah. I told him and Heather about you, like at the same time,
Oh wow. Well, that was nice of you.
and told them the truth of what happened.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh shit.
my brother said,
Wow.
"Well, that's honesty for you." And Heather said, "Aww."
No, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Like
it was the truth.
I
told him exactly what I told you. I told him exactly what happened. That we met and we started flirting, and you didn't even know that I was
I had
trans.
no
and then I
idea,
told
man.
you, and then you said you didn't care.
Yep.
And then I said, "Whoa, stop! I'm in love with somebody, and this is getting getting too serious here. I can't do this. I'm gonna hurt people."
No,
So, and that's what I told her.
No, and I
told
talked
her.
to Sadie about it after it happened. After you texted me, I told Sadie, I go, "This is what he just sent me," and I'm like, I'm kind of hurt, but yet how can I be mad because he's being totally and completely honest with me, and that's what you want out of some like a friendship or a relationship, whatever. So whatever, man.
Yeah,
We are who we are.
I was also thinking, like, if you guys got into a fight, it would really mess up our group.
It would. It
So
would.
you guys can't do that.
I think that we could actually do the F word and it would be fine because we're always going to be friends no matter what. But he has a priority. His priority is to get things straightened out in his life with Heather, and mine is in a different place. So if we ever meet on that plane where it's okay, then it's okay. But if not, no big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal.
I mean, not to be an asshole, but I'm planning to keep that one. So
Yeah, no, that's fine. You're not being an
that's
asshole.
the goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not being an asshole at all, Beck. You know that.
I'll be right back because I haven't left much and I really got to pee. So
We're watching.
Sadie's in charge.
Do you have shorts on before you stand up? Do you got boxers on, bud? Okay, there you go. Perfect.
No, Beck's reasonable.
No. He honestly, the other day, I know it was quite a while ago, he stood up and fucking mooned me. I'm like, Beck. And he's like, what? I'm like, oh my God.
I mean, you weren't complaining.
Oh, no. God, no. God, no. No. I mean, come on. my attraction to Beck and who Beck is help me realize that I'm actually pansexual. I don't think that I would ever I would never say I can only be attracted to men ever again, because it doesn't matter the body parts or anything like that to me. I think when things are beautiful, beautiful things should be appreciated. And if I'm attracted to them, then that's fucking it. I'm attracted to them. That's it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, one thing I would like to add or append to that is,
please.
You mentioned it doesn't matter what parts that they have.
Yeah. Am I saying that wrong?
Even if it did matter to a person, like they would only engage in sexual activity with somebody with a particular set of biology, but they can still find themselves attracted to people.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, those are two separate things, because one is about your attraction, which is just you can't control your attraction.
Yes,
the other
yes.
is like your preferences to what you would want to engage with. So, not to get too graphic, though I've been changing my mind a little bit as things goes on. I generally don't prefer what is typically male equipment. And the main reason for that is because I don't like butts. No butts. I don't like doing anything with that. I realize there's other ways of engaging with that. Through oral and things like that. So like that's why I'm not completely averse to it, but like
it's something that really puts you off.
Yeah, I just like I don't want to put anything in anybody's butt. I don't want anything put in my butt. Like that is just
That's your hard line right there. That's
my
it.
hard line.
That's it.
But it does not change. That does not really have any. That's just a preference as to if I'm going to go.
Be sexual.
If I'm going to do anything, who I would and would not go for. Go.
That's your
favorite.
I came back and I heard anal.
We're talking about hard lines. We're talking about hard lines. What are the hard lines of no? Because Sabrina was just educating me on being attracted to someone and engaging in sexual intercourse with someone are two totally different things.
Or the preferences
I heard the whole conversation.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I was just kidding. I have my headphones on. I took you to pee with
You had
me.
his
I heard the
headphones
whole.
on when you were listening.
I'm sorry.
I was just being a smart ass.
Maya just said she used to have a hard line and then she got married.
Yeah, but Maya, now you got divorced, so the hard line's back then, isn't it?
I got married and divorced too for those reasons.
Oh shit.
I'm attracted to men, and I told you, I married my gay best friend, and he hasn't realized it yet.
I like I said, I'm that type of person who doesn't. I just want everybody to be happy. I don't care what makes you happy, as long as it's not hurting another human being. Then I'm fucking down with it.
That is why Deb and I get along so good.
Yeah.
We're not going around judging people. We're
Oh,
like,
absolutely
hey,
not.
who are you? Oh, well, I'm me, and now I know you. And you're this or that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
For you. Like people tell me stuff sometimes, and I'm honestly like, I don't care. Okay, why are you telling me this?
I think the big
Are you
thing
just
also
admitting
is,
it, or you feel like you need to let more people know? Is it like you're proud of it? I don't know how to react right now.
Yeah. I think
don't
the big thing
understand.
also is, Sabrina, is that like I admit when I don't know, and I have no problem doing that. If somebody was to tell me that they are, and I say umbrella because I can't remember all the letters. If they say they're under the umbrella, I'd be like, okay, but I'm not sure what all the letters are, so you're going to have to educate me. And I think that when I come to them and I admit, listen, please educate me. I don't know. I don't know the appropriate way to maybe refer to you or speak to you that is in a respectful manner, that is to every human being on this planet. I think that actually opens up the ways of communication, because I never come with any preconceived notion. I don't. That's just not something that I should, unless I know you from another time in another place. I leave all that shit at the door, because I want to know you as I know you, not as somebody else has told me that they know you. That makes sense.
Right.
You know? So I think that might be something that helps also with my situation. Because I truly, y'all, I didn't know shit about shit before I got to this group, okay? I'd only met one trans person in my life, and the only reason I knew that he was trans is he outright told me, well, I don't have a penis. I was like, that was part of our conversation. I was like, well, for shit's sakes, okay, well, I don't have one either, so what is this, you know?
Mind you, there are cis men who don't have penises.
Does happen.
But I realize in the context you're saying.
No. I'm reeling it back. I'm trying to figure out how that would happen. I just came up with a medical scenario or a biological scenario how that could happen.
That's exactly what you're thinking. Exactly what I was getting.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just I think that's the whole point of like another reason why I come off like everybody's mama is because like I genuinely care about other people and I genuinely care about their plight and I want to listen and I want to help and that's just who I am. That's how I get my joy out of life, you know? So, I mean, maybe that's why. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, entirely. That, like in my experience, you've been so chill and accepting about everything. And just like you've been clear that like you don't know stuff, but you've never been judgmental in any particular way. Like it's like it almost doesn't even feel like because not knowing is the word ignorance, but obviously we use ignorance a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even given you the label of ignorance because it's like you're just so open. You'll just wait and wait for something to be explained, and you just absorb that. As
Absolutely,
it is. So, like,
absolutely.
So it's just like.
I wish I could say something. I've been this way my entire life. I really wish I could, but you know, back in the day when I was a teenager and I was a drama queen and I was all wrapped up in the church and how things should be done, I definitely wasn't this person. But I think that honestly, being a paramedic and spending my life, a large majority of my life doing that has taught me how to be more open and more accepting of people because I don't know anyone's story. I don't know what's going on in their life that made them make the decision they made. And who the fuck am I to sit in judgment of anybody else? I'm a sinner, just like everybody else is, or whatever you want to call it. I'm human. So, you know, it just isn't in me anymore to do that.
Yeah. Although I certainly got away from the whole sinner idea because sin is a complete fabrication as it is.
Yeah.
And but regardless,
really
we're not going to talk about that now. Like honestly, but it's like I was very shitty up until like my early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Though I was softening up. I would say before I graduated high school, I started identifying as a feminist.
Okay.
Though there was a brief period where I wasn't. I was calling myself egalitarian because I was getting courted by the men's rights activism. But that I managed to get out of that before I got into it, so to speak. But yeah, like I probably in part because my mom is pretty chill or pretty nice for what it's worth, like even with her faith. But like until even after becoming an atheist around like 22, 23, I actually can't quite remember how old I was when I didn't make hard descriptions. It's just like I remember just stopped believing. Even then, I still wasn't particularly good at this stuff. At the time, the only trans people I had known are people I'd seen on TV. Eventually, one of my best friends came out, or ex-best friend in this case, came out as trans, and that was quite interesting. It was interesting because, of course, I grew up with this person. We knew each other since we were 5 years old, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I literally knew this person. I literally knew her for 20 years before we stopped being friends. So 5 to 25 or 26 or so. And there was like looking back, there was a lot of stuff which is like, oh, okay, yeah, now, yeah. Now I see it. Makes sense. Like a lot of stuff that I would say, like, you know, it makes perfect sense that you're a trans woman. Though interestingly, at least at the time, like it didn't trigger any like questions for myself. I think partially because at the time I still like she was the only one I knew personally, and and then in the indirect, like there was still like we still had this heavy like gender dysphoria and other kind of language regarding the trans experience and such like that, which is not the universal experience. And so I was still never in a position to really consider myself as trans, while I do acknowledge that there were some areas that I did have dysphoria, I never really my dysphoria has never been strong. Some dysphoria is just non-existent where it is present for some other people. Like I don't have bottom dysphoria. and whatnot. Like I just don't care. I'm like 95% certain I'm keeping it, so to speak.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Why? Whatever works for you. That's
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We're crayon eating again.
Yes. But because that was the only experience, it's just like I couldn't consider myself. And when I finally was getting confronted with the idea, which is many years later, I'm like, no, but I don't have any dysphoria. I've never had any dysphoria. I've literally grown up with somebody else who was obviously a trans woman. Like I'm clearly not having the same experiences as them, so I can't be a trans woman.
I see.
I'm not exactly. I'm like, if you look at my Twitter bio, like I'm trans femme non-binary.
Yes. Yes.
I the other day when I was at my last lab meeting, it's just kind of like
BRB.
It kind of like, so everybody was sitting at a table in a circle. And there was guys. I looked and I was like, wait a second. All the guys are on one side and all the women are on one side. I'm in the middle of the guys.
I love it. Fucking love it.
Enough said, huh?
I've never it's always been hard to like interact with women for me, like some women. Well, like with my husband, it's hard for him to interact with men, so I think that's why we like kind of I don't know what the heck.
No, it makes sense.
Well, but I don't want to be a man. I just know that I'm not completely. I don't feel female either. Like I don't feel completely a female.
You could be androgynous.
Yeah,
happens all the time.
I would say you're wonderfully
I hate when
androgynous.
people like call me ma'am though. Like don't call me ma'am or miss. Like I will look at you sideways. And if I'm not at work, I will tell you to shut up.
You're you.
I'll be like, please don't call me ma'am. They're like, oh, sorry. Like except at work. At work I won't, because like
you don't create that friction.
No, and it'll just make people pissed off. Like
yeah, it's not worth the fight.
Well, unless they're my coworkers. If they're my coworkers, I'll be like,
well, yeah, but customers,
like,
no, it's
yeah. There's like this one guy in Texas. He was like, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I'm like, you better stop calling me ma'am now, because like it was like nails on a chalkboard, like every 5 seconds. Yes, ma'am. I'm like, shut up.
I get it.
I do get bothered sometimes when I'm called sir. It I wish. Yes, sir. I will call you that whenever you'd like.
It's hard. Some people will call you miss, and some people will call you ma'am. And I'm like, can you make up your like? I don't like it. There's like no way to define who's a ma'am and who's a miss.
Yeah, to me,
it's like service with all men.
Yeah, so I don't fully. I don't know if this has to do with being neurodivergent, but I don't fully understand what visual qualities will make someone look masculine or feminine. I don't fully understand where the
there's actually some math involved in that.
You've got my interest for sure.
No, that's what I was told too. There's actually math and a formula that they can follow.
Yeah, nonetheless, to finish the thought I had is when I'm called sir or any other gendered word out in public, when it's like with somebody who's never encountered me before, I'm just like, okay, so what qualities am I possessing, or what qualities do I miss? Because I'm not expecting to be clocked as a woman. Like that's of course not. I'm not expecting that. But what I would hope is that I can present androgynously enough that someone will not assume, or would have a hard time assuming. And obviously, I'm not there yet. I mean, I've only been on HRT for 3 months now, so
yeah, it takes.
And I don't know how.
I didn't have really noticeable differences until like 6 months, so it takes a while.
I can tell you a few things. What you want to do is wear your pants actually higher so that your legs appear proportionally longer.
Interesting.
That I do 3D art, so it's hard to explain, but if you like, take and get Blender, and then get the MB Lab add-on, and then just look at the proportions of the male and the female characters and play around with it. The robot on my channel, some of the first videos, I purposely made the proportions so that it was kind of like in the middle. There is mathematics to it. There is mathematics. And this is totally unrelated, but here's 2 coins that I did have 3D printed on my channel. There's Sympathy for the Devil, Trump is the Devil, and I made a 3D Antichrist coin.
Flipping them off.
That is
nice.
That's either Trump's or Putin's middle finger. You take your pick. And that's put in the background. And this is based off a real Israeli coin. There's a douchebag by the name of Joseph Berger. He's a caretaker of David's tomb. And he said that Trump was either the Messiah or his forerunner. And they were going on and on about that on the Jim Baker show then before Trump took office. And then August 21st, 2019 was the King of Israel tweet where Trump was like, he tweeted a quote from Rain Allen Root. Oh, the Jews in Israel love Trump like he's the king of Israel, like he's the second coming of God. But the Jews in America don't know Trump or like him. They don't know what they're doing anymore. But that's okay because Donald Trump's good for Jews, blacks, gays, and anyone else wants a job. So if Rachel Maddow said something like that about Obama, and Obama retweeted it, all the evangelicals would call him the Antichrist. So even though I no longer believe in Christianity, I made a video where Trump is flailing around like a meth head on fire dancing with demons.
It looks like it's Putin. No, it's probably Trump's finger because by the look on Trump's face, it looks like Putin has his finger up his ass.
It is a modification of Trump's hands. Yes, they're a little too big, but you know, you need to make it clear that the middle finger is up.
Yes,
that's why it's that big, or else they'd be little teeny itty bitty things.
There's a double joke in there, you know that, right? Sabrina and I got it.
Yeah. Hey,
that's
I have
layered.
huge hands.
Ox, I think that that's something I've dealt with my sons and their girlfriends and my daughter is that I've always been told like it's a mutual sign of respect. For example, my husband opens my car door for me. Okay. I don't think I've ever opened a car door in the last 21 years by myself, unless I'm the only one in the car. But then I lean over and I unlock his door and push his door open for him. So it's a mutual sign of respect.
Exactly.
And when I talk to my boys' girlfriends, they're like, well, I don't need him to open a door for me. And I said, you know, he knows you don't need him to. He knows that. He knows you're completely capable because we've raised them to know that women are capable of anything. But what he's trying to tell you by opening that door for you is that I know that you are capable of doing this, but I value you so much that I don't want you to have to put energy forth if I can do it for you. So save your energy for something that's important. And I think that's what's
yell
important.
at me for holding the door for them. And
I mean, that's the way I look at it and the way I taught my
like,
sons to look at it.
I can't do it myself. And I'm like, who said that? I wouldn't date an incapable female.
But I wouldn't go on a date with a guy, so then there's no problem there.
But the other thing is like
there's toxic masculinity in the butch side of LGBT.
I'm a woman and I hold doors open for elderly people all the time. And that is not because I don't think they're capable. They're absolutely capable, maybe not. I don't know, depending on their medical thing. But what that is a sign of respect because the years that you have walked this earth before I even landed here or got here, I'm going to be courteous to you and I'm going to give you that nod. And I think that somehow, somewhere along the way, things like that got twisted to say that, oh, I think a woman's weak. A woman's not weak. Mm-hmm. Okay? If men had to have babies, y'all, the human race we'd be done. Okay, because they couldn't do it
because they couldn't handle it. Yeah, well,
we're not weak.
No,
we're not weak.
Aren't built to give birth.
But the point of it is, Ox, is that it's very disheartening for those of us that are older to watch something that we valued or were taught to value be turned into something that it isn't, and it's hard. But yet, it's almost our job to then re-educate and tell people, hey, this is what this really is supposed to mean, you know. And that's what I do. I mean, if somebody gets mad at me for opening the door, no, they're like, oh, I can get it. I said, I'm sure you can, but I'm here, so let me help you. No big deal. Let it go.
You know,
if they look at me funny, you know what I say to them?
Have a
Hey,
good
you
day.
can hold it next time we meet. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I just had an issue like with a
We'll just take
mammoth
turns.
thing,
That's what I tell
like,
them. We'll take turns.
when I lived
Yeah.
in Texas, I had male customers at Starbucks that expected me to say sir. And I'm like, I am not below you. Like, there is no, like I'm not your servant. I feel like it, I don't know, like, just because I spent a lot of time with African American people in Dallas and I saw how much it was towards white people. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
that's different.
And it's,
well, that also depends on the area you're in, too.
and I know like the military is big on it, but like down south, it is, you don't expect a black child to say yes, ma'am. Like, you shouldn't. Like, if you're a white person.
No, but the thing is also you have to remember that they do very much yes, ma'am, and yes, sir, their families. Because that's where the respect line is drawn. And it is to be
Family, that's one thing, but like, don't
But the thing is that you have to like really, again, I kind of look at myself because I'm a yes sir and I'm a yes mammer, and you know I'm 52 years old, and even if you're younger than I am, I do it because you know what? Shit, if you're working at a convenience store and your day has been hard, I don't know if it's been harder or not. I'll just be yeah, ma'am, and I'll be on with it, and you know, like give them a little bit of. I would never expect somebody to do that for me, so I don't hold them to the same things that I hold myself to. But so I see where you're coming from, Sadie, and the fact that they expected you to call them sir. Well, that's not going to happen. But again, it's a personal thing. I think that yes, ma'am, and yes, sir are not necessarily withheld for the elderly, or should only be given that. I think just because you know it's a respect thing as you're a human being and you're working for your money, and I'm in here and you know whatever. I just like to be respectful of people. So.
No, I understand what you're saying, Ox, and it is tough. It's tough for me too because I think like you do. You know, we're all born in the same fucking 10-year period. We all grew up the same. Me, you, and Deb, and Sadie was right fucking behind us. And so people like us, we were raised in that yes sir, yes ma'am era, and it was a sign of respect. And I still use it, but if people get offended, I let them know with a little bit of like jovialness, but I let them know how I mean it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not disrespecting. It's like with the door thing. If I hold a door for a guy, most of them just go, thank you, sir. And I'm like, you're welcome, sir. And I go. But you'll have that one guy that's like around a woman and he looks at me. And that's when I say, you can get it for me next time. We'll just take turns. And then they kind of chuckle and then they walk through. I'm not disrespecting. I'm not emasculating them. I'm just being respectful and holding the door for them because I'm there. Why not? I'm not in a hurry. And I tell people, because people will be like, oh, were you in line? I'm like, no, you can go ahead. And they're like, are you sure? And I'm like, look, I'm never in such a hurry that I'm going to be rude. Go right ahead. I don't mind waiting for one more person. It's not worth being rude over it. An extra 5 minutes in the store. Not worth it.
You know, and the other thing is, Ox, I think that's something that, and I do this often because, again, I totally put it out there. Sometimes I cannot tell at all. If I yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, somebody, they're like, oh, no. If I say yes, ma'am, and they're like, no, I'm a sir. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'll remember that for next time.
Right. That's all I do. It's fine.
But if somebody,
it's fine to say it because you don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as you make an effort, and if someone looks like maybe you're not sure, just say, can I ask what your pronouns are?
Yeah, and I mean,
and they'll say, oh, it's they, them, or oh, no, it's she, her. Oh, okay, thank you. I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
and most of them will say, thank you for asking.
Just ask them what their name is.
They're not mad.
And the thing is it may seem like, and some people do get really upset. Like, you know, my husband calls everybody dude. He calls me dude, okay? And he called
everybody dude too.
Yeah, he called this young lady at the convenience store. Hey, dude, what's up? And she's like, I'm not a dude, I'm a girl. And I said, oh, okay, well, we're sorry. But would you prefer something else? And she's like, well, she or he, you know, she or, you know, her. Whatever. I'm like, I said, okay. So, ma'am, because I was going to be respectful either way. And she's like, no, I'm not a ma'am. I'm like, okay, so I'm running out of things to say here. So how about if I just call you by your first name? And I really tried to take a jovial approach to it because those situations are really uncomfortable for both parties
because I think that people that are being misgendered are absolutely, they have to prove something, and they do. They absolutely feel like they have to stand firm because people are not giving them the respect of the gender that they deserve and their own autonomy. Whereas people of my generation, we're just trying to not, at least me, I'm trying not to offend people. I'm trying to be careful as possible. So I see both sides, and my husband's just kind of an ass sometimes. He's like, dude to everybody, you know, type of thing. So I can see where it could get to a point where people are like, fuck, just let it be, you know what I mean? But it's just,
I use guys like that. What's up, guys? I don't care if there's 4 women and 1 man standing there. Everybody's just guys to me. You're just a bunch of people standing there. Like, fuck it. I don't have to assume anything.
so is that, is you guys, is dude offensive to Sabrina, or would you find that offensive if I called you dude?
I wouldn't want to be called dude. I feel like that's something that I did in high school.
I'm not bothered.
I call you guys dude. I call you all of you guys dude and guys all the time.
Guys especially.
You guys
I
is
call
not
you guys.
Guy and guys, I definitely see as gender neutral.
Yeah,
Dude,
okay.
a little less so, but I have no problem with it personally.
Okay.
But I wouldn't use it with others because I know some people might be bothered by it.
I
I
exactly.
don't care at all.
It'd be something I'd say to a little boy, like, "Hey, dude," or like one of my kids, "Hey."
Yeah, dude. I don't.
Oh, see, I use it as a for my peers. I'll use dude for my peers.
I
I'll be like,
I
hey,
use
dude.
it with you guys,
Yeah.
but not out in the real, not IRL.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Okay, just wondering.
I kind of think
Because I feel like we're all buddies, and you guys know me, and I don't have to worry about it.
I think when you're around people, you know it's appropriate to use ma'am and sir, but like I think in this day and age, it's time to like drop it. If you don't know somebody.
Yeah, but it's.
See, I disagree. I think now is more time than ever that we should be
Then
respectful
what are you
of
supposed
each
to
other.
do? Just say,
But that's not
thank you,
respectful.
It is
woman.
respectful. It is.
No, it's not.
You may not.
Ma'am
Okay,
is
hold
not
on. Hold on. If I do not know you, Sadie, and I come into your store and I say, ma'am, can I get? How can that be disrespectful? I don't know you. Now, if you were to tell me, but if you were to tell me, I don't like being called ma'am, and I do it again, that's disrespectful. So we're not talking
Yes.
about that. We're talking about me just coming across as being respectful of you as a human being. Until I'm told that it's not respectful, and you don't feel respected by me, then you can't hold me accountable.
How
for
would
being
you know?
disrespectful.
Exactly.
I don't know.
In
Yeah.
a store like Starbucks, I wear a they them pin and I still get called ma'am all the time. And it's like this giant they them.
Okay, but I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying it's right.
It's not appropriate for me to say something to the customer. So like I feel like in that situation, like in a customer relationship, it's not always appropriate because it would be inappropriate for me to correct you at work, even though you're hurting me.
It is an indignity that we as customer service representatives would have to
And
suffer.
as I see
Okay,
all
so I
the
get that.
time,
I get that.
trans
I do get
people
that.
getting, like even in the drive-through, if a trans person is going through a
Hi,
voice
Shan.
transition, they are often misgendered through the drive-through. So it's just
Agreed. It does happen. But again, I will, if I know your pronouns, I will absolutely respect you 100%. Absolutely. I will say they or them, or I'll look for your name and call you that. But I feel like you're going from a point, and I get where you're coming from. I do. But I want you just to look at from where I'm coming from, where I'm making a transition from where it's a sign of respect. For me to make that leap completely over to not calling anybody sir or ma'am, it's going to take me a while, and it's going to take us a while. So to say that right now in this minute it has to stop is not a fair thing to do to the people
That's
who are
not what
trying to
Sadie said.
support it.
That
Okay,
is not what Sadie said.
hold on.
That's not
Everybody
what
take 2 steps back.
I'll stop.
Let me finish my sentence, and then I'll be happy to let you attack me. Okay?
That's not what I said.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay? It is not appropriate to say that. However, here's my end of my statement. Stating
Deb,
Is there? How is she muted?
I don't know. Like I didn't.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Say what you want to say. I didn't mean it the way that you took it, and that's fine. I don't care. You can say what you want to say to me, but I did not mean it that way in any offense. I was just trying to take the point that you can't just cut it off here. You need to blend, and we need to be respectful.
You interrupted
I did,
me. Right?
actually.
No,
But go ahead.
I said it's probably a good thing to just drop it. And I didn't even get to finish what I was going to say. In a customer service relationship where I am not allowed to correct a customer, you could unintentionally be hurting your barista, not.
But the word is unintentional.
So
I've yelled on my own stream,
but
Shan. This is nothing.
You're in a group of people that are trans and non-binary here. So, like, it's a good time to start learning to be intentional.
But you're making it sound like I'm being completely opposite and not wanting to learn. That's not what I said at all.
Everybody stop.
I'm
Everybody
just
stop.
saying it's something to work
No.
I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a little bit.
I
Yeah, I
said
am.
everybody stop. If you walk away, then how are
I
you going to
will
hear
come
what I'm
back
gonna
when
say?
cooler heads prevail. I will be back in a few minutes.
Okay, so nobody speak for a few minutes.
I'm just going to go.
I will make a joke, though.
Okay.
You guys are totally misunderstanding each other, and if you guys give me a minute, I'll solve this.
She wasn't letting me finish. She
hold on
off, and I'm just going to leave.
Commander, can we let Commander go
don't
ahead,
leave.
please?
Just hold on a second.
Homer J. Simpson said, for once in his life, he would like to be called sir without someone then saying you're making a scene.
Interesting.
Because he was
No, I
only
like-
called sir after saying you're making a scene.
Well, I'm about to end this stream anyway, so what time is it? Because I am exhausted. I got to go to bed.
Yeah.
Let me give you
gotta
guys
go
like
to
5 or so more minutes, but I'm tired. I have to get up and go to work.
It wouldn't be called sir without making a scene. I like that. That's actually really.
Who
you
said
know
that?
what? Homer Simpson.
Homer J. Simpson.
Oh,
Yeah. You know what? I did
Yeah,
not
sure.
have the benefit of being able to appreciate the Simpsons in their early heyday, but going back and seeing some of the old stuff and learning about like some of the history going into how they made it and how they approached a lot of the stories, I really appreciate they put a lot of thoughtfulness into that I was not expecting. So like I don't know, like the fact that was something that was said, like yeah, that sounds about right.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Deb's back. So everybody pause for a second.
Sure.
You guys were absolutely misunderstanding each other. Like totally.
That's
And
why I
Sadie
took a
said
break. That's why I took a break and walked away.
Sadie said that you interrupted her too much and wouldn't let her finish, so she just went ahead and left.
Well, that's
asked
too
her to
bad.
stay because
I
I
will
was
go.
going to solve it, but
Beck, it's not even Sadie and me tonight. It's not Sadie and me tonight. It's Sadie and me from yesterday because of some of the awful things she said to me in private chat that are coming back up. That's where my anger came from. Oh, we're just going to leave. It doesn't matter. We're going to leave it alone because things were said to me I didn't appreciate yesterday. I let it go. I resolved. I was there for her as a friend. And for her to kind of throw that kind of thing, that feeling back at me, it's my own fault for overreacting. So we're just going to let it go. But I don't appreciate being told that I'm being disrespectful when I go out of my way to be respectful. But I should not have yelled. I was absolutely 100% in the wrong in that. And I apologize, Sabrina, if I offended you with the way that I was putting things across. And you too, Beck, everybody who's here, I apologize.
I'm fine.
I was not offended.
Well, no, I felt like I did offend you. Are you sure?
I was not offended. What I was, because I probably was visually reacting in a not a great way. It wasn't through offense. It was actually, in my case, fear because I could see the misunderstanding going on. One thing I will address, which I was a bit bothered by, was when I had cut you off, saying that's not what Sadie was saying.
Okay.
I'm going to understand.
No,
like,
please,
No. Let me finish. I fully appreciate why being cut off sounds like it is generally considered a bad or disrespectful thing. But a different thing that I've learned from being within the skeptic community is like when I watch like shows like Atheist Experience and stuff like that. I don't know if you've watched that or not, but like
I have,
okay.
yes.
So you'll probably know what I'm talking about. Oftentimes when a caller's starting and they're presenting an argument of theirs, and then the host might cut in at a certain point because if an idea is presented that either is not clear or in this particular context incorrect, doesn't comport with reality, it's important to stop that at that point,
Yes.
because what
You're right.
happens, what is happening afterwards is going to continue to be based on something that's a misunderstanding. So me cutting out and mentioning that, cutting in and mentioning this is not what Sadie said was important, because anything you had to say after that could have continued to be based on that misunderstanding. Now,
Okay.
it wasn't the best way to call you out, because, of course, this isn't a formal debate or anything like that.
No,
of
and
course.
Sabrina, I
But
actually
I'm
did
explaining
not.
why I
It's okay. I actually didn't register that you told me. You cut me off. It did not register because that I was in an emotional mind state, and I was in a place where I wanted to prove. I wanted Sadie to stop and listen and give me the respect I was trying to give her, but she was in her own emotional mind space. So there's two people who have made faults here, and we just didn't communicate together very well. But there's some hard feelings there from, like I said, what happened yesterday. But I apologize. Absolutely, I'm very sorry that I yelled at you. No, it's not okay that I yelled at you. That's never an acceptable form of communication. But I sometimes get pushed
have
down.
been through a lot of crap lately, and there was more crap added onto it. And it's wearing on you. And I think we all know that with the fact of what happened with your nephew. So it's okay. We understand you're emotionally raw right now. It's fine. Now, I would normally say, Deb, don't do that again.
I won't do it again.
No,
I won't.
no, it's okay. We know you're an emotional mess right now. So you get extra space. And Sadie has been going through a bunch of crap and medicine changes. So she gets extra space. I'm not mad at anybody for anything.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And I would say, like, to add on to what you just said there, like how you normally would say don't do that again, but in this case, it's okay. It's okay. This is the kind of thing that does happen when people get really close and become really close friends, is that sometimes we're going to get into a point where we're really going to butt heads. And this is
Ben and I have done it like 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah, I remember being there for one of those, and that was an interesting day.
Just happens.
Yeah, it happens sometimes, and it is. I'm a bit disappointed, but at the same time, I kind of understand. I was a bit disappointed that Sadie had to leave, but I guess
I'm just disappointed in myself as well, Sabrina, and I don't know why she felt she needed to leave because after everything that happened yesterday, I went and I was the one who went to her and I comforted her, even though I was the one that was targeted. I just don't understand why she would do that and think that little of me. But
well, I was
I need to stop making this personal. I'm sorry.
No. I would say at the same time, because I think it's not just because don't put it on you. It was not just you misunderstanding her. She was misunderstanding you too. This happens with misunderstandings a lot. And so she was probably feeling I'm not going to say equivalent because we can't compare people, but she was probably also feeling a similar kind of hurt that you are feeling right now.
I'm absolutely sure she was. I said,
you shouldn't feel bad about that. I know you're going to, but like, try not to beat yourself up too much about that. This kind of stuff happens between friends. Yeah, and I like. It's funny because I saw that coming from a bit of a way because like
therein lies the misunderstanding. You guys are totally misunderstanding each other, Sadie.
You know what?
And you guys need to talk about it when everybody's calmed down. So that's the last I'm going to say about it.
Maybe I should go because if this is going to make her.
No, you don't have to go.
You don't have to.
Just like Sadie didn't have to leave. I asked her not to leave. That's up to her.
Yeah, and I don't know if Sadie, if you do stick around and you're listening, I'm hopefully I feel like I can appreciate your perspective a little bit. So maybe I'm going to try and perhaps reword it, and you tell me if I've gotten your idea wrong. But what I would have understood, interesting.
I'll comment that on a second. Continue.
Yeah, what I would understand is while the older way is seeing ma'am and sir as a term of respect, or at least some of the people who would use it are using it as a term of respect. Because of persons like Sadie and myself were non-binary, these terms, especially when used incorrectly with us or just when used with us at all, are hurtful. And we're not expecting people to change right away. And I feel, from what I was hearing, some of the things you're saying, it almost sounded like you felt like we were suggesting that, and that is, we're not expecting an immediate change.
No, that's
but
exactly what it felt like to me.
We are expecting a change, whether or not immediate is not is for at least me. Again, this is Sadie's a different person. I at least for me, I don't expect the change immediately, but I do expect that we are to get away from these binary gendered terms of respect, so to speak. Because,
and that's what Deb was saying. All she said was that she needs time, number one. And let me comment on this. It has nothing to do with cis privilege. It's a state of mind that was brainwashed into us for fucking years because we're in that age bracket. And I really am offended by that because I don't remember being cis. And I use it all the time.
I would say...
So I don't want to hear cis privilege. That's not even fair. It has nothing to do with cis privilege. A lot of us, whether we are cis or trans or gay or whatever, that are in my age bracket and above, we were taught to use that all the time for everybody. It's hard to just go, I'm not going to do that. And especially when, like, you're somebody like me who spent 20 some odd years in customer service. Now I have to change it. Now, do I mind working on that? Fuck no. I understand that it hurts some people. And I do work on it constantly. Just like the they, them thing. I battle with it constantly because it wasn't a term we used. You know, the younger people are, it's easier for them to pick up on this stuff because they're part of the evolution of it. We just get the backwash. And then we have to go, oh, shit, the younger people are doing this now. I wish somebody would have told me. Because nobody communicates with the older people until we get in situations like this or on channels like this where we talk about it. So people like me are left feeling like an asshole because we're trying to be respectful. So it cuts both ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I can say that shit because I'm in the fucking community. So everybody can suck my dick if they don't like it. The bottom line is it goes both ways. It cuts the people who are used to using it, and it cuts the people who are offended by it. And the bottom line is we need to all work together and fucking be considerate of each other and realize that people have habits and ways of living that they've been doing for a long time, and they need time to adjust. And as long as the younger generations are willing to give us time to adjust, yes, you're going to have some fucking assholes. I'm going to tell you, I'd say 80 to 90% of people I meet are very nice, okay with whoever you are, good-hearted, fucking decent people. And I think the assholes are a very small minority. It's just that they're louder and they get noticed more.
Yeah.
So no one on either one of you can say everybody's being an asshole or whatever. No, it's not. You guys are misunderstanding each other.
No, I can't, and I apologize if I even inferred that I thought she was being an ass because I didn't. That's not what I meant at all. I just sometimes get a little bit pissed off and I start going back into old habits, and they're not great habits. So I do apologize to everyone who had to witness my little temper tantrum there of trying to make myself heard. So I apologize for that.
How is that? You know, there's a difference between an excuse and a reason, Sadie.
Yeah.
I'm not giving excuses. I'm giving you reasons. It's facts.
That's I think that last bit you just said, like, I mean, most of it's your own words, but that last bit I would echo as well. Yeah, these aren't excuses we're talking about. We're just talking about explaining why something's happening, and it's important. I think this is why Sadie and myself were kind of highlighting this, is that even though it's reasonable, so to speak, because this is so, because I recognize, I mean, it's a habit I have where I use sir and ma'am, not as much, but I do use it a lot. And sometimes I question it too, but it's the fact that we recognize that, sorry, Beck, I'll let you go in a moment. We recognize that these are hurtful to people, partially because it's hurtful to ourselves. And so we understand that this is a reason, but it's why we really want to insist, let's try to change, because even within the community, because not everyone is necessarily really in line with the non-binary experience, because that's something that's people are only more recently familiar with, that we want to, I guess, ensure that people are aware that this is a change that has to happen. Because I would say there are probably quite a few people around who don't even know that this is a problem.
Yeah. But see here, this is exactly part of where this whole misunderstanding came in. Deb was saying that trying to is one thing, but expecting us to do it like that is not fair. We need time for it to blend and for us to get used to it, because humans in general are creatures of habit. When you're younger and you start out in your like 20s or something, speaking like this before some of us older people even fucking know it exists, you guys get a leap on us. The younger you are, the bigger leap they have on the generation ahead of them. And that's just how it is. So, the farther you get up in generations, you guys need to give us a break. How are we supposed to know? We don't follow the same people you follow. We don't have discussions usually on Facebook or wherever with younger people in your age generation. So how do we know what you guys are talking about? So the whole point is if you guys tell us, then we work on it and we try to correct ourselves and we apologize, because that's what people do that are nice people. But expecting people to never fuck up 1 out of 5 times or 1 out of 3 or 1 over 10 or whatever it becomes is absolutely not fair.
Yeah. And now back,
everybody knows the difference between somebody that's saying it accidentally and somebody who's being a fucking dickhead. So
Beck, I'm gonna be a jerk and cut in right now. I'm really sorry.
Nobody here is a fucking dickhead like that.
I'm sorry for talking over you. I think you're getting a bit impassioned as well. And what I want to highlight as important is I don't believe that Sadie was suggesting that it needs to be immediate. I think that was something that was.
I understand that. That's what I was saying was a misunderstanding between them.
I know, but the reason why I'm restating this is just because you're repeating that particular idea a lot, and it's getting a little too much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being. Gosh, now I'm feeling awkward.
Hi, Sadie. Thank you for coming back.
I want to talk, but I want to talk uninterrupted, because what I'm trying to say keeps getting interrupted. So I'm not able to finish what I'm trying to say. So everybody's misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I am saying
floor is yours.
Can we agree to all mute ourselves?
No, just everybody shut up. Let her talk.
What I'm trying to say is that we as a group are I'm very passionate about this, because I see people literally on the verge of suicide, and calling somebody ma'am at work can trigger that. And so like, I understand that it takes time, but as a group, I'm just trying to like make a point, like, hey, let's consciously try not to use those, like especially when you're with people you don't know. And I can guarantee you, like in a place like Starbucks where I work, people are there because they are queer. Like a good chunk of people are. So like there's places where like, I feel like we just need to help people. And if we support our trans people, then we have to be allies, like Stephanie keeps saying, and not use those with people that we don't know. Because like, when I hear it all day long, it triggers me very badly. But I have coworkers who are like on the verge, have quit, and are they can't handle it. So like, if we're talking about mental health and trying to be like allies for people, then we have to listen to each other when it hurts people. And that's all I was trying to say. I didn't say that. I understand that it takes time. It took me a long time to get used to say they, them at work, because I grew up where you look at somebody and they're either male or female, and you can't assume that. And so it took me time. I'm not saying it's easy, but I worked on it, and now I'm to the point where I'm like, wait, I'm kind of they, them too. Like, it helped me figure out myself too. But like, that's all I was trying to say. And I was not trying to attack you, and we can't make excuses. Like, it's when somebody corrects you, like, say, okay, thanks, or you just move along. You don't even like try to make a big deal about it, because I know trans people don't like it when you make a big deal about stuff. When you misgender them, you just move along. And that's all I was trying to say, is that we just have to, and in situations where, like, for me, like in a customer service where you don't know, and I'm not allowed to correct you and say, sorry, I'm not a ma'am. I'm not allowed to say that. So it's better not to assume, or just to like learn how to like change it, or say, hey, what's your pronouns? What's your name? Like, just use ways to talk to people, because it'll help. And like, when you're with your people that want you to use that, then you use it. It's like you do what the Romans do when you're with the Romans.
And adding on to Ox's comment here, not only that, but we don't, when you have these different generations, like the 45 to 55-year-olds, or the 50 to 60 and the 40 to 50-year-olds, or whatever. And these people usually are the ones, they hang out with each other, people in their same age bracket. That's how life is, usually. This community is a little different, but everybody talks about these things, and I keep saying this over and over again. How the fuck are we supposed to know the discussion even started? Half the stuff we find out months later, and I'll say, oh, I just heard about this, and somebody goes, oh yeah, that came out on Twitter 3 months ago. Well, I don't fucking know. Why aren't we talking about this? Why aren't we informing people?
Mm-hmm.
It's something that's part of the LGBTQIA plus spirited community. It was the two-spirit thing. I didn't fucking know for like 2-3 months after it happened, because I don't run in the younger circles of people.
If I may address one thing, something you brought up actually sort of
makes it worse, because we're not in those age groups constantly using it every day, is my point.
Well,
go ahead, Sabrina.
Yeah, one of the things I guess I didn't fully appreciate, you mentioned how we're not running those groups, and I wasn't really taking that. I don't think I was fully appreciating what you meant there, because I'm thinking like, well, there's like, I know our group is unique in this particular regard. I'm not talking about this.
Yeah.
But my growing up as an adult is almost exclusively in customer service retail environment. And in these environments, I now understand is unusually varied generationally. The Walmarts I worked at, we had a lot of different sorts of people. And I would probably surmise that, let's say, the boomers who grew up, who were working in these kinds of, at least these Canadian Walmarts, would definitely have approached these kinds of situations differently than those who were not working in these environments, working or existing in environments where they really were only interacting with predominantly people of the same generation. I was not full, because this is the environment I was in. I didn't appreciate the degree of generational isolation that it sounds like you've been describing, and because of that, I'm like I was being unsympathetic. I apologize. I was being kind of unsympathetic to the plight. I was just hearing this like, oh, it takes us some time as kind of an excuse to take time, so to speak. I was trying not to vocalize that, and trying to talk to you guys, I was like trying to get away from that, because I don't want to judge people's beliefs, but like that was still in my head. And now I'm appreciating, like, I was in an environment where I'm used to being around people of different generations, and I forgot that there are a lot of environments where that is not the case. Like, every environment I work with, managers who are like double, or when I was a bit younger, 3 times my age, and I would be calling them by their first name. There's no ma'am or sir or anything like that, but that's because when you work at Walmart, there is no last names, at least the the Walmarts I was in, there's no last names. Everyone calls each other by their first name. That's how it is. Doesn't matter your age difference or whatever. And that's just how you do it. And so we all got accustomed to treating everyone in a completely equal fashion. Sir and ma'am, well, we may have occasionally used it with customers. We really didn't even use it with customers very much because it wasn't something in the culture. But this was different for the customers themselves to us. And the same thing for what you've described, Sadie, for the customers at the Starbucks to you, the baristas. You, the baristas, are working in these environments where you might have I mean, I know at Starbucks baristas are generally younger, but even still, you're working in service, and so you're in a position where you're learning about the modern version of respect, I would call it. Like there's probably a better word, but I'm not going to use this for sake of argument right now. The modern version of respect, but your customers, with exception to the few customers who maybe like they work in their own service environment, like I'm treated very well at Starbucks because I treat my baristas well because I've worked in service for a while. So it's like all the baristas love me. I'm always remembered everywhere because apparently my behavior is unusual. And so obviously the customers are not coming from this. Also keep in mind that because of Starbucks prices, there's a bit of extra financial biasing. So you're going to get people who are working in environments which are probably generationally segregated. These are people who do not interact with different generations. They're not learning about this new concept of how to respect people, especially how to respect younger persons properly. And so they'll be using sir and ma'am, thinking it's okay, not appreciating that it's not okay, and they're hurting people. And then when they're finally confronted in one fashion or another, they push back strongly because they feel like this came out of nowhere. The only reason it came out of nowhere is because
we're not allowed.
Well, in that case, you're not allowed, but also they're not interacting with people in the same way that we are interacting, and therefore are not getting the opportunity to learn. I would say I'm going to say not exactly an excuse, but a very compelling explanation. And what I would continue on saying is, I'm not sure how to fix this problem per se. Because it's like, how do we fix this, the generational segregation? It's definitely a bad thing. I definitely, in spite of everything I hate about Walmart, I felt a strong kinship with all of my fellow associates. Doesn't matter the age. Some of my best friends, one of my closest friends at the first Walmart I worked at, so I was 21, he was 4 times my age. He was one of the greeters, and we were just chatting. We got along so well. But that's because we worked in an environment where we were encouraged to just talk to each other neutrally. And so we were able to engage, in spite of the fact that if we were in any other environment, we probably would have never been able to build that friendship.
This is an issue of language. And language, unfortunately, has legacy. Look at Sir Sick. He doesn't believe in God. He uses the term Christ, goddamn, and a lot of atheists still do because it's a legacy of their upbringing. And I understand that respect is important. And a lot of people, when they do these things, everyone has to remember, even though it hurts, a lot of people don't actually want to hurt you. And I'm not saying that people showing you you're perceiving disrespect. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be, aware of it. I'm just saying it's going to happen for at least a generation before everyone is aware of these things.
Can I say, if you say yes, ma'am, most of the time it's because you're saying yes, please. So could you just say yes, please?
Yes, you could.
Or no, ma'am. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
We already have comfortable alternatives. Yeah.
Like adding those pleases and thank yous instead of ma'am.
Oh, pleases and thank yous, the magic words I was always taught.
Yep.
Yes, and
Teach people to say yes, ma'am, instead of yes, ma'am, no, sir, yes, please, no, thank you.
yeah, and I will say I find that quite agreeable. Is that in fact one of the smaller things I wanted to bring up earlier is that we already have linguistic alternatives, and again, something I didn't fully appreciate is that different it's not just generational, but different cultures had a different focus on the ma'am and sir. I said that I have a bit of a habit with it, but it wasn't something that was really instilled into me. It's just something sort of I picked up from general language. Like most
Yeah.
of the people I got along with at my church were older, so I picked that kind of language up. But it wasn't something instilled very strongly in me. I still had the please and thank you
Mhm.
and whatnot, which again, in most linguistic situations, you can use instead of sir and ma'am. When trying to get someone's attention, it says, "Ma'am, can you help me out with this?" Is excuse me. Now I know you can say excuse me, ma'am, or excuse me, sir, but you don't need to add that. The excuse me is enough of an interjection
Right.
to
And
to
usually
grab
it's
their
like,
attention.
would you like
And
that hot or cold? Or would you like
yeah,
that cold? Yes, yes, ma'am. You could have just said yes, please.
or even yes, it doesn't like honestly just
Yeah.
ending at a yeah, or yeah, thank you, or whatever,
Yeah.
however casual or whatever. Obviously, in the context, we're talking about people with more old-fashioned respectful language, so they probably wouldn't be saying yeah, but
Yeah.
you know what I
And
mean.
then there's the thing where people misjudge and they say yes, miss. Yes, yes, ma'am, yes, miss. Okay, you don't know me. Like, I'm old enough to be your parent. Why are you calling me yes, miss? Because I've had kids say that, and
Oh
that's just as bad
yeah.
as that's disrespectful in the South to call an older woman miss.
I don't understand Southern
So,
culture
like,
in some
I'm
areas.
a Yankee
I am a
in
Yankee
South
too.
Florida.
I'm a Yankee
I
in
did not
Minnesota.
know that.
Okay, you guys, you have
Yeah.
4 minutes.
And
Okay.
then
4
you're
minutes to say whatever you want to say.
One random thing I just wanted to add, Sadie, you mentioned how a lot of it seems like a lot of queer people end up at Starbucks and everything. The first place IRL that I came out, so aside from online friends like you guys, was at my local Starbucks. And they were all super awesome about it because most of them were queer. But it's just like that was the place I felt most comfortable because I knew the baristas, and it's just like
Mhm.
I'm just
A lot of
and
people are
they
there.
were like they were more immediate in respecting my name than basically anybody. Like
Mhm.
as as soon as I came out, everyone's like, "Oh, hey Sabrina, how's it going?" Like just flip the switch, and they were immediately like that. No, just record. I'd still have stubble. I'd still have a beard, and they'd still be calling me Sabrina. It, anyway, sorry. Just
Fox, I didn't say ma'am was disrespectful. It's when you call an older woman miss and not ma'am, because I've been like, there's people that'll say yes, miss, yes, ma'am. I was a married woman, so technically I should have been yes, ma'am.
See, I
So that's
use it
why
when
I
it's
don't like
appropriate.
ma'am and I don't like miss, because you don't even know how to use them correctly. Like, some people don't know how to
Miss
use
is
them correctly.
disgusting.
Like,
I don't know
sir,
why.
men don't have this problem. They're all sir. Women, ma'am is like a rite of passage, kind of, where you go from miss to ma'am. But people don't even know how to, like,
Yeah, but when I use it properly, I get yelled at by old ladies who think I'm disrespecting them.
for calling yes,
But
ma'am.
then someone 10 years younger than them will be offended that I didn't say it. And someone 10 years younger than them likes that I said it.
That's what I said, Ox. But how do you know who's young?
I can't win, honestly, Sadie.
Is it based on how they look? Because you can't judge anybody by how they look, how old they are, or if they're married. If somebody's married, they should be a ma'am. Doesn't matter how old they are.
That's really how it was back in the day, yeah.
No, you can't win, so just don't use yes.
Yeah.
Well, anyways,
easy for you to say.
Sabrina?
I don't encounter people who get. Personally, I've never encountered people who got offended from the lack of use, but also I don't live in the South. I don't even live in the North. I live in Canada. So it's different here, I guess.
Yeah, it was mostly like these kids from this Catholic school across the church. Well, they pay
1
like
minute.
$1,000 a month or a year to go to school there. And
okay,
Yeah, these kids would come and be like, "Yes, miss." I'm like, "Excuse me." Like teenagers.
So I am ending this.
Okay.
So everybody in the chat,
mathematics.
Thank you very much for putting up with us. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Everybody in the chat,
Good
thank
night,
you so much for
everybody.
coming and hanging out and being, good to each other and having good conversations and everybody keeping everything as peaceful as possible. I appreciate that. You guys have been great tonight. Everybody on the panel, thank you so much for coming. And I do appreciate the great conversation. I think people need to slow down and take a deep breath sometimes. And I understand I get passionate about stuff and I get adamant and I forget to slow down. So I absolutely understand where you two are coming from. So that being said, everybody out there, take care of yourselves, take care of one another, and have some peace in your life.